Hey,
Good morning, GD Hughes.
Rust Dog got the belt today. Congratulations, Rust Dog. Nice job. Oh, Katrina's here. Hi, Katrina. Hi, Marcus.
I might have to make a belt out of
Jump
like
pulls. Jump pulls.
supplies around the
That'd
office.
be hilarious.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Hey, Steven's here. Chris is here. Michigan's here too. Oh my God.
And my Coach Christie era is here. Good morning.
Casey Tucker, obviously. Warren's up in here, obviously. Johnny G. What's up, everybody?
Good morning, everybody.
Hi, David. Hi, Adam.
Nick V.
I had a
Hi, Nick V.
nightmare last night that I was listening back to the tape and I sounded like...
Stop what you're doing.
Okay.
What did you just say? You had a what?
Nightmare?
Okay. Go on. Go on.
Okay.
I thought you pronounced it weird. Sorry. Go ahead.
I had a nightmare last night.
Oh, he did pronounce it.
He does. Okay. Sorry. Keep going.
Nightmare?
Mare?
Nightmare.
Mare.
How am I supposed to say it?
The nightmare before Christmas.
Nightmare.
What do you say? How do you say it?
Nightmare.
Nightmare.
How do I say it?
Nightmare.
Mirror.
Oh, nightmare.
You're saying mirror like meerkat, not mare.
Are you saying mirror? Sorry, keep going with your story. Sorry, go on.
I understand.
What I had to say was not that important. Continue.
Yeah.
Continue
It was
with
that I
your
was listening back
dream.
and like I was just like I sounded just so silly. It was just, like I just couldn't believe it.
Oh, I live that every time I listen to myself.
Okay. My nightmare.
It's his nightmare. It's like
Working on my night.
whatever you do, don't hurt your groin in there.
Half my family's from
Growing-
Minnesota, so sometimes it comes out a little
That's
bit.
fair. That's fair.
Little bit.
Growing is egregious.
It's so hilarious.
Like
He's like, what am I saying wrong?
have you
Growing. It's like, no, groin.
It's just you've never Kenny watches the thing that shook me with that is Kenny watches more games, I think, than anybody I know.
Yeah.
And he's never heard somebody say the word groin.
He can't say it right though. Like even if you sit here and coach him, he doesn't hear that he's doing it wrong. Although good catch with
Oh, good morning, everybody. Hello, that's James Ham. That's Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're the Insiders. We're here every day from 10 a.m. to noon, right here on ESPN 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2 if you're listening to HD radio. Of course, we simulcast on YouTube at youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Hello, everybody watching there, and everybody in the chatty house who's hanging out with us in the YouTube comment section. Hi, good morning to everybody except Manny. The James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show podcast, that's available wherever you get your podcasts. It's a podcast version of this show. Joe does such a great job of cutting up each hour and then the full show. So if you want to listen back to a single hour of the whole show, or you want to listen to it for the first time, you can. And if you are listening to it for the first time, hello from the past. Hope the future is going well. Am I missing one? Free Audacy app. Download the Audacy app. It's free.
You know what
Tons
I
of
suggest?
music, tons of radio,
Kyle, they should just
podcast.
add it on every single platform simultaneously. Just have it just rolling everywhere.
What do you mean?
Like,
people like listening on the radio.
Have it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Get in your car, turn it on the radio, and have it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Go ahead and fire up Twitch while you're doing that.
I don't know why you wouldn't.
No, just like watch it
Get the
everywhere.
Audacy app
Listen to
going.
it every single the Audacy app playing in the background.
What's funny is the delays are all different on all of them. It would be chaos if you tried listening on every platform.
I wonder if you could hit the pause button just like really quick and try to sync them.
Oh yeah, we do. I do that. Absolutely.
Just getting no work done during your day because you're trying to sync up.
They'll be when I'm over at my desk and Charlie's listening from the radio at his desk, and I'll be listening to the show D'Lo and Casey on YouTube. I don't tell him I do this, but I'm ahead, so I have to pause it, and I'm playing that game every day.
Yeah.
I'm
You
not
should,
gonna.
You should just
The thing
yell,
is the-
spoiler alert.
The app is definitely delayed though, so you couldn't pause it to catch it up.
Okay.
And I don't know how you're pausing a radio.
Yeah, no, he's.
You'd
No,
have
I
to
know.
type
I'm
everything
not
to
talking
the
about you. I'm
radio.
talking
Gotcha.
about our hypothetical person
Understood.
who's trying to listen to 1320 AM on our various platforms all at once.
That would be spectacular.
This is a ridiculous premise. We'll talk about the NBA playoffs. We're going to give away $500 today, obviously. Have you guys noticed though that there's so in our complex here, our complex.
Oh gosh.
In our complex here, we were like the only people on the second floor for as long as I've been here.
Forever.
There was another company, like a closed captioning company or something, next door, but there was never anybody there.
There was like 2 people that might have worked there at some point.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
It was a
Right.
rumor.
It was, yeah. First of all, have you ever noticed how big that office is?
Yeah,
It's
I got to do a
massive.
tour. It's
Yeah.
insane.
Shout out to our guy out there who gives us tours. But anyways, there's like a new building. I think it's Acrisure. They sponsor the Pittsburgh Steelers stadium.
Oh,
So Acrisure Stadium is next to us now. And they have like a full building of people. So the parking lot is way more crowded than it
Noticed.
has ever
It's
been.
Absolutely
It's
noticed.
insane.
Yep.
I
We went
hate
from
it.
having 6 cars in the parking lot to 40. Every person that works over there is 6'8".
Dude, they're so tall.
It is
Thank you.
ridiculous.
Thank
Every
you.
time I walk by somebody in the hall, I go into the back. That person is 6'5" or taller. Insane.
Maybe
Apparently,
it's
to work at Acrisure, you have to be a small a shooting guard or bigger.
yeah. I mean, it's kind of like maybe Monty and West should have just hired Acrisure to find them
Literally,
the length
dude,
and athleticism they needed at the 3 and the 4.
Acrisure has more front court depth than the Kings. It's ridiculous what's happening around here. It's really ridiculous.
I had someone, I was walking up the stairs, like get near that area, and someone pops out. Hi, are you with Acrisure? And I'm like, I have no idea what you're just saying. No, I'm like, it's just random people. I almost feel like it's, you seen the movie Go?
No.
Oh, okay. So there's
I feel like at some point you're gonna get
that
I've
you haven't
not
seen
seen it. I
anything.
haven't seen the movie that you're about to reference.
There's a movie called Go, and what they realize is that they're in like they get invited over to this couple's house for dinner,
Okay.
and things start to get really, really awkward. Like really awkward. Like
It sounds like my kind of movie.
they like the husband takes one of the guys into the bedroom to show him the new mattress, strips down in the kitchen. Things are going wild too. The whole time they don't understand, but it's literally like an Amway spiel. They're trying to get them signed up into a pyramid scheme, and they think that
That's
they're
hilarious.
like they're in like some weird
swingers party.
swinger
Yeah.
party. No, that's
And
not
it's
what
a
it is.
pyramid scheme.
It's
That's
a
great.
pyramid scheme.
That's great.
So that's what I feel like. We keep walking by, and one time they'll be, "Hey, can we just at least tell you what we're about in here?" And we'll be like, "Oh," and then they'll just, "Oh, can we get you a water? Maybe some
cucumber water.
yeah, some cucumber water, and you need a cookie," and like they'll draw us in, Kyle.
You give
And
me a
next-
cucumber water and a cookie, I'll do most things.
Clipped.
There's not there's not a lot of things I wouldn't do for a nice cucumber water and a cookie. No, cucumber water is kind of insane, but yeah, man, every person that works over there is insanely tall. So not only do we have now, here's my second question. I have not gone in there yet and been like, "Hey, welcome to the building." I was thinking about doing that today because there's like a secretary
Ooh.
person.
Yes.
Do we loop them in on Donut Friday just this Thursday? You can pick them up for our office. I'll go get, and I'll just do like a dozen. I'm not going to get them a whole rack of donuts like we get.
Well, how many people work over
I don't
there?
know.
See, that's the
But
problem.
I feel like a dozen donuts is the standard. If I drop
it's
off
better than no donuts.
right. Okay. So here we go. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We're going to get to this before we get to the NBA playoffs, because I think what we're experiencing in the NBA right now is like a turning point for the league, and there could be an impact on the Sacramento Kings, and we'll talk about it, but we need to figure out this donut crisis situation first. 916-909-1320, because here's my thought on it. They're not expecting anything. We're just the company next door.
Mm-hmm.
The very loud sign. We're just the company next door. If we pop in there, it's the thought of, hey, we do this donut thing. We're looping you guys in to welcome you to the building. hello, here is this gift from us.
Okay.
It's 12 donuts. Maybe 40 people work over there, and only 12 of them get donuts. But the 28 people who don't get donuts, I mean, there's probably not all 28 will want a donut. Let's call it the 18 people who want a donut that don't get a donut. They're not going to be like, wow, we hate Audacy. They're going to be like, wow, that's so nice. They brought donuts for us to welcome us to the building.
So now you're thinking maybe they'll return the favor and bring us donuts?
Oh, this is a selfish thing.
What's Acrisure going to do for us except maybe give the Kings a small forward? Like, not a lot, So I don't want them to do anything for us. It's just like hey, hello. If you see us in the hallway, say hi.
We're friends.
Okay. We're homies now.
Okay.
And maybe one day they'll sponsor the studio.
There we go.
There it is. There it is.
There it is.
You're handing over the donuts. You're like, also that parking spot right in the front. I normally park there.
I'm going to have to ask you not to park in the charging station. None of your people.
Is that you and the Gradients on Ultima? I'm going to need you. Here's a maple bar. So I think I'm going to get donuts for them. Because you're on donuts tomorrow, by the way. It's your donut day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's my donut day.
I'll stop and pick up a dozen for Acrisure.
Okay.
And then we, the donut committee, once we're both here, or once we're all here, Joe, welcome to the donut committee.
Thank
once
you.
We're all here, we can go present the donuts and explain, welcome to the building. We do donut Fridays on Thursdays.
Donut Fridays on Thursdays.
Yeah.
And I won't be here on Friday.
And you won't be here on Friday, right?
I'll be in Disneyland.
So we'll pull up on a Thursday. We'll do the little jokey joke that everybody knows, Donut Friday on a Thursday.
Yep.
And then welcome to the building. Here you go. We got to go prepare for our show. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We're starting a rec league basketball team. We wanted to see if you guys wanted to hang out.
You guys hoop at all?
You guys hoop at all? You got some tall fellas in there. You hoop?
Yeah, you guys hoop. We also solved, Joe alerted me to this morning. There was apparently a mysterious purple beam or purple beams in the night sky last night.
Mm-hmm. People were noticing it last night. There's what looked to be like the beam just in, I think, Folsom area.
I had seen a green beam like the day before. Someone had posted a green. Like, what is this? I'm like, I don't know.
Could be the same company.
So it turns out, and again, our resident young person, Joe, hit me to this. The New Salt Laser International, which is the company that does the beam for the Kings. It turns out it's not a guy shoveling purple into a coal
this can't
oven
be how I
thing
find out
underneath the arena. Turns out that's not actually a thing.
It's not the guy who steals all the purple socks?
Correct.
Okay.
It's apparently, allegedly, it's company New Salt International, New Salt Laser International. They're a Folsom-based company. They do the beam, and they are testing out an upgraded version.
Okay, so I hope that there's something other than like building a beam for the Sacramento Kings that this company does, because I just like their entire existence is based off of Vivek upgrading the beam every year. Man, I hope he's in for another 100 mil.
Oh my gosh, they do. They do need depth and size. They're completely in on it too.
Yeah,
I don't know what you guys think. Like, this looks like more, almost like a. It's not. It's like several small.
A symphony of beams.
Yeah,
I think that's what the beam is.
Is that what it currently is?
It just looks
just
like
a different angle.
Column. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're testing out a new beams. So if you see more beams going up, that's why.
Okay.
Pause.
As someone who takes a picture between 40 and 48 times per season since the beam's existence, it does look like a small collection of beams that, like, I think it's amazing because it goes so high in the sky.
It's honestly, it's insane.
It is.
It's not this little thing that, like, oh yeah, you can see it from right outside the stadium. I was at Drake's Barn one night, and it's very clear.
Oh yeah,
you can super see it.
I mean, I kind of want to see if they can like line it up and like put artwork on the moon or something.
That's what they're probably working on.
Like a bat signal, but only different.
New Salt Laser International's got nothing else going on, apparently.
I hope that somebody else out there is like, hey, should we order one of those beams that the Kings have?
I want to know what
there's a company for that.
I wonder what that's the brilliance of the beam thing to me. Is here we go. It is objectively incredible.
Yeah.
And just now you did that. Like the Kings own that. If any team tries to do anything similar to this, it's not going to hit the same.
No, it's just rip off.
Getting out in front of this is remarkable from the Kings. Okay, so you can book a laser show right now at newsaltlaser.com.
Okay.
Sick website too.
Book a laser show and get a second projector for free.
Oh.
So they do lasers, CO2 machines, holograms. They do holograms.
Will they do the thing on where they take like a picture of your house and build like the Halloween scenes that move around everywhere?
They might. You should hit them up and find out.
It
looks like they do a lot of concerts.
Okay.
They do lighting for concerts and different shows.
Well, we stumbled upon the
2017 Maxim party. Obviously, they were there.
If you really think about it, like everywhere you're at all the time, what goes into making like every like space, like it's just incredible.
New Salt Laser, a seasoning for your eyes.
Oh,
I mean, that's just
that's
so good.
That is good.
That's so good. Shout out to New Salt Laser.
All right,
Kings are getting a new beam. That's the moral of this story.
Should we actually start a show?
I mean, I guess so. I don't want to dive all the way. We've got a couple of minutes. I don't want to dive all the way into the playoff stuff just yet, because we had some pretty incredible games last night with the Pistons sneaking by the Knicks and forcing a game 6 in that series, 3-2. The Knicks lead heading back to Detroit. The Celtics blew out the Magic last night. That's one I'm watching close. The Magic are a team I'm watching close for the Kings.
Okay.
And we'll dive into that. The Nuggets mollywop the Clippers. The Clippers might just be cursed. The Clippers might, as just an organization.
Yeah.
Because this looked like a really good year for them. And the series isn't over. The Nuggets are up 3-2, but things not trending the right way for the Clippers. And the teams that have been eliminated, we're going to kind of go through their rosters and see, okay, is this team going to tear it down? Are they going to tweak their roster at all? Are there any pieces that the Kings might be able to go take advantage of? We will do that. We're going to give away $500. But we got to start with the Pacers-Bucks game. Because there are so many freaking layers to this game. So here's what we're going to get to when we get back. We have the Bucks blowing a 7-point lead in 40 seconds. Just astounding. You got to feel for Doc Rivers. You have Tyrese Haliburton's dad storming the court and trying to pick a fight with Giannis.
That was so weird.
A really weird thing that happened.
I really like John Haliburton too. Like, he's a good dude. That was wild.
An insane moment of behavior from Mr. Haliburton, but we'll talk about that. Thought it was overall handled really well. And then the summer of Giannis is I think finally here.
I think it's upon us.
The summer where he finally says, whether it's very loudly or quietly, where he goes, "Hey, I'm done here."
When it's time.
And the dominoes that could fall from that. There's so much happening in the NBA, and I think this season is going to be a turning point. We'll tell you why. Coming up next. Plus, punishments have been doled out for the Shedeur Sanders prank. The A's get mollywopped, and we've got a couple of series that could come to an end tonight in the Western Conference. We'll dive into all of that in the next couple hours on The Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. James Ham's over there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's behind the glass. We're The Insiders, and we're on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Leader. I can't tell in this photo if they're testing out if this is oh wait, hang on.
That looks like a Star Wars scene.
Right. I can't tell if they're testing out 2 separate beams or if they're working on a double beam.
I wonder if, yeah.
I think they're 2 separate beams because they look pretty substantially different.
I wonder if you can get one for your house. Just like
a mini one?
No, like a full size one.
Oh.
Just so when the beam hits in Sacramento, like it triggers additional beams all around the city.
There could be like a whole control room. Yeah.
That would be cool.
That'd be pretty dope. They just start lighting up around the city.
Talk about the beam and the chat
just
goes sideways.
Goes
absolutely sideways.
It's ridiculous stuff. I'm not so sure. We'll talk about it.
I don't know. Like, how would the Warriors pull that off?
I have no idea.
I mean, you give up whatever you have to, that's for sure, but...
Yeah. I think that there are other teams that make more sense.
Yeah.
The thing is I don't even know if Haliburton's dad's problematic. I think he just did a problematic thing.
Adam L. Any word on why Andrei Stojakovic is switching schools again? Problem with fit and coach. He was at Stanford, but they fired their coach. So then he went to Cal, and I don't think the exposure was there because Cal is like, they're in the big
ACC.
The ACC, but they're
powerhouse ACC school.
But they're kind of getting buried there, right? So I don't know. I don't know why he ended up in Illinois. I can probably check with his agent, but
I would assume there's a financial component as well.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, that could be. I mean, he was really good in the ACC tournament, and maybe that got him. I'm just surprised he's not going into the draft and, at least going through the draft process, because that's what I was told early on that he was going to do.
Yeah.
I just think they feel like he's a second-round pick at this point.
So, Spencer.
And the Kings don't have a first-round pick, and he probably wants to come home.
Hello, Spencer.
Hello, Spencer.
Mando, you have no idea how badly I wanted to do 2 hours on this. Like, to the point that last night I was Googling primate specialists.
I was also looking into this a little bit yesterday.
I'm totally confused.
Oh, you're not online. Okay, so there's this ongoing debate for about a week now?
Yeah, about a week.
About whether 100 dudes could beat a gorilla in a fight.
Oh.
And it's this big debate.
I think the answer is probably no.
So the primate specialist that I was reading last night was like, the answers are resounding yes. People would die, but so would the gorilla.
Okay.
So.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you were going to bring on a primate specialist, or you were going to call somebody?
I was going to bring one.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James, I'm Kyle, that's Joe. Jiffy Lube, of course, omnipresent. We love our friends at Jiffy Lube. ESPN 1320 AM on your radio dial, 98.5 FM HD2. If you were doing the HD radio thing, hello, everybody on YouTube and Twitch, everybody listening on the podcast and on the free Audacy app. We appreciate each and every one of you. As badly as I want to do the one gorilla versus 100 dudes fight thing, we're going to put a pin in that. Because I think what we're seeing right now in the NBA postseason is I think the 24-25 NBA playoffs are a seminal moment for the league.
Okay.
Where you're getting really good series almost up and down the board. The Memphis series was a sweep, but Memphis was up big in game 3, and you had that incredible OKC comeback.
Okay.
And then the last game was a 2-point game in that series. You've had guys like Paolo Banchero and Anthony Edwards and Cade Cunningham starting to ascend.
Mm-hmm.
These young players, 25 and under.
Amen Thompson.
Amen Thompson's one of them.
Yeah.
Maybe a Sore Thompson. You're seeing that. You're seeing physicality and the benefit that brings. And that's sort of where I want to start. And then we'll get into kind of the player motion that maybe catalyzed by this playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what you're seeing is officials are letting guys play almost to the point where it's detrimental in that Pistons-Knicks game where Tim Hardaway Jr. is getting fouled and there's no call at the end of the game.
That was horrible.
That was wild. But I think the reason that these games have been so good and so competitive, and the reason that people are watching them and tuning into them is because they're good and competitive, is because flopping isn't being rewarded. Offensive players going out of their way, doing non-basketball moves to draw contact is not being rewarded. And you're letting guys play defense, and the scores don't need to be 140 to 130 to make the game entertaining. They need to be competitive. They need to be physical. Make buckets hard to get. So when they are scored, it's like a feat. It's an accomplishment.
Yeah.
And I think that's what the league's doing. And I think they're seeing a rise in popularity, at least in the immediate, because of it.
I like when playoff basketball hits, and I liked last season when they allowed playoff basketball to hit, like after
post All-Star break.
Post All-Star break. They did not do that this year. I thought it did the game a disservice.
Yeah.
Like, I just think it's a better brand of basketball. It just, when you watch physical play, you don't want to see the grabbing and the holding and all that stuff, but I am so done with the foul grifters. Like, I just can't stand watching the head fake and flail. And then the other thing that I like, just to be totally honest, there are certain refs that I don't think have any business being in the playoffs covering it. Like,
you're probably right.
Yeah. I was watching, part of the Orlando game yesterday, and watching Tony Brothers get angry with Paolo Banchero and run over at him like he was going to instigate something. Just come on, man.
Yeah. That's
First
crazy.
of all, there was
insane.
Over 9 minutes left in the third quarter when you called the fifth foul on Paolo Banchero. Nobody came to that game to watch the officials. And if you're going to have the physicality crank up, and every time Jaylen Brown goes to the basket, he gets a foul call, why are you singling out one player, one team? That's the thing that drives me bonkers.
Yep.
Call it even. And, we talked about how the Lakers have, what was the number, like 1,200 more free throws than any other than their opponent.
Ridiculous.
Over the last 3 years. Like, that's just garbage.
Yeah.
And like, the game should be called straight up. And if a guy gets fouled, he gets fouled. And there, like, I guarantee you, there are games where the Kings have way more foul calls than the other team. And a lot of those games, to be honest with you, it's because they're lazy, they're a step slow, they're grabbing, they're exhausted. You can see, like, there's a level of mental focus you have to have at the NBA level,
no doubt,
in order to be that physical and to stay out of foul trouble. And to me, I just thought that game in itself, the Orlando game, watching Paolo Banchero sit on the sidelines for most of the game when he's so good, and it's touch foul after touch foul. Like, why are you calling touch fouls there? But you watch every other playoff game and touch fouls aren't being called. It's just frustrating.
I prefer when the officials, because you're right, when a team fouls and it's because they don't have a good point of attack defender, and that defender's, chasing and hacking and reaching and just doing whatever. Okay. But it's when they selectively decide, like you said, I prefer that on the kind of questionable, like, did he get him? Did they not? I prefer when they don't call the foul. LeBron James, when he got Anthony Edwards on the wrist the other day, like, did he foul him? Letter of the law? Totally got him on the wrist. But in the moment, they didn't call it, and it's like, good. Like, give the defense the benefit of the doubt sometimes.
Yeah.
Like that's all I want. There are so many clean blocks in the NBA that get whistled as fouls. And now all of a sudden we have to go, okay, hang on. Are they going to review it? Okay, now they're going to review it. Now they got to go to the monitor. I shouldn't say people. There are people who, because it's not a collective, there are people who sit there and they go, well, it's the 3-pointers. We need to eliminate the corner three. There's too many threes. That's a problem with the sport. No, it's not, dude. It's not. The problem with the sport is guys who, I don't want to start singling people out because there are so many guys who do it, but the guys who foul grift, who drive with the intention of throwing the ball in the air, throwing their head back and get a foul call. That's not the point. fouls are there. So when Tyrese Haliburton gets to the rim, if Giannis wants to come over and hack him to keep him from scoring, okay, you kept him from scoring, but he's going to get 2 free throws.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point of the foul calls are not there. So you can pump fake from 3. And when the guy jumps past you to the side, you can jump to the side, run into him, and then throw the ball in the air. That's not the spirit of the sport.
Yeah.
That's not the point of the game. If you get fouled because you were too good for that defender, nice, you won that possession. If you get fouled because you had to flail your body in a different direction to generate the contact, that is not a foul. It stops the game. It stops the flow. It makes the games last forever.
Mm-hmm.
It gets you to the point where, like, man, I have a hard time. I think the Knicks are super talented. I think Jalen Brunson is incredible. I have a really hard time watching the Knicks during the regular season.
I have a hard time watching Jalen Brunson at all at this point because all he does is like run and slam into somebody and then throw his body around and look at the official like, hey man, stop burying your shoulder into that guy's chest.
Yeah, you generated that contact.
Yes, every single time you're watching him generate the contact.
Yep.
And again, he's a great player.
He's amazing.
But at the same time, like some of that stuff has to just be totally cleaned up.
And I think it has been during the postseason for the most part. Again, not 100%, but for the most part, the story of the postseason has not been foul calls, which I feel like it is a lot of the time during the regular season. Now we've seen non-foul calls.
Yeah,
become a thing.
Yeah, the Hardaway in the corner, that was a clear foul. That should have been
just totally egregious.
Yeah,
but it's this version of basketball where guys can be more physical, where defense is given the benefit of the doubt, where, man, buckets are a lot tougher to come by now. I think it's just a preferable thing to watch. And again, this is not to say that 70 games are 80 to 75 are better basketball, but it's still good basketball. It's just not being overtaken by free throws. We're not watching games with 60 plus free throws being taken.
Yeah. And I think someone says, why don't they, I don't know where that was in the chat. Why don't they call it the same way the entire season? And yeah, here we go from Noah. Mm-hmm. Why not call it that way all year? Why change halfway through? I agree to a certain extent, but at the same time, like the NBA season is an 82 game grind, and you want to have the game be fun and out of control and like high scoring, crazy games all throughout the season. When it comes down to like who's the best team, now I want to see it called straight up. And maybe that's weird that I would, I'm okay with teams that like the first half of the season, they're not real, but they sure are having a good time and everyone's excited to see it.
I agree with you. And I think it takes away from it when that team runs into, we'll just say the Lakers. This is not to single them out, but they have the largest free throw disparity in the sport over the last couple of years. That fun team plays the Lakers, and all of a sudden the game is grinding to a halt because Austin Reeves is getting to the line 17 times, and Rui Hachimura is going to the line 8 times, and Luka's going to the line 12 times, and it's just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And that's all I want is, if it's a foul, it's a foul.
Yeah.
All I want is for them to continue giving the defense a benefit of the doubt during the regular season. At least sometimes.
Yep.
And my hope is that the second half of last year into last year's playoffs, and then specifically this year's playoffs, where physicality, we've heard that about every single series.
Yeah.
Viewership is up. The games have, for the most part, been really good.
There's a couple of series that were just blowouts. The 1-8 series on both sides were just complete, like,
yeah.
What the Cavs did to the Heat was
really
just
bad.
Embarrassing.
Really bad.
And I hate to say this, are we just underestimating who the Cavs are? I mean,
hey, low key, we might be.
Yeah, it's very possible that the Cavs might actually be the best team in basketball. We're not giving them that credit yet because they haven't done it before. They haven't, made that be a playoff thing. But I do think that we might have overlooked them, and we're gonna have to wait and see what they look like. Can they get to the conference finals? But
yeah, it's just I don't think it's crazy to think they go to the conference finals. But I've been saying Boston all year because they just won the title, and Cleveland is like they still gotta prove it. The year Denver won the finals, I went into that postseason going, I gotta see them win a conference finals. Like I gotta pick them to win the final. They were the best team in the league that year, but I was like, I'm not gonna pick them because I haven't seen them do it yet. That's how I feel about Cleveland. Mm-hmm. I'm not denying how freaking good they are. I mean, they defend their asses off. That they have every answer offensively for anything you want to do defensively. They always seem to have an answer. Mm-hmm. But it's like, do you have those answers when the rubber meets the road and you're down 2-1 and it's a 5-point game in Boston with 5 minutes left? Can you execute in that spot?
Yeah, I mean, I think
maybe they can. I haven't seen it.
Boston right now, they have a little bit of what the Warriors had for years where they'll just kind of idle and hang out with the team. And then all of a sudden they just hit the gas and like, whoop, like you're gone.
They were down at half last night and won by 31.
Yeah, like we were watching the game at the sports lounge.
Yeah.
We drove home. By the time I got home and turned the TV on, it was over.
Yeah.
It was like a super close game. Paolo Banchero picks up the foul, goes to the bench, game over.
Yep.
Yeah.
There was no continuing to coast and winning by 9.
No.
They just kind of put their foot on the gas and that was it. Yeah, man. I'm hoping we get that Boston Cleveland conference semis though.
Yeah, but
conference finals.
Yeah, I think so too. But Indiana made it there last year, and I saw, I started early in the chat, and it could just be someone being Nick V, aka the most overrated player in the NBA, Tyrese Haliburton. Tyrese Haliburton is there are times where I do think that he's overrated, but what he's doing right now in the playoffs and what he did last year in the playoffs, he's actually building a case for him to be an all NBA player and for him not to be overrated at all. And, we're watching a young player ascend like some of the other young players. He's not as young as the others, but man, he's come through. He hit the game winner. Yeah. I think he had 2 game winners in that series, right? I think there's one other that he hit. Like he had a 3 early on. Maybe I'm crazy, but yeah, he's been incredible. And then we have, like the end of the Bucks. It sure does look like the end of the Bucks, and it's Haliburton's group that is forcing that through.
So much happened in that Bucks game last night.
It was wild.
119-118.
Yep.
Pacers win. But the Bucks went ahead 118-101. 118-111 with 40 seconds left in OT. AJ Green went to the free throw line.
Mm-hmm.
Hits the first one to go up 118-111, misses the next one. Then the Pacers go down and they get an and one, and then Gary Trent turns it over, and then they score again, and then Gary Trent turns it over, and then Tyrese hits the game winner over Giannis. And I love that they just cleared out and said, Tyrese, is your shot. And they went best on best for the series. And he executed,
beat
perfectly.
Giannis to the basket, which is absolutely crazy.
Yeah. I think Giannis was playing him for some kind of step back, and he just went, nope, never hesitated, put his head down and went.
Yeah.
And man, that was unbelievable stuff from Tyrese Haliburton. So immediately after the game, if you missed it, these teams already don't like each other. They had beef going back to like the in-season tournament last year. And then there was the Giannis scored the most points in a game in Bucks history, I think.
Okay.
Or his career high, he had scored 62.
Okay.
But somebody on the Pacers scored their first NBA basket, and they took the ball.
Buddy Hield took the ball.
Was it?
It was Buddy.
Oscar Tshiebwe?
Tshiebwe. Yeah, Oscar Tshiebwe.
Is that his name? Yeah.
Yeah.
Scored a point. It was his first NBA point, so they took the ball. Giannis did not get it, and there was that whole kerfuffle, right? Then they go in the playoffs. Pacers
I forgot Buddy took the ball.
Yeah, of course he did. Of course he did.
Run, Buddy, run.
So they had that. They had the playoff series last year. Now they have this playoff series. So it's a game winner. And Tyrese Haliburton's dad, who was sitting courtside, not even sitting courtside, sitting like 2 rows up from courtside, as Giannis is trying to inbound the pass, like walks up behind him and is holding this like Tyrese Haliburton towel flag thing.
Yeah.
They inbound it. Gary Trent misses a 60-footer. Giannis is just kind of standing there, hands on hips at the free throw line, just taking it in, absorbing the loss. And Tyrese Haliburton's dad, John Haliburton, walks up to him. Good guy by all accounts.
Oh, I've met him multiple times. I've had tons of conversations with him.
Been on the radio, just a good dude. Walks up to Giannis and just starts, I guess, cursing at him. This is what we effing do, blah, blah, blah. This is according to Giannis after the game. And goes up and he's waving the flag in Giannis's face and talking trash. And you see Giannis like taking this all in. Like, who is this?
Yeah.
And what's happening here?
Why is this happening?
And they eventually started jawing, and then they get split up, and then there's more fisticuffs or another scuffle elsewhere with the two teams. I thought that entire situation, as out of hand as it could have gotten, was handled perfectly by all sides.
Except for John Haliburton.
Well, yeah, right. The post John Haliburton reaction was handled perfectly by all sides. Giannis, I'm not going to play the whole video because it's like 4 minutes long, but he had this really long, thoughtful answer about John Haliburton and the fact that he did that and
being respectful,
and that was disrespectful what he did. I was taught to be humble and winning and blah, blah, blah. But I thought Tyrese Haliburton's response was very good as well, because he could have very easily just been like, I didn't see it. I was celebrating with my teammates. I have no comment on that. Here's what Tyrese Haliburton said after the game. Joe, I know we got to go, but I want to play this before we get out of here, because I thought Tyrese Haliburton's answer was really good when asked about his dad getting in Giannis's face after the game.
As far as the incident between Giannis and my pops, I had no idea it happened until I got to the back and was showed the video. Me and my pops have talked about that, and I don't agree with what transpired there from him. I think basketball is basketball, and let's keep it on the court. And I think that he just got excited, saw his son make a game winner, and came on the court. But I think we had a conversation, and I think he just needs to just allow me to just play basketball, stay over there. I'll come to him to celebrate. But I think it's the emotions of the game just got excited there. But I talked with him. I'll talk with Giannis eventually about it. Just I don't think that my pops was in the right at all there, and unfortunate what happened in the end there. But I mean, this series was a lot of war of words, a lot of war of antics, a lot of stuff going back and forth, and that's just part of this rivalry and what we've built here over the last couple of years. And it's unfortunate what happened there, but
I think that's the right thing.
Yeah,
he could have so easily been like, I didn't see it, I was in the back, I'll look at it. And just saying my pops was not on the right there.
No,
I'm gonna have to talk to him. He's got to stay over there. I'm gonna talk to Giannis. I thought that was handled really well.
No, I think so too.
Shout out to Tyrese Haliburton. We'll talk more about that, because I don't know what the NBA does now. You can't ban him from games, right?
I don't think so.
I saw somebody suggest maybe banishing him to a suite. Like he just can't sit courtside, or banishing him to the second level.
You just have to have a conversation. Yeah. I don't think he's someone who's going to become a problem.
I'd be shocked.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about the playoff games that happened last night. The summer of Giannis is also nigh. Should the Kings get involved? We'll talk about it next. James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Joe Brazil. We're the Insiders. And Jiffy Lube sponsors this program. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Boop.
What's going on, everybody? If you guys don't mind, if you're in the chat, can you hit the thumbs up button for us? Please. It'd be greatly appreciated.
They'll do something, man. You can't have a fan. That's a fan.
Yeah.
Going onto the court and accosting a player.
I don't think. What did they do with T. Moran? Because he did.
He still sits courtside.
Yeah, he still sits courtside. I think, and again, like, I've had a lot of conversations like in the past with John Haliburton, like whether it's via DM or like meeting him, like walking around the concourse and just having conversation. He's a super, super good dude. And he's not a big dude. He's like, I don't know where Ty gets his height, but you know, it just that's super out of character, just like caught up in the moment type move right there.
Yeah, and as far as action, I'm guessing the league, they might put out some statement and say, you know, I don't even know if you suspend him or you just put out a statement and very quietly be like, all right, you got to sit 10 rows up or you get a warning and whatever happens next, or if it happens again. Yeah. I don't think it needs to be anything dramatic. But also the reason the league needs to come out and do something is to ensure that everybody knows that they don't just let this happen. Like that's whether they announce he will not be allowed to sit in the first 10 rows or whatever. I don't know. I don't think they need to do all that, but they need to make it clear that they reviewed the incident and had some response. Will, you ever sat courtside? I gotta tell you.
What's that?
If given the option between sitting in a suite or sitting courtside, I would sit courtside 100 times out of 100. It's not even a question.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. I was done with it. I don't. Zero question. Not even close.
Oh, yeah.
It's
not even remotely close. Like I sat courtside at Arco. They had 3 tables set up across from the visitors bench. I sat there for 3 years and covered games from like literally on the court.
Yes.
Best seats in the house.
It's
not just the like seeing the players up close and personal, like and watching it so close. It's all of the banter. It's the weird stuff you see. I think I've said this before. Like Matt Barnes yelled at like Griffin.
David Griffin.
No.
AJ Griffin.
No. Human highlight reel.
Dominique Wilkins?
Blake Griffin.
Oh.
He yelled at Blake, "Hey Blake, you got any bubble gum?" And Blake's like, "Yeah." Reaches down into his sock, has a pack of bubble gum in his sock, throws it over to Matt Barnes. Matt Barnes takes a piece, throws it back to him. He tucks it back in his sock. Now he's got a like just watching the stuff that happens on the court and just the weirdness of all of it, like absolutely spectacular.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah.
What a take.
3 years I sat next to Aileen Voice on the sidelines.
Ten seconds.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Oh, hi there. I'm Kyle. That's Joe Brazil behind the glass. James Ham's over there. We're hanging out with you till noon. We're giving away $500 in the next hour, by the way.
That's awesome.
Gave away $500 yesterday. We're going to give away $500 today.
Do we know who won yesterday?
We don't, because the people responsible for letting us know that are not in the building because they are beautifying our community.
That's right.
Salute to everybody who's not in the office today because they are out picking up trash along a riverbank somewhere. I didn't read the email because I saw it was 9 to noon.
Yeah.
Which is a no-go for us. Obviously.
Of course.
We're there in spirit.
We are. We're rooting them on from the Audacy studios from the complex here in Roseville.
Is that what this is now? Is it the complex?
Yeah,
no, we're just testing things out.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just kind of.
It sounded smooth. That didn't sound bad.
All the people here at the presets. Nah, didn't like it. Didn't like it. Complex is winning so far. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. The Oak Grove Kia Talk line. And Mitch in New Jersey is on the line. What's up, Mitch?
Hello, Kyle, James.
What's
Hope
going on?
everything's cooking well, doing well. You guys?
Doing great.
I'll take the $500. I don't have a long last name, so it should be easy, right?
ESPN1320.com. Enter the code word there and be part of the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway, Mitch, courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. What's up?
Hey, not that many. I'm in and out of the house. I can't be tweeting and texting and emailing. But anyway, that is like such high school stuff. I mean, your son won the series. What could he have been getting into his face? Just ask him trouble. So he's worse than LeVar. And with the Lakers, this Redick, he's never played a whole half without a break. How can they do that stuff? Even the Kings coaches give our guys a break, the starters. And if they don't win today, it's his own fault because that roster was constructed poorly. Plays 4 minutes and he's tired? Come on.
Yeah.
I would take Plumlee now.
Oof. Thanks for the call, Mitch. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, man. The Lakers only playing 5 guys the entire second half. Mitch said it. Their roster's not good.
Yeah,
they have JJ Redick did that because he thought that it gave them the best chance to win. And they wound up being a couple of steps slow late in the game. And I think that's what happens when you have a 40-year-old and a guy who was traded for peanuts because he wasn't in shape. You if we're keeping it a stack, like that's why I didn't say it was the right thing. That's what they did it though. I didn't say it's right.
No, I'm with you.
Dude, that's what they said. They said this guy's not in shape, and then they played him an entire second half. It's like, yeah, man, the players who are in good shape are going to struggle with that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason people don't do it. But I think Redick looked down his bench and go look down the Lakers bench. Is there somebody where you were like, man, and I know people go, you give LeBron and Luka a minute before the TV timeout, then they get the TV timeout, and then you bring them back, they get a few minutes, and you've only spent a minute. But I think JJ Redick's calculus there we could lose that minute by 9 points.
No, I think Jerry Sloan was the absolute king of stealing minutes for his players. Mm-hmm. So he had a system where he would sit John Stockton down in the last 2 minutes of the third quarter, but then he'd call the TV timeout, sit him, mm-hmm. and then you get the quarter break, and by the time it's all said and done, it's like a 7 or 8 minute period of rest, mm-hmm. and then you start the fourth quarter and go.
And it was 2 minutes of game time?
Yeah, and he only missed two minutes of game time for 8 to 10 minutes of actual rest.
Yeah.
And so that's something that I think that you might want to do if you're JJ Redick. But here's the problem. It's the same problem that we talked about early in the season with Malik Monk and, going in the starting lineup. Mike Brown, I think, said it perfectly. He's like, okay, well, if I start my 5 best players and they don't have it, what's next? I don't have another pitch. So, what am I supposed to do if I start the 5 best players, mm-hmm. and we're down 12? There's nothing else to go to on the bench. And I think with Redick, this is him trying his best to figure things out, mm-hmm. but also there is going to be some sort of learning curve for him as a head coach.
Yeah, I think so. But I'm not going to put this on, if they lose this series, I'm not putting it on that.
No, probably not.
Because look, here's LeBron, Luka, Rui Hachimura, Austin Reeves, Dorian Finney-Smith were their 5 that played the whole second half. Here's who didn't play. Jackson Hayes.
Okay.
Are we clamoring for Jackson Hayes minutes?
No. Although he's had moments where he's affected. But
yes, he played 4 minutes in that game total. So I don't know if this is the series for him. But, and I understand, get a minute, you can survive a minute, but it's Jackson Hayes, Gabe Vincent, Jordan Goodwin, and Jared Vanderbilt.
Oh, yeah. Even Dalton Connect, you're not going to put Connect
into that game. He didn't play
at
all.
No.
So it's like
Alex
it's not,
Len.
And so, like I said, I understand that you can give them 1 minute of game time and get them 6 or 7 minutes of actual rest where they can, catch their breath and then get back out. But I think JJ Redick was so concerned that if he removed LeBron and or Luka for any substantial amount of time, that they were going to lose that game, and they ended up losing it by 3.
Yeah, that's tough.
If they're a -5 in that minute without one or both of those guys, they have a worse chance of winning. So
you're 30-something games in, though, to the Luka LeBron era. You've got to find role players on your bench that you can at least put out there for a couple of minutes to break things up.
No, I get it. I understand. I don't believe that they lost the series because he did that. I think I think they're going to lose the series because they're a worse team.
Yeah, because they're not good enough.
Right. That's it. So my point is, and again, I'm responding to Mitch, who said that the Lakers are going to lose this series because JJ Redick played 5 guys in the second half. I think if he didn't, they lose that game by more points. Is my thesis.
Yeah. No.
Instead of a 3-point loss, they have a 9-point loss.
I don't disagree. I just think that, again, at a certain point, even, to pull back a little bit, JJ Redick as a role player in the NBA, sometimes he was an elite role player, but still a role player. He should have a way to by this point in the season, build 1 or 2 guys up that should be able to step up in that moment and be a good role player for you, so your starters don't have to play the entire game.
They have Dalton Connect. Yeah. You can't just be JJ. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that game 5 of that series is tonight in LA.
And it's 3-1.
3-1 Timberwolves.
Yeah.
It's so weird. The 6 seed is up 3-1 on the 3 seed. The 7 seed is up 3-1 on the 2 seed.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming, did
Very odd.
Yeah.
It's like every series in the West is like a 4-5. There's the actual 4-5 matchup. And then the 3-6, that could very easily be a Lakers win tonight and they're going back to Minnesota for game 6.
Yeah.
The Rockets could very easily win tonight and they're going back to Chase Center for game 6. Like, these are all playing more like 5-4 series.
Yeah.
And then you've got the East, where the Celtics dispatched the Magic in 5. Cleveland got the Heat out of here in 4. The Pacers in the 4-5.
Yeah.
Got the Bucks out of here in 5. Detroit took it to 6.
Yeah. Detroit, hey, they're
they're
fun, man.
I love Detroit, dude.
They're fun, and they're learning. This is so valuable for them.
Big time.
Just like even if the Rockets lose the series to Golden State, this is so valuable to them.
Yeah.
Like everything that's happening right now, this is absolutely, it is exactly what has to happen.
Yep.
You've got to learn how to play. You've got to learn how the physicality works. You've got to learn how to, stop a superstar. Yep. Like all of these things are just like invaluable for this team.
That's how I'm taking my loss in Underdog Daily Fantasy last night. That was a valuable loss for me, and I'm learning with their pick'em game. You pick higher or lower on at least 2 player stats, and then you can win up to 1,000 times your money. I was a big loser last night, but you know what? You lose last night. That's what's great about the playoffs is you get right back on the horse, and you play the next night.
That's right.
I had AJ Green lower than half a point in the first quarter. He started for the Bucks last night and scored 6 in the first quarter. I had Contavious Caldwell-Pope lower than 6.5 points. He started with 8 and then didn't score the rest of the game. He started 3 of 5 and finished 3 of 9. Come on, man. OG Anunoby did go higher than 16.5 points thanks to an insane, deep, contested 3 he hit late in the game. Got into 19, but still just 1 out of 3. That's not going to be a winner, but I'm going to try and win again tonight. I'll have a lineup for you coming up in a little bit. Before I give you that lineup, though, join me on the Underdog app. Download the Underdog app and sign up with promo code KyleM. That's KYLEM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code KyleM, KYLEM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. NBA playoff fallout. How could it help the Kings? We'll tell you next. James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil. Second hour coming up on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clip. Katrina said one of the wildest things I've ever seen in the chat.
Oh, no.
That was insane.
I've not been watching the chat.
Even gonna...
Yeah, Sac State's making some moves, man.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, the Shaq thing, I mean, it keyed off them signing, Mikey Williams and then a whole bunch of other decent top-tier athletes.
It is so funny going from, because again, the reason I chose Sac State is because I went to a baseball camp at Sac State 2 summers, 2 or 3 summers, whatever. And I loved the school. I loved the campus. I loved the area. I was like, cool. They have a radio station. I'll go to Sac State. And I always felt like it was just, unless you're from the area, you just don't know Sac State. Seeing random people who I've followed on Twitter forever for basketball stuff tweeting about Sac State is so weird.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Like Shams Charania tweeting Sac State stuff. Was it on 3 Sports? Tweeting about, what's his name? Mikey Williams?
Yeah, Mikey Williams.
Choosing Sac State because of Mike Bibby and Shaq?
Well, Mike Bibby, Shaq, and I don't know if you saw Sean Cunningham's report.
I did not.
$200,000 in NIL money.
They have $200,000 to give people.
That's right.
They have an NIL collective.
They do.
It's like Kenny and some other people.
I thought the portal was already closed, and like you had until a certain date to spend your NIL money, and if you don't spend it by that point, then you can't spend it. Like I was a bit like caught off guard by how that whole thing works. Jason Siebenthal, we probably will never do a Kings Beat podcast live at Sac State. Couple of reasons. Number 1, I went to UC Davis. Number 2, my 2 partners, I do not believe went to Sac State either. So nothing against Sac State. We're just not.
I'll do a live broadcast from Sac State, and you can be here.
There you go.
I'll go hang out with the Hornets.
Just go hang out. Be stingers up.
Shout out to Ryan Bjork in the athletic department. I had such a good ass time working at Sac State, dude. Just broadcasting baseball and softball and doing radio shows. The best. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and this is The Insiders, hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Salute to everybody listening on 1320 AM or on 98.5 FM HD2. Anyone listening on the free Audacy app, watching on YouTube, watching on Twitch, or if you're listening to the podcast, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show, available wherever you get your podcasts. Thank you for consuming this content. What were we talking? Oh, I wanted to shout out real quick. I meant to do this yesterday. I don't even know how to go about this because I got a letter yesterday.
Oh, that's right.
I got a letter, but it's from a listener's partner. It wasn't from a listener. And the person I got this letter from, and I don't want to, I'm going to View was the last name, I think. Okay. View or Vu? Okay. I don't know. View. I'm just going to go with View. Was the last name. And they sent me a letter saying that they are a huge fan of Stray Kids, the K-pop group that I like very, very much.
That's right.
They're also a stay. Stray Kids everywhere all around the world. Shout out. So they sent me a letter with some like stickers and this really cool little it's like a zine. It's like a little photo book for their world tour that's going on right now. Really, really dope. and I appreciate it very much. And I meant to shout them out yesterday, and then we got sidetracked with the Doug Christie stuff. So salute. If that is your partner, tell them thank you very much, and they will be receiving a letter back in the mail.
Oh, you're going to send a letter back.
Yeah,
you're going to have a pen pal.
Yeah. No, I don't know if I'm going to go. I'm not going to go that, but I want to return the favor of giving away free stuff.
I'm here.
I've stuff at home to give away, K-pop stuff at home to give away.
All right.
Yeah. Salute. Anyways, I wanted to get that out of the way because, like I said, I meant to do it yesterday. That was a super kind thing, and I appreciate it so much. All right. Hey, do you want to give away $500 just right now?
Yeah, let's do it.
You want to just do it now?
Let's do it.
All right, we're going to do it now. Joe, we're calling an audible. We're doing it now. Welcome to the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway, courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Bloom. We are giving away $500. We did it all last week. We're doing it all this week. We had a winner yesterday.
Okay.
And it could be your chance to win today. We're going to give you a keyword now. D'Lo and KC will give you a keyword later. That's 2 opportunities to enter the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway on ESPN1320.com. James, do you have the word ready?
I think so.
Don't say it yet.
I do.
Okay, it's on the sheet at 11:20. You got it? You got it down there? Okay,
yep.
Perfect. It's Wednesday. Don't forget. So, it's a good thing you did that because I have the wrong word written down.
Oh.
Is that why you didn't look at the rundown?
No.
I did not change it.
Oh, see, I don't even see it on the rundown.
It's at 11:20.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, I had that. That's yesterday's word. It's fine. ESPN1320.com is the website. Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway. Go enter this keyword right now.
The keyword is dunk.
Dunk.
D-U-N-K. Dunk. A slam dunk.
Can you do that again, Joe? Let's watch Joe. Yeah, nice.
Joe dunked.
That was for the viewing audience. Joe just did a dunk for us. D-U-N-K. Enter that at ESPN1320.com. It's a Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway, courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Bloom. That is your first opportunity to enter. You can enter again later when D'Lo and KC give you another different word.
That's right. Joe had some big Teen Wolf energy going on there.
Did. Yeah, he did.
Above the brim, like way up high.
Bring that mustache back, and we'll be going full Teen Wolf.
I'll think about it.
Please.
Absolutely.
Please, I would love that so much. It'd be my favorite thing.
You know, I heard the 90s stash with the early 2000s hair. That has kind of stuck with me. It's so true. It's so true. So I need to make up my mind. If I'm doing the stash, I don't think I can do the Bieber hair. I'm getting Uncle Rico vibes big time.
What's wrong with that?
So
you could star in White Lotus. I don't know.
Yeah.
That shook me, bro.
That's crazy, isn't it?
The fact that Uncle Rico is Greg from the White Lotus.
Greg or Gary from White Lotus.
Oh, Greg, or is it Gary?
I think it's Gary. Like the second time. You remember he goes by 2 different names.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Shook me.
I
Absolutely
said Bieber. Bieber hair.
Oh, Chatty Allison
Justin
is
Bieber.
having its time. What a nightmare this has become. Oh, Joe.
I love you so much, Joe.
Appreciate it. Oh my gosh.
All
right.
Wow. Serious radio show. All right, let's get this show back on the road.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham's there, Joe Brazil behind the glass. I'm Kyle Madsen, and the NBA postseason. It feels like a seminal moment for the NBA. A lot of things are going to hinge on the results of this postseason.
Yes.
There's the popularity factor, which we talked about. Like, this is just the style of basketball that people want to watch. It's not three-pointer related. I promise it's not the number of threes that go up. It's jarring to watch, but that's not the reason I think people are tuning out. I think people are tuning out because it gets boring when there's foul grifting and there's a million free throws and there's no game flow. That I think is a larger problem than the uptick in 3-point shots taken. Now, the other reason I think this is going to matter. Did you have something on that? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
The other reason this is going to matter is because I think you're going to see you're seeing two separate. You're seeing ascensions from teams like Houston,
Yeah.
Detroit.
Cleveland.
You're getting teams like the Magic who might be hitting a little bit of a ceiling with their current group. So what little tweaks do they make? And then I think you're seeing teams who are, for lack of a better term, are going to have to tear it down. I don't think the Grizzlies are going to be able to move forward with their current roster.
No, they're shot.
And they are not a couple of tweaks away.
No.
They are, I think, in a space where they need to reset what they're doing there. Because somebody brought this up a while back. The Ja Morant era Pistons have won one playoff series.
Wait, the Ja Morant era
Grizzlies.
Sorry,
Grizzlies, not the Ja Morant era Pistons. The spoiler alert on what we're going to talk about later. No, the Ja Morant era Grizzlies have won one playoff series.
Yeah.
They went to the Western Conference semis in the 21-22 season.
Well, I mean, like, look, I think you can, sort of look at them in the same way that you look at the De'Aaron Fox era Kings. Like, it worked, but it didn't work. You won some games, but you also didn't ever, move on and become what you should have become. And so it's tough, but I mean, that's how we judge teams. It's how we judge players.
Yep.
It's about where you get, how far you get in the playoffs, how far can you take a team? Are you a championship? Are you a 1A on a championship contending team? Can you bring home the prize? Again, Nikola Jokic didn't win 3 consecutive MVPs because he hadn't won a championship yet. Doesn't get the MVP, goes and wins a championship, and then everyone's like, "Oh, we made a mistake," and gave him the next year. Yeah. I mean, that's it. It is about how you perform in the playoffs, and to be honest, at this point, some of these teams need to be broken up.
I think you're going to see that with the Grizzlies. I certainly think you're seeing it with the Bucks.
The Bucks, as we know them, are done.
I can't. At least you'd imagine so. Giannis needed them to do more, right? He said he was very open about, I want to make sure that they're doing the things that it takes to win. Their biggest moves since then have been acquiring Damian Lillard, which was an abject disaster. And then he tore his Achilles. And then they traded Chris Middleton. Again, not that Chris Middleton was a great player anymore, but they traded him for Kyle Kuzma, and that was an abject disaster.
Yeah.
The things they did to go, okay, hey, here's a little tweak. It didn't work. And their roster is not in a space where they're going to go, like, no, you can't trade Damian Lillard now. Their roster is not in a space where they're going to go make these monumental moves that suddenly push them back into the contender tier. I think Giannis is going to ask out because
I'm a winner.
I think he is a winner, but you can't say that and lose in the first round 3 straight years.
3 years in a row, dude.
And I know sometimes he was injured for part of that. Again, the Damian Lillard thing. But man, that team, they owe Damian Lillard $58.5 million next year and $63.2 the next year. Like, Damian Lillard might not play again.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about like a 35 going on 36 or whatever he is, and he just popped his Achilles.
And he's a small guard.
Yeah, and like, that's not good at all. So if I'm him, I am quietly asking out this summer, or maybe not quietly, just saying, hey, look, I did everything I can do to be the star of I don't want to call Milwaukee a small, but it is a small market team.
A not big market.
Yeah, it's a mid market, I guess. Like, and for them to not be able to put the team around him to continue to have their success. And part of it isn't their fault. Part of it is that, the wheels fell off Chris Middleton and now Damian Lillard. Now, you traded for Damian Lillard when he was older, so you can't really say, hey, that's a mistake. But some of the other problems is they just kept bringing back guys like Brook Lopez and they just keep stacking up the older players. At some point, you needed to bring in some sort of youth to invigorate that team. And they just haven't made the right moves. And so it's tough.
I think you mentioned the last couple of years where they got eliminated in the first round and Giannis was either available or injured.
Yeah.
It's the fact that they weren't able to put enough talent to still scratch out a series win.
Yeah. When they were like the number 2 seed.
They were the 1 seed and they lost to the Heat.
Yeah.
Like I know that what Jimmy Butler did down there with the Heat was incredible with Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero and them. But that's a team that Milwaukee should have had the talent to beat, even with Giannis not playing a couple games. Like that's a problem, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's the reason he's going to ask out.
Well, that, and I mean, you brought up the Kuzma situation, right? And they've got Kuzma under contract at 21.8 next year and 19.8 the year after, like declining scale contract.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about this so many times where I was totally out on Kyle Kuzma forever, because anyone who will take money from the worst team in the league over a team like the Kings are a team on the rise 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Kuzma had offers to join the Sacramento Kings, turn the Kings down to take the same money to play for Washington,
Mm-hmm.
who had no chance of being good at all. If you can't see that, if you can't just run a simulation on 2K and go, oh, that team won 21 games, that's not good, then that's on you, right?
Mm-hmm.
But to get him to the Bucks, the stink of being on the worst team in the NBA, it's just all over him. And you cannot like scrub. I mean, I don't know how you fix Kyle Kuzma as a player, but I'm not the team looking to fix Kyle Kuzma anymore, where I thought there was a point where Kyle Kuzma might have worked for the Kings. And I kept saying it was a contractual thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like his contract was so good. And the Kings were so desperate for a 6'8", 6'9", 3-4 combo guy that you're like, okay, maybe that would work. No, I ain't touching that. Like, no way.
Do you know? So he got to Milwaukee and his averages were right about where they were in Washington. Mm-hmm. He actually shot it pretty significantly better in Milwaukee. Do you know what he did in the playoffs?
No.
He shot 34.3% from the field. He shot 20% from three. He shot 50% from the free throw line. He averaged 5.8 points, 2.2 boards, and 0.8 assists.
That's
so bad. He's just a non-factor. So yeah, I expect Giannis to opt out. And let me just get in front of this. The Kings should be in on if there's a Giannis sweepstakes, the Kings should be one of the 29 teams who call Milwaukee about it.
Of course.
And if and when we dive into this discussion, there is nothing that is off the table.
No.
He is a player where everything in those, again, because as the summer rolls on and this will come back up, there's no player on the Kings. There is no asset the Kings have that I'm going, no, that's a deal breaker for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
No, not only players, but picks.
Yes.
I don't care.
You call, you find out, okay, what players do you want? Okay, let's make that money work. Great. Okay, now what picks do you want? Okay. You want another? Okay, so 4 first. Oh, and you want all the pick swaps? Cool. Yes, take it all. And you figure it out with one of the 3 best players in the league on your team.
No, I totally agree. And Giannis is under contract for the next 3 years. He's at 57.6, 62.2, and then 66.8 is a player option in 27-28. So you're buying at least 2 years of Giannis and potentially more. So that's a lot.
Yes. And that's a bargain for him.
Now you need to create a team that he can succeed on.
Yeah,
right?
No doubt. But you'd rather have to build around that guy than piece together some version of this roster.
No, I would agree.
So I just wanted to, like I said, I don't know that I might be talking to a straw man right now, but when this inevitably comes up again, there's no deal breakers on the Kings. There's no.
Oh, of course.
I saw Rockets fans talking about it last night, and somebody was like, "Well, Amen's off the table." They were like, "The hell with that! Amen is on the table for this."
I mean, that's like you're gonna want to keep some guys around,
of course,
for sure, but at the same time, like it's just such a game changer. I mean, it sells tickets, it sells everything. Yeah,
man. So
I'm in, Kyle.
I just wanted to get out ahead
there
of
is not
any discourse about like, well, Keegan can't be in it. Like,
well, they asked for Keon Ellis. It's like,
right.
Sorry,
cool.
Sorry, bro. Keon. You're on your way to Milwaukee.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, not that we don't love those guys, but man, that'd really be something.
Yeah, it'd be a franchise changer. I mean, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah. We'll go back through some other NBA playoff stuff from last night because there were some interesting takeaways from those games, and we'll look ahead to tonight. Warriors, Rockets, Timberwolves, Lakers. Do we see any more playoff series? And tonight, impossible fallout for the Kings. We'll get to that as well. James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, and now the voice guy is going to say the same thing.
Yeah, we're not really to the fantasy stage, Rob Nacho. But we're just saying, like, look, if there is a point where Giannis Antetokounmpo is available, he should be, like, I don't know if he's going to give a list of teams that he would go to.
Yeah, he's going to, in reality, he's going to wind up with the Knicks or the Rockets or maybe Brooklyn. Maybe.
No, because Brooklyn's just so far away from anything. I mean, they don't even have players at all, unless you're going to go out and acquire him and a bunch of other things.
Yeah.
So.
But that's where I think I don't.
Well, the Clippers? I can see the Clippers making a run.
But we're here to talk about sports, so we're going to talk about them.
Yeah. Thanks, Norm. Yeah, if you guys are in here and you don't mind, hit the thumbs up button. Fresh, there is no trade that brings Giannis to Sacramento. I don't totally agree with that. I mean, the Kings have 9 first-round picks moving forward. I mean, they literally could trade a 26, a 27, a 28, 30, 32, 31. I mean, they could stack picks. Yeah, we're not saying it's happening. I'm not saying it's happening. But I do know that, like, the way that the Kings work, that they're going to call.
It's a fun thought exercise, guys. Jesus, we didn't.
Yeah.
didn't say it's gonna be
Aldrin J. Yeah, you would take a chance on Jonathan Kuminga because he's so young, but at the same time, it's got to be the right situation.
What happened?
Someone asked if we would take a chance on Jonathan Kuminga.
Ugh.
There we go.
If you're tearing it down and rebuilding, yes. Or if you're comfortable letting him run your second unit and he's just your sixth man.
I think there are ways in which he works. There's just not ways in which he works with the Golden State Warriors.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, it's us and Joe Brazil. I understand the Kings aren't trading for Giannis. Probably not.
It's
just a thought experiment, a thought exercise.
Yeah.
We're just yapping.
Yeah, we might as well talk about it.
Professional yappers.
We have fun over here.
Yeah.
There's a good possibility that entire Bucks team is blown up. Like whatever they can do to blow it up. I don't know. Like, I'm definitely calling on Bobby Portis. Outside of that, I don't know.
Okay, let's do this. I have a list. Let's start with the Grizzlies, who were the first team eliminated. They were swept by the Oklahoma City Thunder in 4 games. Not even a gentleman's sweep.
Nope.
Just a double birds all the way sweep. So, given how Jake LaRavia looked with the Kings, I would take almost anybody that Memphis will trade.
Okay.
I mean that pretty genuinely. I'm out on Triple J. John Morant is in a different bucket.
Okay, so
but any of their anyone from the Grizzlies, John Conchar, I'm in. I'll take him.
Oh, I love John Conchar.
Sure, Santi Aldama. They want to trade Santi Aldama. Yeah, let's go. Go get Santi Aldama.
Oh yeah, Santi Aldama could be a game changer for the Kings.
He's probably a guy they would want to try and build around. But I will take anyone and everyone the Grizzlies want to trade.
No, I totally agree. I mean, Santi Aldama is the guy that I would probably circle and say, hey, is there a way to get him? 6'11" power forward, can really shoot the ball. And I think, again, he would be a perfect fit type player alongside Domas. He doesn't block shots, so that's going to be a problem. And I would say the same thing, too. Like, neither one of us are huge fans of Jaren Jackson Jr., but I think I would take Jaren Jackson Jr., the prototype player, to go alongside of Domantas Sabonis. We're talking about Joe's got 2 thumbs up. No, we're talking about a 6'10" defensive-minded dude who can shoot the 3, and he doesn't rebound at all, but that's okay. You have the best rebounder in the league. If your front line was Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis, and Jaren Jackson Jr., you're winning 50+.
Great. And you have to watch Jaren Jackson every night.
No, that's true.
Joe, why you went thumbs up on Jaren Jackson? Why?
I think he said everything perfectly. I think.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Of course.
Keep going.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, he might not be crazy rebounder, but we need the size. I mean, that is at the minimum, at the bare level. Like, we need the size. And I think he has potential to be a great defender. And we have a guy like Sabonis rebounding already. I'm in on him. I've always thought he's young. I think he's a great player. Truly.
Right.
He won the Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, and, again, he averaged, it's crazy. He averaged 2.3 blocks, 3 blocks, and then the last 2 seasons, 1.6 and 1.5. So his block totals have trailed off dramatically. But that's the type of player that, again, you look at when we talk about like Jabari Smith Jr., I would love to get Jabari Smith Jr. from the Houston Rockets because I think Jabari Smith Jr. is the perfect type of player to put alongside Domas. It's just the right style of player. We're talking about shot blocking. We're talking about some rebounding. We're talking about floor spacing. And is he a perfect player? Absolutely not. But you could see a player growing into like a really, really strong role with the Kings. And the Kings just don't have that type of player. And what they've tried to do is make Keegan Murray that type of player. I'd much rather have a 6'11" version that can block shots, 6'10", 6'11", and slide Keegan Murray over to the 3. And that is how you protect Domantas Sabonis. And it's how you support Zach LaVine.
If you can get him to stop taking 5 threes a game, I think we're cooking.
Yeah, but it doesn't work with their team for him to take that many threes. If Domas is standing,
he shoots every 3 like it's a full court heave.
Oh no, I agree. But he hit 37.5% of them. Like, I get what you're saying, but I'm going to say, again, he would look different with Domantas Sabonis next to him. And maybe it's a whole, what is it? Miles Turner. Maybe it looks the same as Domas and Miles Turner, but I don't think so. I mean, it's possible. But that's still, it's the type of player that you want to put alongside Domas.
I think the reason that argument lands for me is A, I think you're right. And B, if he's available. Because Memphis might be going, no, this guy's 20, what is he, 26, 25, 26?
Yeah.
He's 26 next September, so he's entering his age 26 season. They might go, this guy's just entering his prime. We believe all the things that you just said, and we want to build around him. We're going to try and move Ja and restart this rebuild around a Desmond Bane, Jaren Jackson duo and try and get a third guy. Maybe that's what they do. But if they do make him available, because you've said for however long we've been doing this show, you need a shot blocker, who the ideal next to Domas, rim protector who can space the floor offensively. There are not that many dudes in the league who do that. and Jaren Jackson's one of them.
He's probably the best at it.
I think you're probably right. As biased as I am against him as a player, just because I find him to be an abysmal watch from the team fit perspective, I think you're probably right.
Well, that and
but I'm going to hate it. I'm not going to have a good time with it.
The other thing is Jaren Jackson Jr. is due a huge extension this summer, but he's not extended yet. And so his outgoing contract is $23.4 million for next season. That's nothing.
That's about DeMar.
Again, that's DeMar DeRozan and 3 first-round picks. And maybe that's something that they listen. It depends on what Memphis is doing. If they want to tear down or they want to build around Desmond Bane and him. I don't know.
Keep in mind, we're having a summer conversation in April right now. End of April right now. Just because these teams are out. We'll have to very much see, because Memphis might come out and go, nope, we're committed to this.
Yeah, this is what we're doing. We want to build around these 3 players, him, Desmond Bane, and John Morant, and move on from there.
Yeah, because they had all the tumult with their coach and stuff. Maybe they talked themselves into it. John Morant's the interesting one for me.
Okay.
Because I see the vision. I am fully aware of how freaking awesome John Morant is. But I think what you would have to pay to get him, I think you're probably starting a little bit from maybe square 2, not square 1. And I don't know that he's reliable enough and that level of player to go, we're going to mortgage our entire future to make sure that we're building around this guy. Giannis, sure. John Morant, I don't know that he falls in that bucket for me. Okay,
so here's the argument I would make in favor of John Morant. When you traded De'Aaron Fox, he was the best player on your roster. De'Aaron Fox would still be the best player on your roster without any question, I don't think, at this point.
You're probably right.
John Morant would be the best player on your roster. And if you can get John Morant without, including a Domas, without including a Keegan, without including maybe even, again, this would be probably the worst defensive backcourt in the history of the world. But if you put John Morant and Zach LaVine next to each other, at least you're going to get 85 points a night out of your backcourt.
Yeah.
And then, again, you got Malik Monk coming off the bench. Maybe in that situation, I mean, you're going to score 45 plus. You're going to score roughly 60, 65 points a night off your bench. In your backcourt. That's pretty phenomenal.
It's probably a lot of pick and roll too with Domas, because that's what he wants to do. Jal wants to get in those pick and roll actions. That's part of why they fired Taylor Jenkins, is they went away from that. It goes to what Scott Perry talked about and was asked about at his press conference. He on his podcast, Hoops Genius, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Hoop Genius said Zach LaVine's an effective scorer, not a winning player, needs to be a third option. If you're bringing in John Morant, he's now the second option, at least. Like that's at least one guy who's going to be the first. LaVine might be a more efficient scorer, but John Morant is the number 1 dude on that version of the Kings.
Well, he's the number 1 dude, and the second guy to me would still be Domas. Domas he's not the number 2 scoring option. He's the number 2 option. And so he's going to run the offense. And between him and Ja, they would run the offense, and it would make Zach LaVine what I think is the perfect role for Zach.
Okay, well, I'm going to stop you there. Then you're not good enough.
If that's
Domas
your
just
team?
showed you that.
Well,
you're not good enough if that's your second option. Crunch time. John Morant's giving it to Domas.
With that specific team, you're not good enough. With I don't know, like this year's version of the Kings, you weren't good enough with Domas.
I don't think he can be a second option.
Well, I'm not saying second scoring option. I'm saying the second option on offense where you're running the ball through him.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean he's a second scoring option. Okay, the number 2 scoring option would still be Zach LaVine.
Yes, which is the ideal.
Yeah, and figuring out a way to to trade for John Morant without giving up a Zach LaVine player, it would be difficult. Like there is ways to do it, but it would be complicated.
It would also, here's the other thing, because you said something important there. That version of the Kings, I think if you're acquiring John Morant, you're getting like you said, you have a new best player, but you're still woefully short on there would have to be additional moves there. Just acquiring John Morant isn't the move. There would still be a length and athleticism problem.
Well, of course. And I mean, just to be honest, Memphis has not been able to disguise John Morant's like issues on the defensive end, even though they had a guy who won the Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
And they've got a guy named Brandon Clark who comes off the bench and is excellent at playing defense and giving effort.
Desmond Bane was a good defender before he hurt his back.
Yeah, John Conchar just doesn't stop playing. You know, they put Zach Edey in the middle like a gigantic human being.
Yeah.
Now, that's not to say the wheels fell off their bus. It was already falling off before they fired Taylor Jenkins. But that team still would have won a bunch of games with Taylor Jenkins if they didn't fire Taylor Jenkins.
Yeah,
I mean,
that would have been fine.
Yeah, I think that they would have been fine too. The fact that they won 48, they probably in the last 9 games probably could have squeaked out 1 or 2 more wins with Taylor Jenkins still there. But I don't know, we'll never know.
John Conchar's 29.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I think I'm out now.
Oh, no way.
I think I'm out on John Conchar now.
He just does all the little things. I
know that's why when I made the joke at the top, like I want to take it back. I said I would take anyone from the Grizzlies. I don't want Marvin Bagley. I don't want Marvin Bagley back.
No, and
but
he's a free agent anyway, so we don't count him as part of that team. But and Luke Kennard, I don't want Luke Kennard either. But yeah, Jay Huff, Santi Aldama, man, that's.
I didn't realize Santi Aldama's only 24.
Well, that and he's about to get his rookie scale. They have a qualifying offer at less than $6 million for this year.
What do you think it would take to get Yuki Kawamura?
A phone call.
Couple first.
Yeah. Hey, I'd take Scottie Pippen Jr. too. Scottie
Pippen Jr. would start at point guard for the Kings. Scottie Pippen Jr. rules, dude.
But that's not a good thing. I don't think if Scottie Pippen Jr. is a starting point guard, I don't think that's a good place to.
Why not?
Begin.
He's only 24.
Yeah, I mean,
You're 24 at the start of next season. Good defender, very Tyus Jonesy to me.
Okay. I'm just not buying it. Want him starting. I'm just not buying it as buying him as a starting NBA point guard, and that's not trying to be disrespectful. Again, he offensively he's great.
A dog, dude.
48% from the field, 39.7 from 3.
He would be a perfect backup point guard.
Yeah, and backup point guard.
I think that's 100% what he is. Yeah, I would almost go just to put it. I would almost go get anybody on the Grizzlies. Anybody the Grizzlies want to make available, because I think they're going to give you different roles, obviously, but similar to what Jake LaRavia did, just from an effort and play style standpoint.
Yeah,
which matters a lot. The Bucks we've already talked about. I don't know if there's anybody else on the Bucks that I would want. Bobby Portis
is,
I think the one. Maybe somebody like Andre Jackson Jr. if they're gonna trade him for peanuts and you want to just get that athleticism on your bench and see what happens.
Yeah, he's a crazy athlete.
He's the guy. That's the guy. I confused him with a different player earlier this year. Andre Jackson Jr. is the guy who jumped so high in that blowout Kings win over the Bucks a couple years ago.
Oh yeah,
and he had like his waist at the rim, and he got and Kevin Huerter like reacted on the bench.
Yep, and
was like, "Oh my god, that was sick." And De'Aaron was like, "You can't do that." And then after the game, Kevin was like, "Well, he's from upstate." So that's a player that, if, like I said, he's available for peanuts. But I don't think there's anybody else on the Bucks I care to have on the Kings.
Well, the one other guy is if you're going to make a move where you use Zach LaVine to go get a point guard, which, again, I don't know if that will happen or not, or if that can even happen. I would take Gary Trent as a starting level shooting guard because Gary Trent can shoot the ball.
Final 2 possessions last night notwithstanding.
No, but before that, he was excellent.
Oh, he was cash.
The only reason they're in their game was because he just caught fire.
He's the only reason they were in that game. He's the only reason they won another game in that series.
And he's only 26. He just turned 26.
Gary Trent Jr. is 26?
26.
You're lying to me. Gary Trent Jr. is 37.
No,
Gary Trent Jr. has been in the league since 2006.
He made a whole bunch of money, and now he's on, like, minimum deals. Like, very, very weird his
free agency was weird. Like, he's a really good contributing player, and Milwaukee got him for nothing.
Absolutely nothing. And then they really didn't even use him that much during the season, so I don't know.
Gary Trent being 26 has me shook.
I'm looking at a picture right now and I'm shook.
If you'd been like, "Hey, how long has Gary Trent been in the league?" I'd be like, 13 years. Was he in year 12 maybe?
The one other guy,
26. Knicks?
I would consider is Taurean Prince, because I just think, he's a guy that the Kings just don't have that guy.
I'm right there. The reason I shied away from Taurean Prince when I was looking down their roster is I'm down if Taurean Prince is like your 9th or 10th guy.
Yeah.
You can't be in a spot where Taurean Prince is the second guy off the bench for you on a nightly basis anyway.
Yeah, no, 3rd, 4th guy off the bench. Yeah.
Then who's the other team? Orlando. I think Orlando might be a spot for DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, I just don't like anyone.
That's the problem.
Other than their top 3 guys.
Anybody you want on the Magic, they're not giving up. Because it's Franz Wagner, it's Paolo Banchero, it's Jalen Suggs.
Yeah, and I know a whole bunch of people out there are going to keep saying Jonathan Isaac's name, and just tell me why. I'm still wondering. This year, he played 71 games, averaged 15.4 minutes per game.
And I don't think that was a this year thing. I think that's how he's just going to have to be effective. And it's really, really hard to be an effective NBA player on 15 minutes a night.
Yeah,
it's hard to contribute that much. So like I said, if they're going to give him away, okay. But I don't think they're interested in doing that.
No. And I'm not interested in KCP. I think you have a younger version of that in Keon Ellis.
Yeah.
If there's any way they would trade Franz Wagner, sure. They're not giving up Wagner. They're not giving up Banchero. So ended discussion.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm right there with you. But that's a team I could see. Maybe it's in a 3-way deal. That's a team I could see if DeMar DeRozan asks out, going, because you pair him with Jalen Suggs, Paolo Banchero, and Franz Wagner. You just have a guy who creates in the half court and can score.
The other
which
guy
is a little bit their problem in their backcourt.
The other team that's like that got bounced as well is the Miami Heat. I could definitely see DeMar DeRozan going to the Heat.
Forgot to write down the Heat.
Again, whether you can get a player out of the Heat that makes any sense at all to the Kings, I don't know. Because if I'm the Kings, I'm not looking at Wiggins. But
why not? Honest to God, if Andrew Wiggins wasn't so expensive, and you could justify having him be your, again, on a Kings team that desperately needs length and athleticism, if you could justify having him as your 8th guy, 7th or 8th guy.
Yeah, but he'd have to be a starter for you.
No, right, and that's what I'm saying. Well, he would have to be because of his contract.
Yeah,
which is what I'm saying. If you're acquiring Andrew Wiggins now, all of a sudden he's starting.
Yeah, and he's at $28 million next year and $30 million the year after.
Yeah, so you can't justify having him come off the bench, which is probably in an ideal world where he is at this point. But teams are going to keep betting on him.
Yeah,
as a starter, and he did it for the 2022 postseason. Boy, looked awesome.
Yep,
and has not looked that way since. So I'm with you. Contractually, that is prohibitive. So, anyways, shout out to the Miami Heat and the Orlando Magic. Love Florida basketball. Anyways, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil. We are live and local here at the Complex. I'm trying out. We did a brainstorming session where we tried to name our building.
How about the Ridge? Here on the Ridge.
Okay, hang on. Let me try that. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We are live on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader here at the Ridge. Sounds like golf to me.
Yeah. Well, there's a golf course called the Ridge right up the hill.
That explains it. Who'd have thunk? All right, we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Back in a second with a handoff. One of D Lower KC will be in on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader.
I would consider you could do a Devin Carter and DeMar DeRozan for Wiggins.
Yeah. But are you starting him at the 3?
Yeah. Start him at 3 alongside Keegan.
Maybe the 2?
No, if you start him at the 3 alongside Keegan, he's still a good defender. He's just not an all-world defender.
He's like he's more productive than Harrison Barnes.
Well,
probably a better defender.
It's what you're doing. You're acquiring Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, but hopefully a little better version.
Yeah.
Worse shooter, but I think a better athlete.
Yeah, but I mean, this season he shot 37.4% from 3 on 5.8 attempts per game combined between the two stops. He averaged 19 points a game for Miami. I don't know.
I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't if they did that. Like if they just went, yeah, hey, it's DeMar for Andrew Wiggins straight. I don't even know if that works. But
no, technically speaking, it would.
If that's the deal, sure. I wouldn't hate it, but again, that can't be the solution. There would just have to be additional.
Well, no, because then you're choosing the route of not third best player or second best player. What you're doing in that situation is you're choosing the route where you have all players that are virtually the same skill level.
Yeah.
They just do something a little different than the other player. You know, that the well-rounded team as opposed to the top-heavy team with supported by the right players.
Right. Kenny, don't jump in here just yet because I have a thing to do at the top of the segment that
you don't want to be part of.
You want to be want nothing to do with it. I gotta figure out what I'm doing tonight. Hang on.
Yell them out and I'll help you.
Jimmy Butler, 20.5 points.
More.
Really? I was thinking old guy with a bad butt. Second game in 3 nights. Second game in 3 nights. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is a closeout game.
Yeah, but they might trick it off.
You think? It go to 7?
6.
They're up 3-1. Yeah. My bad. No, okay. You might be right there.
Steph, 4.5 threes made.
More.
I'm going lower.
Oh. Really?
He looked gassed last game. And they're doing a lot of stuff to get the ball out of his hands.
Yeah, but he's going to have a breakout game. Okay, what else you got?
Going lower. I need to find a rocket now. Alperen Şengün, 21.5 points.
What's his points, rebounds, assists?
37.5.
Ooh, I'm there. Maybe not. Maybe not.
I think he's got some MF to him. I think he's going to come out fired up. That's what we're doing. All right. I feel good about it.
Okay.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Someone said I'm doing reverse psychology. That's not true. 1, because nobody that I just spoke about is listening to this program. And 2, Golden State could still win tonight.
Oh,
they could very much just close the Rockets out. Like if the Rockets are just kind of cooked, that wouldn't shock me at all. But this is Underdog Daily Fantasy where I'm picking higher or lower on at least 2 player stats because I can win up to $1,000 that way. I have to be realistic. I think Golden State could win tonight, and maybe they get a lot of production from Brandon Podziemski again, or maybe Moses Moody knocks down some threes, or maybe Quentin Post hits some threes. Maybe it's Jimmy Butler having another huge game, and the Warriors win it 93-89 kind of thing. That's all very much on the table. I'm trying to get this lineup right. So here's where I'm at. Underdog Daily Fantasy. Now, this is a good time to jump on, not because it's just the NBA playoffs where there's games every day. But if you get in with Underdog Daily Fantasy now, their extender promo starts up again in the second round. So in the first game, you get a 40% profit boost token. So if your lineup's going to win $100 and you play that token, now it's worth $140. 40% profit boost. Game 2, it's 50%. Game 3, 60%, and so on. So I don't get to use one of those tokens tonight because I already used my Game 4 tokens last night. Excuse me, my Game 5 tokens last night. But here's where I'm at with the Warriors-Rockets game. That's a game I'm locking into with Underdog. Jimmy Butler, we're going higher than 20.5 points.
Okay.
Playoff Jimmy, showing up, get to the free throw line a couple times, hit a couple of big buckets late. Steph Curry, I'm going lower than 4.5 3-pointers made. You wanted higher. And it wouldn't surprise me if he comes out and has one of those like 9 of 13 games. But with the way the Rockets defended him last game, it is really clear that they are fine living with Brandon Pajemski scoring 27 or 28 or however many he had, with Moses Moody taking open threes, Gary Payton II getting open looks. They are just doing the Kings thing of just, hey, anyone but Steph. And Steph's still going to score his points. He's still going to hit a couple of threes, but he's 37 years old. This is their second game in 3 nights. He looked a little worn out last game, and maybe that means he's ready for a bounce back. I'm just leaning toward lower. I think maybe you get that big breakout game next game at Chase.
Okay.
The last one, Alperen Şengün, I'm going higher than 37.5 points, rebounds, and assists. My instinct was lower because there's a chance that he's just mentally checked out, just tries to do too much, maybe gets into foul trouble. But I think he's just got a little bit of like middle finger to his game. And I think he's going to come out fired up, and he's going to have a big game. And Golden State, when he's on, doesn't really have anybody who can stop him.
No, he just abused Quentin Post.
He might be the only guy who scores.
Yeah.
But I think he gets higher than 37.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Would love for you to join me on Underdog. Download the Underdog app and sign up with promo code KyleM. That's KYLEM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code KyleM, KYLEM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org. And with that, it's time for the handoff.
It's time now for the handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's KC, Kenny Caraway.
I could not see you. Your mic's not on? There we go.
That's
Oh, wrong camera.
Whoops. That's
whole reaction was hilarious.
That's my bad, Joe. I was like, what? Because, well, you were not in the picture because you were plugging your headphones in.
No.
So when I looked down, I didn't see, and I think I just saw a person there and just clicked the wrong one.
Yeah. I just,
that's my bad.
I didn't even want to be in the background on that. You know what I mean? I don't even want to be in the background, I want no problems.
No.
Funny story I'll tell you off air.
You're just a guy over there running your game. That's all.
Hey,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I see you.
Hey, so that's okay. So what were we were talking about something. Oh, would you trade on for the Kings? Talking about next season.
Mm-hmm.
The Miami Heat call and say, hey, Andrew Wiggins for DeMar DeRozan straight across.
That's not bad. That's.
Is there a better player you're going to get for DeMar DeRozan?
Probably not. You're probably going to get somebody around that tier,
right?
Kyle likes to have.
I love my tier. Thank you.
I think it might depend though on like what the ceiling is for the player you can get for DeMar on just how much draft capital you're willing to give up. Because like if you're going to swing a big deal, you're going to have to start loading in picks.
Well, no, and that's what I mean is without having to give up draft picks. If they just say, we'll take DeMar, we think that he can help our team, you can have Andrew Wiggins.
Well, that, and I think the other reason why Miami would say yes is because the contracts aren't that far off this year. It's like $25 million for DeMar, $28 million for Wiggins. But next year you only owe DeMar $10 million guaranteed. Mm-hmm. It's a $25 million, $26 million contract, but only $10 million is guaranteed, where Wiggins is at 30. So they might be able to get back into free agency at that point and find a player that suits their system better, or get DeMar at a cheaper rate or whatever.
I like the deal. I probably would do that. My concern was you would probably have the single most passive team in the history of the NBA. I mean, just a bunch of people that nobody wants to be aggressive. Just Levine, Sabonis, Keegan, Wiggins, just passive as all hell. You probably lead the league in shot clock violations.
Oh.
Nobody wants to shoot.
That's funny.
But I like those guys. I like all those players.
Yeah.
Well, Malik might still be here, so maybe he'll be the one to shoot. But you don't
go.
want him starting either, though. You're going to need a point guard, so we'll see what happens with that.
All right. We just solved all the Kings' problems.
What about...
but we still need a point guard.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, we got to figure that. I threw out the idea because we've been talking about the teams who have been eliminated and the fact that the Grizzlies might just be in full blown, like, hey, we're resetting this entire thing. And I said, man, you look at how Jake LaRavia fit here. I would just take anybody from the Grizzlies. If you're going to get that play style, how would you feel? And I think James and I wound up landing on the same side of this argument. I think you swung me on that. How would you feel about Scottie Pippen Jr. as a starting point guard?
I mean, Scottie Pippen Jr. is a really good basketball player, like really good.
They're probably not a starter.
I didn't see, probably not. I didn't see this out of him at Vanderbilt though. But he's pretty damn good. If I was Memphis, if I'm blowing everything up, that's probably the one guy I'm holding on to. Not because he's like franchise or anything, but like, all right, we're gonna move on from these big time contracts. And, I'll keep a guy like Scottie Pippen Jr.
Him and Gigi Jackson, like you could see.
Santi Aldama.
I thought Jalen Wells.
I thought Santi Aldama, because I brought up Santi Aldama. Like, dude, 6'11", knocked down some threes. He's got some. I need to find new words that I can say on the radio when I talk about, like, that guy's got that dog in him, because the words I use are not suitable for radio.
Really?
Yeah. I'll tell you off air what they are.
Okay.
He's got some. No, it's not anything crazy. It's just not. It's an FCC violation to say the words I say.
Oh,
okay. Well, we don't want that.
Yeah.
No, nobody wants that.
He's got some
flags are okay. FCC violations.
Exactly. They're words that other people say. I'm not the only person who uses these. Yeah. Anyways, he's just got some like dog in him, right?
Right.
I thought Santi Aldama was 28. Santi Aldama is 25 years old.
This is the day we learned that everyone is much younger than we think they are.
Hey, how old Gary Trent Jr.?
Gary Trent Jr.
Just off
the top of my head, he's 32.
He's 26.
Gary Trent Jr.
Brother, yes, he just turned 26.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, he came out as a freshman, and I had him. I said 32 because I was like, you've been in the league 10 years.
That's what I thought too.
But I guess, yeah, he came out as a freshman, so he's about 19. And it probably hasn't been 10 years. It's probably been 8 or 9.
I thought Gary Trent was a vet on like the Raptors team that beat the Warriors in the finals.
He played out that contract too. Like that was a crazy thing last year. It was like a $19 million player option that he picked up, and then he might get traded anywhere. He was 25 years old.
Wow.
Like I was thinking, like
I tried to get him back if I was Scott Perry. I tried to get him back. I like Gary Trent. That was a tough end of the game for him yesterday. But
I forgot he was in Portland first.
Yeah,
I thought he was Toronto.
He was drafted by the Kings.
Yeah, we gave him to Portland.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he was drafted, and then the Kings gave us
past considerations. He wasn't even a player.
Yeah, I gotta love that.
I would have bet the house that he went Toronto to Portland, not the other way around.
Yeah, so
solid player, solid bench guy,
really good player, except for the final 2 possessions.
Damn,
that was tough.
Oh, the turnover.
I felt so, dude. I feel so bad for Doc Rivers. Like, what are you supposed to do? Everybody's like, "Oh, Doc, like, what's he supposed to do there?"
Well, I'm glad somebody does.
Oh boy.
You also talked about me on Twitter, Kyle. I saw that. It was kind of harsh.
No, but it wasn't. It's like I said Doc Rivers just put on a masterclass in being Doc Rivers, because it's like just by existing as the coach, the Bucks were going to mess something up.
Well, damn, that's kind of harsh.
But it is. It's facts.
I mean, you don't give me credit for being up by 7 with 30 seconds left. What about that? Who's able to do that? I was up 30. Or excuse me, I was up 7. Oh, I got jokes.
That last bit right there was Doc Rivers doing Jerry Jones. What do you guys got coming up on D-Lo and KC?
Man,
Doc Rivers going to join the show?
Doc Rivers will be in the building. I can promise you that.
All right, Doc Rivers
will be there.
The show
Shaq
live.
might be there. Your partner on Candlestick Chronicles is pulling up on us. Chris Biderman.
You got a Biderman impression to pull out?
Ohio State sucks. How about that?
That's a bad Biderman impression. Doesn't sound like him. It's not something he'd say. D-Lo and KC coming up next. For Joe Brazil, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And we're going to be back here tomorrow. You guys want to do it again tomorrow, 10 a.m. about there? All right, 10 a.m. tomorrow right here on ESPN 1320 on 98.5 FM HD2, YouTube, Twitch, the podcast, free Audacy app, wherever you listen. Can't wait to have you back tomorrow on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Drink water, be nice, people. See you. I didn't get went to a normal break. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everyone.
Appreciate it.
That sounded really funny to the people on the radio.
I hope so.
Yeah, no, it did. Have a great day, Charlie House.
Everyone.
Basis, but he give you one of those and
No clue.
hey, perk up, pal.
K-Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo, hey. One more time for the sunshine was good. We welcome you in here. The last day of April. Wednesday, April 30th. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Jesse Tappy.
What are you doing with him?
Yeah.
We here. Chris Biderman going to join us later on today, about 2:17. Chris Biderman will be with us. Of course, he does Candlestick Chronicles with our man Kyle Madsen. Covers the Sacramento Kings and all things Sacramento for the Sacramento Bee. He'll be with us coming up again at 2:15. James Ham of the Insiders will be back with us here at 3 o'clock. We've got your opportunity to win $500 of Kenny's money coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. We'll have that keyword you need to enter over at ESPN1320.com. Again, that's coming up right near the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Unless, of course, I forget, then it'll be somewhere in the range of the 3 o'clock hour.
Be here at 3 o'clock.
Depending on when Jesse reminds me. So that's all going to happen. We had basketball last night.
Man, did we ever?
What a game between the Pacers and the Milwaukee Bucks. Bucks got up big early and kind of watched that game with a side eye like, they're going to blow it. And sure enough, they did. Man, I thought Tyrese was brilliant. And I said this in real time to KC. He attacked. Like he looked to win that basketball game for his team. And I think that's some maturity there in Tyrese and becoming, we can get our jokes off, which we might have been about his point totals and the prize picks unders and all of that. But when push came to shove and his team needed a basket, he didn't defer. He didn't look for Siakam. Not only did he not defer and not look for Siakam, he attacked Giannis Antetokounmpo, and did a brilliant job multiple times. Unfortunately, the story of that game isn't Tyrese's brilliant final possessions. It is the interaction that Giannis had with Ty's father, Mr. Haliburton, a very good friend of ours, and of course the Giannis summer storylines. Lot to break down there. Probably have to start with our guy, Mr. Haliburton. I did get a kick out of watching TNT because I didn't watch it last night. I watched it this morning. Shaq having no clue what happened on the floor, just yelling at Charles for Giannis talked to him first, and Charles is like, no, he didn't. Like, no, that's not what happened. Charles had Shaq had no clue what happened. He's busy thinking about Sac State and NILs. He had no
He's too
idea.
busy. He's busy.
Hey, the man didn't have time to watch. He was trying to close Mikey Williams' first NIL deal.
I will say that not to stall him out. He should know everything that went on with that. Like, that was one of the hot moments of the night, the hottest moment of the night. On the Inside the NBA broadcast, they only showed when Giannis went up to him. We were watching live and we saw the initial, like they had to be separated.
Yeah.
But a lot of, like, it actually took a while. Like, I was looking on Twitter trying to find like the initial one, and I couldn't find that as much as I could find the second time.
Oh, that video popped up quick. The fan video. Like, I think Indy Indy must have had a broadcast because they had different angles.
They his first round, so they got
they had different angles than what we saw, and we were pissed too because we're sitting here watching this, and they put up the copyright thing, and I'm like, these idiots are really about to go to an 8-6 Celtics,
like it's Raw, the end of Raw. We're like, no.
We'll keep the cameras rolling, folks. But like, I'm screaming at the TV. No, like, no. Giannis won't leave the floor, and he's fighting everybody.
I thought Giannis was fighting everyone on his last day of school.
Bro, don't go to the first quarter of the Celtics game.
And Porzingis at the line, 8-6.
Jesus.
Shout out to those of us who caught Forensics Files too at the time.
Man, just brutal. So
I mean, Shaq should know, but the highlights they only showed.
You're right. Somebody in the back behind the cameras should have hip the guys to because the best angle I don't think was the TV angle. It was someone in the stand.
Man, bro, it's always like, I don't know, man. Everybody always got video of everything.
Well,
that was the final game.
That was a game-winning possession.
There's always video.
I get why you're rolling there, but man, that's there's a lot of things that play. I'm Team Charles on this one, man. You can't be on the floor. Like, I don't care if you're Mr. Haliburton. I don't care if you're a wife. Like, you can't be on the floor. Like, those brothers, from the moment they step on the floor to the moment they go back to that, they're at work.
Mm-hmm.
You can't rush the place of business because you're a dad or a fan or a wife or a kid. Like, I've never been a fan of that. I've never been okay with that. And I really, like, man, I know apologies have been issued and things have been talked out. That's just a tough look for our guy, man. I really, really hated that.
It is a tough look. I'm, for the most part, agree with Charles, agree with you. Like, you can't be on there. I don't have the biggest problem with it if you're keeping it within the scope of your family member and the team and all this other stuff. Like, if it was me, I wouldn't go running on the floor celebrating with Reese and his teammates.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't do that, because you probably shouldn't do that. But if it happened that way, it happened. Like, it's cool. Like, I wouldn't, if Mr. Haliburton had got hyped and went over there and jumped in there with the rest of the Pacers, who we know Mr. Haliburton, he's got a relationship with all those guys. I'm pretty sure of. Like, those, he looks at them like those are my guys. And he jumped in there. I wouldn't say, security, get him off now. It wouldn't be that. But definitely 100% what you can't do if you're Mr. Haliburton or anybody else is get on that court and start to get in the face and taunt the opposition.
Yeah.
That is an absolute no-no. And he was so far out of line for that, so far out of pocket for that. And this is an indictment on who he is and everything else like that. We've had dealings with this. It's a good man.
Yeah,
that is a good man who got caught up in
very
the emotion.
Passionate about his son and in the game that he plays.
Absolutely, man. And he got caught up in the emotion of not only that game but the series and made a mistake. That's how I'm looking at him. He made a mistake. That's not who he is. I know a lot of people this morning have been like, he took the moment away from his son. I mean, but that wasn't even his intention. He was just like really excited about what his son had achieved. And it wasn't like, look at me, although that's what ended up happening. It was, I'm excited about what my son just did.
Yeah, but he did, though.
But that wasn't his intention.
No, it wasn't. It absolutely wasn't. But like, he unintentionally, that's exactly what he did. And it was going to be difficult, especially given, I think people had prepared for the elimination of the Milwaukee Bucks after the Dame injury, and you knew there was going to be a narrative about Giannis Antetokounmpo, which he did not address yesterday at all. It was already going to be tough for the Pacers to get the credit that they deserve for beating the Bucks. Like, they just, Dame or not, like, they deserve credit for what they did in this series again. But so you were already dealing with that. To have an interaction like that, and what really came across as multiple interactions in the second one, even with the pat on the chest and the I love you, was still kind of, that didn't look normal. That looked kind of intense. So whatever they said to each other, or I guess whatever they said to each other didn't really match their body language.
Right.
So it wasn't one interaction, it was two, and it absolutely was not Mr. Haliburton's intent. But he did. Like, the talk should be, Tyrese was a closer in a playoff game, in a playoff series last night. He closed out Giannis Antetokounmpo. He went head up with the other team's best player and closed out that series. That should be the story today.
Yeah, it should be. It should be. But, Mr. Haliburton, the way that played out, he ends up being the story. The one thing that I will say, and maybe I'm in the minority about this, I will say, is I think not moments like that where it goes too far and it gets out of pocket. But to me, that's part of the allure of the NBA and the allure of basketball. Is people talked about this after the Malice in the Palace, like they should put up windows like they do in hockey. And the people against them are like, no, like this is what makes the NBA different than football, than basketball, whatever, is like you can reach out and touch these guys. You can have Mr. Haliburton or T. Morant or Spike Lee right there as a part of the ambiance of what's going on. And I don't ever want that to go anywhere. Like, I don't ever want that to be something where we say these guys can't step on the court or can't be a part of that. Because 99.5% of the time, everybody knows, like, that's not what we're doing. This doesn't happen. Like,
I'm with you. Just don't step on the floor, man. Don't step on the court. That's not your place. That's not Mr. Man, I sat in that seat for 6 years, 7 years. You don't step on the floor.
You don't step on the floor. Well, I'm thinking David Stern in the literal sense, right? Like, you don't do what Mr. Haliburton did. He was at the free throw line confronting another player. No, you don't do that.
And that's on.
If you get hyped and you out on the floor a little bit, like, I think that's fine. Just know not to leave everybody
like
else
it's
alone.
not. It's yes, not in the literal David Stern sense. Like, we see people celebrating, and sometimes maybe they're a little too far on the floor, and security's got to push them back. Like, I put a lot of that on. I almost said Market Square Arena. What is it? The Field House. Is it whatever it's called? It doesn't matter.
It is the Field House.
I still put it out. It's not Conseco.
No, Conseco was the original.
I still put it on. Like, security, you can't do that. I know Mr. Haliburton, and that's your man.
Right.
You can't do that.
Right.
And once the game, is over, everything is settled, and like we see it all the time. Well, I continue to De'Aaron. He walks to her, right? Like, I've seen Ty walk to his dad. That's, to me, don't.
Understandable.
Don't do that.
But I love the Ja and T. Morant. He hits the game winner. T's on the baseline. He probably touches the baseline, right?
Yeah.
And daps him up. That's what I'm talking. Da, 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 da. He ain't talking to the Heat.
How do we feel about Drake giving coaches massages?
Weird. Hella weird.
I never had a problem with that.
Really weird, actually. I don't even know you, brother. Stop touching my shoulders.
Thank you, Jesse. We'll come back. We're just getting started. We're so happy you're here with us. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
So, no, I'll save it for the show.
You learning.
Finally, gosh.
Almost 5 years in, my man's got it.
Watching me something. Yeah, you probably could have said that during the break.
Hey, did you see when Earthquake killed Damian?
The worst tease of all time.
R.I.P.
What was Damian's Brett Lucifer? That's what it was. I think that was the albino snake. I can't remember. Because I think he went, did he go albino snake after that and then went cobra later? Yeah.
Appreciate it, Keep It Real G. Would love to talk trash to Kenny about his Knicks, but they can't get the job done, so we'll just wait another game, I guess.
Well, once again, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. We leaving all content for the show.
Oh, shoot that my way, Michigan. It looks like a lot of the pricing is the same. If my son hit a game winner, 100 gorillas couldn't stop me. I see you, Biggity Blake. I see you, boy.
Everybody, ooh. I was there last night, but I'm not homeless. What? Hope everything's all right, Scooter.
Scooter, you good? Our time's tough, Scooter. I got another. Hey, man, talk to your boy. What's going on? Scooter, we pulled into the driveway the other day, and this truck starts slow creeping on us. And we're like, hey, and I'm like, squint. I was like, yeah, Scooter. Scooter got more workout in Rockland. He Scooter out there rebuilding Rockland. Michigan really excited to talk about boxing.
It's a big weekend. Shout out Michigan, man.
Man, Lazy, what was you doing, bro? Oh, editing a short film. All right, Lazy. Get that work in, boy. Who's that sitting across from Justine? Is that Pamela Love? I can't.
Somebody told me.
I think your boy coming back.
Who's that?
The Motorhead.
I'm about to say. I was just about to say. Somebody told me something was supposed to be here today.
Yeah, 12:30, I think.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, easy, bro.
I thought we walk in and this is what it would be.
No, they all just got back from the river. Well, Justine clearly didn't. Oh, okay.
You got something about the river?
I guess Kenny hates rivers.
Yeah.
Kenny hates do-gooders. You want to explain what's got you so worked up about the river?
No, it's not the river. It's just I had a little bit of a moment walking into what do we have to come up with a name yet?
Oh, the name of the building? No, I don't think the complex.
To be determined.
Yeah, I don't think we've come up with a name for the building yet.
So we'll go with the Ridge so far.
The Ridge.
So I'm walking into the Ridge, and today, do one good thing. Here at Audacy, they're out here, helping out the community.
Oh, I think I know where this is going.
And I'm walking in, and I see Karosh, and he's got his T-shirt on. He said, "Oh yeah, man, we're out there picking up trash and everything."
Mm-hmm.
And had a little self-awareness moment because we didn't go because we had to get ready for the show.
We can never go. Yeah, the place that they went to was 40 minutes from here.
We couldn't go because we were getting ready for the show, and they were out there. Everybody was in work attire, picking up trash, doing good for the community. And here I come walking in with 2 Louis Vuitton.
See,
like good, Karoch. I'm glad to see you out there doing the work.
You said 2 Louis Vuitton bags?
Yeah, I got 2 today.
Okay.
Today.
What do you holler?
What you got?
Whoa, no.
Wow. Move out the way. Move.
That's a flag. That's not even for that. Yeah. That's not even whatever.
It's good work from the official.
Yeah, you need to relax, pal.
Man, deflection.
Yeah, that was.
Move out the way. Move. Let the people see what's going on over there.
Don't you move. Don't you move at all.
And that shirt. What's up with that shirt?
I know you're not talking.
What you talking about? Your shirt? What are you talking about?
That yours is upside down. It's so expensive.
Dan didn't even have to tell a little joke today. You're like, yeah, I walked in with 2 Louis Vuitton bags while Karosh is surrounded by trash.
Because Karosh came out like, yeah, just got finished out there picking up trash. Yeah. I'm like, good, kid.
Man, who needs to walk in?
Hey, Kenny dropped the paper and he told Karosh he missed the spot too.
Yeah, he threw Karosh the card to his car. Like, hey, can you wash my car since you're already dirty, peasant. Can you go wash my car?
No.
Hey, it smells like you picked up trash.
Hey, Karosh, vacuum the inside too while you out there.
Did you
Sonja, go get Kenny's car.
You just tell the story that you diss Karosh.
I'm not gonna lie. That's how I felt, man.
Caroche, the nicest guy here.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah. Talking to poor ass Caroche when he walked in.
Yeah.
Dude was picking up trash.
Caroche just, oh, my back hurts, man. I was picking up trash over by the river. And
no, Caroche does not sound like Jerry Jones at all.
Caroche owns the Dallas Cowboys now?
No, like, what is going on?
They said I was picking up trash by the river. And, oh, man, it's just, my back hurts. And
yeah, Wheezy, right. I got a Louis Vuitton bag to hold my Louis Vuitton bag. Man.
Will you move to your right, please?
This isn't
move
about
to your
me.
right.
First of all,
I couldn't imagine like even needing 2 bags.
Once again, once again, somebody Google his shirt. Google his damn shirt.
What's the second bag do? I know what the daily bag is doing. What's the second bag do?
I got my keys and my wallet in there. Because I got some shorts on right now. I don't want bulky pockets and everything. I don't want it all crazy. So I said, I want to be, I want to be able to move.
Yeah.
Let me put, my keys in my wallet and my chapstick and put that in the other bag. Yeah.
You hear yourself, right?
What?
Hey, Kenny just got one big ass Louis Vuitton bag. Just, hey, let me get my chapstick real quick.
It's keys, wallet. If I had some gum, I'd have some gum in there.
Show the class.
That's not relevant at all to Mr. Haliburton or the Pacers or Giannis. We're doing a sports show.
Mr. Haliburton was showing Giannis his new Louis Vuitton bag. That's all he was doing. He was like, look, I got this from Kenny.
You think there was a moment where Mr. Haliburton's like, oh, I'm doing too much right here. Like I'm still standing in front of Giannis with this picture. It's like I probably shouldn't be doing this.
I don't think there was, man. I think I just think I've been around Mr. Haliburton in those moments. I think he was excited for his son, and he just got a little carried away, man.
That's it. And maybe somebody be like, "Oh, you're giving him a pass or whatever." Well, we've had personal interactions.
Yeah,
with
a little
him,
bit.
We know,
like I don't agree.
Like
he was in the wrong.
He was at 100%.
He knows he was in the wrong. Ty knows he was in the wrong. Giannis knows. Like I don't know what else to say. Like he was. He should not have done that.
Ryan Clark says he should be banned.
Yeah, Ryan Clark.
That's a lot.
He was bugging a little bit.
That's a lot.
If you want to do something, because I think Mr. Haliburton did cross the line. Go ahead and suspend him for a game or whatever. Don't come to the next game. But other than that, I think.
I mean, like, come on, man. Like it's.
Because I think he did do too much.
He did, but I also think there's a.
I don't think team or like Kenny brought up Jaws dad. Like Jaws dad's never done anything like that. I don't think
he didn't. Oh, now wait a second. Yeah, he did.
Like, well, he went with Shannon, but like that was
nah. T's gone at players. No, hasn't T had? So. Was it just Shannon? Hasn't T had to been pulled back, or was that was Shannon?
Maybe from the sideline, but like I don't know if T's ever just walked out like that though.
No, and the thing with T is Shannon was getting into it with the players. The players came over there, and then that's when T got into it. It wasn't T getting into it with somebody
walking out on the floor.
Right.
Yeah. I think you could just have a talk with Mr. Haliburton, like, hey man, this isn't what we do. You also have a talk with your event security staff, like, hey, we don't do this unless they wouldn't let Masai Ujiri on the floor when his team won the championship because the man didn't have his lanyard.
Right.
But all of a sudden, I know that's Mr. Haliburton, so I'm gonna let him run on the floor. Like, no, you can't do that.
Right.
There's probably a lot of people that need to be talked to today.
And I think that's where it should
and
be.
That's
talking to.
There's no need for suspending or banning for life or any of those like outrageous. There's no need for that.
Yeah,
it's not who that.
What happened? How far in the court did Gloria go when LeBron yelled at her?
She wasn't really. She was barely. She wasn't really on the floor.
Yeah,
she was on the
on that baseline
where sit your ass down, mama.
Yeah.
Wasn't that on Mother's Day?
Oh, I don't know.
It was Cavs Celtics, right?
Yeah, Cavs Celtics. I feel like it was a weekday.
And like I remember, was it KG who was telling Gloria like, "Hey, it's good," and LeBron walked right over. Sit your ass down, mama.
It's a pretty good LeBron.
That is a good LeBron. Good job.
Just got a text that said, "Imagine if Kenny left 2 Louis Vuitton bags in an Uber." That's a shot at me. Well, we got dropped off on.
That's rich.
We got. Well, I didn't bring 2. I did leave a bag in the car when we got dropped off in Folsom the other morning.
When did you notice? Yeah, when did you notice?
Immediately.
Okay, that's
so I was very frustrated. Immediately trying to like find the contact the driver thing. And after a couple of tries, like I got him. He was like, "Oh, I got you, man. I'll be right back."
Imagine like, yeah, sorry, you were my last ride forever. I'm gonna go sell this bag real quick.
Wasn't even to blame the man, to be honest with you. My stupid ass. I knew I was gonna forget it too, because I had that damn iPad with me to take notes, and I kind of sat it down between us, and just I remember looking at it halfway through that long ass drive. Like
you said, when we were going to Folsom,
yeah,
he had to have had two Louis bags.
No,
I did
not.
to.
No, I did not. No, I did not. I have.
Explain yourself.
I had mine. I had one.
Okay,
and that's it.
Oh, there was definitely two Louis Vuitton.
Well, that was hers.
I'm just saying.
Nah, that's not mine.
Boo, Casey. Boo.
What are you? So how did you forget the one?
I left it between us. Excuse me. I forgot.
Stay right there.
I was excited to see Kenny. I was like, "Hey, Kenny's here." Got out the Uber, shut the door, and immediate was like, I was like, my bag, and yeah, not a fun 2-minute stretch right there, but we got it back.
You gotta stop turning this around on Dame, man. Like
But
today
bro,
is
he's
just you,
me.
bro.
What are you talking
No.
about? What are you talking about, man?
Why don't you you don't need to be embarrassed by being rich.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm not rich.
You don't have to
It's
be
not
embarrassed
true.
because you look down on people like us, like all of us. Like it's okay.
See, people believe you when you say this.
Bro,
You said it.
started this show by saying I
said
look down
this is how it looks.
Bitch ass Karosh who's picking up trash on the river as I walked in with my 2 Louis Vuitton bags. You volunteered that.
I said this is how this is the optics of it.
It's like you
this
had
is not what it is.
had survivor's remorse because you didn't have to do the one thing, and you could walk in. You probably got an expensive cologne on. You got the jewelry on. You got
expensive.
2 Louis Vuitton bags.
Yeah, that chain is kind of blinding too, right there.
And poor
Necklace.
Karosh got scratch marks on his
never
arm.
blinds.
Yeah.
What are you talking
It's
about?
very gold.
It's very gold.
Stop. You guys got to
Well, the parts it's not gold, it's diamonds.
Yeah, it's true. That's why that's the blinding part.
stop it. Will you stop it?
I always wanted to be like Casey when I grew up. I watched him on Pros versus Joes. Like,
Right?
damn, I don't know
Right?
who the hell that is, but I want to be like him
That
one day.
guy.
Yes.
Jesse watched that episode of Pros versus Joes and said, "That man has 2 Louis Vuitton."
And look at me
bags."
now. I'm on the show with him today.
Definitely didn't have 2 Louis Vuitton bags at that time. I needed that $500 that they gave us for appearance fee. I would have took. Well, I think we were supposed to win 10,000. Split it up 3 ways, but we had that mole on the team.
That's
Shout out
fast.
to
by
my
the way.
man Michael Strahan and my man Jay Glazer. They probably don't remember me at all.
Do you
but
want to
it's okay.
elaborate?
They were hosting the show.
Oh,
They probably don't remember me at all.
oh, I'm sure they do. I'm sure
My-
if you walked up to Michael Strahan right now and went, "Mike, it's me," he'd look right at you and go, "Joe's versus Pros." You is that dude. Hey,
No.
hey, you got 2 Louis Vuitton bags now?
No,
That's what that'd be what he did.
Who are you again?
Hey,
I don't
Mike,
think so.
Casey in LA.
Oh, there it is. There it is. What's up, boy? Look, it happens like once a quarter. What episode of Pros versus Joes is it? He wants to
Well,
look it up.
It's not on Apple TV, I don't think. Amazon Prime?
Yeah, I saw it on Amazon
Prime Video.
Okay.
Season 5, second to last episode.
It's got Chris Mullen and Kenny Smith on there.
Can Youth Beat Experience? That's the title of it.
Can youth beat experience? And what's the name of the movie you starred in?
The Hustle. Shout out to my man Deion Taylor.
Deion Taylor. Yes, indeed.
Taylor made music. You know what it is.
Taylor made.
Side note. So I was like, oh, let me see.
This whole damn show is a side note.
Well, look at this. I said, let me see LeBron yelling at his mom again. That was an epic moment.
Mhm.
And this goes back to what we talked about. You remember what year that was?
Oh man, 2000. He was in 8.
Good knowledge. So what do you think this looks like?
Oh God. Oh, that's tough. Oh man.
It even looks better on
What sort of Atari system is this? Now let it ride. There's the wrap up. There's the wrap up. There's KG right there. There's Gloria. Look, she ain't even on the floor. And watch LeBron. Sit your ass down, mama.
This looks better.
Gloria will beat your ass too.
This looks better on the video of our show
That looks
than it
terrible.
does like me looking at this.
That's terrible.
Look, tell me it don't look better on the show than it does in real
It
life.
does. Yeah, no, that's a shoot. That looks awful. That's crazy. That was 2008. That is like super standard definition.
Was that the no regard for human life series dunk?
It was.
Yeah.
Oh, with no regard for human life.
Yep. Yeah, you better. You can head over there if you want to. You might miss out.
Oh wait, are we getting? Okay? Do we get? Hey, look, man, I'm talking about pizza. All right.
Oh no! Don't tell me what we're talking about on this show. I'll tell you what we're talking about.
Do we get our own box again?
Like, what do you want? What do you want? You think you can just talk like that?
I'm talking about pizza.
It's a flag. That's a pass interference. 30 yards down the field. First and goal.
32 minutes into the show. Yeah. You're about to get kicked out.
This is what we were talking about yesterday. When Kenny has a bad day, like he has a bad day.
It's spiral.
Yeah. Two flags in the first 30 minutes.
I'm talking about the pizza.
You're talking about, I don't know what you're talking about.
This show, I work with a bunch of children.
Oh, now he's stealing my lines.
Yeah,
Jeez,
wow. Flustered.
Wow. That's why we were going to call this building the playground and then decided, well, that's probably not the best idea.
In the chat, Draymond Caraway.
Draymond, there he is.
Kenny Green.
Oh, man. Yeah, that was no, I didn't like that one. I think was that our guy?
Who?
Did he come up with that name? I feel like he did.
The playground?
Yeah.
Who are you pointing at?
Me?
Jesse?
No. Who are you pointing at?
Yeah, who are you pointing at?
Why are you looking that way? Right.
Oh, no.
Who are you pointing at?
No, he was not part of our Kyle's not part of our group.
No, I think that was like Paul. I think Paul had it.
Kyle, who came up with the playground?
No, but Kyle was in the other group.
Yeah, Kyle was in the other group.
Kyle was in the mantra group.
When we got all together and somebody's like, the playground. Kyle was in my group. He was the one doing it. Who came up for the building? Who came up with the name of the playground?
I think it was Paul.
Yeah, I think Dame's got it right. Yeah.
No, I'm not saying it was Kyle. I'm asking if he knew. It was Paul, huh?
He says he doesn't know.
It was a bad job. That was a bad job.
What was a bad job?
That name.
Oh no, it's not good. Yeah, no, it wasn't good.
We crossed it out.
Yeah, we didn't
cross it out once we said it out loud.
We didn't present it to the group. We realized, okay, you can't really like call. Hey,
turns out you can't be 45 years old. Hey, we're live from the playground. Yeah, doesn't work, guys.
That's what we spent our Monday doing when we couldn't do our shows. We was trying to come up with a name for the building.
The playground is crazy, bro.
Call it the Madsen.
Oh man, I'll go with that.
The Mad Sun.
I'll go with that.
Jesse was like, "Man, can we just call it the studio?"
Yeah, would I call it now?
Let's just call it the studio.
Did you see Giannis? His response?
I did.
He had a couple hilarious moments there.
The you talking about to ties to Mr. Haliburton? Yeah. I can pull that up here real quick.
It's 3.5 minutes.
Never mind. I don't need to hear Giannis talk for 3.5 minutes.
It's 3.5 minutes. But early on, he probably caught this one where he goes, you know, where I'm from, we're humble. Mm-hmm. You know, we're humble about all this, and we stay humble, and we don't let our wins give us the green light to be disrespectful. We stay humble. Mm-hmm. I'm an NBA champion. They're not.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. And then didn't he immediately follow that up with, well, that doesn't have anything to do with right now. Didn't he say something like that?
Or he said, like, I'm not trying to take a diss at those guys. Yeah.
Giannis went through what did Giannis say to Mathurin?
Yo, Giannis was crashing out. That was a crash out.
He threatened him. He probably threatened him right there. He said something, if you do whatever again, I'm going to kill you or something like that.
Giannis was having a moment like KC's first 32 minutes of this show. Like he was spiraling out of control. He was just going from he wanted to kick Mr. Haliburton's ass, but knew he couldn't. So thought if he could rope Benedict Mathurin into a fight, he'd be clear.
Well, to your point that you said last night and today, he just wouldn't leave the court. It just wouldn't go.
It's like every time they pulled Giannis away from someone, the camera would go back to Haliburton getting ready to talk to Taylor Rooks, and then it'd find Giannis hugging someone else. And it's like, oh.
Before we got the context of it, I just thought, Giannis is fighting everyone on his way out. Like he's definitely leaving teams now.
Hey,
the last fight is a buck.
Crashing out. But to that point, though, Jesse, maybe you guys tell me if I'm doing too much. I do think, and he wasn't acting like irrational or crazy. Like there was just a lot of things going on. But I do think he knows that was the end. It's over. It's over for that Bucks run. and it might be over for him in Milwaukee. And there's a lot of emotions going on, and don't always know how to deal with those emotions. And I think and you combine that with the fact that the season just ended on a, buzzer beater, basically.
Yeah.
I think that had a lot to do with his behavior last night. Like he saw the end of all of this going on.
Damn, is this when Shawn Michaels lost to Stone Cold and Mike Tyson put the towel over his face? That's Haliburton doing it to Giannis.
He put the Austin 316 shirt on him.
The good thing
you got Giannis, Mr. Haliburton holding a little Tyrese flag against him or whatever.
Giannis probably kicked the door open as he was leaving. Yeah.
The good thing is Tyrese would understand that reference.
He would. Ty would absolutely understand that reference. That's why we rock with Ty. WWE superstar Tyrese Haliburton.
So let me ask you a question. I'm going to I'll text you, and then maybe you can pull it up, or excuse me, I'll send it to you guys on Twitter, and maybe you guys can put it up if you want to.
Okay.
Giannis's wife had a post on Instagram. Did you see this?
I did not.
She had a post on Instagram.
I don't. Okay, never. Yeah, go ahead.
I saw it on Twitter, but the post was on Instagram. And a Bucks fan was like, "Oh, this post, he's never leaving. Like, this is, Legacy, I think, is playing, the song is playing or whatever." And he's like, "Oh, yeah, this is Giannis's wife post. He's never leaving now." And a lot of people were in the comments like, "Yeah, brother, I don't think."
Is it the one with them in the Bucks sweatsuits or whatever? Yeah, I'll pull it up.
I got it, Jesse.
I think that's the exact opposite, brother. I don't think that's anything to be optimistic, but I want to ask you guys, do you take that as we're never leaving or we'll never forget you?
I'm going to keep it real, bro. Usually when you got your back turned, like you're walking out.
Well, hang on now. Hang on.
I don't know if it means anything, but
tell the whole story. Oh boy, we didn't even get to him yet.
Back, wow.
We didn't even get to him yet. But the song playing is Jay-Z Legacy.
Okay.
And it's for everybody on the radio. I apologize. It's Giannis's wife.
Sincerely, is it Sincerely Martin? Is that what it says?
Maria, I think.
Sincerely Mariah.
Mariah. My wife went to school with her, I think. But it's Giannis's wife. There are 3 kids.
Yeah.
They're at center court, and their backs are turned to the camera.
Did she post that last year?
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's all I'm asking. Did she post that last year?
Okay. Wait a second. Let's now
tell the whole story here. I got a lot to say.
Now, the caption says, now we have it on the screen, but as Casey pointed out, this is an Instagram post which has a scroll. The post reads, which you probably can't read on our screen: "To my husband, look at this life you created. We love you." I don't know what the next thing says. "You make us proud every single day. Heart, your team." So it has the picture of them on the floor in their Giannis attire. But when you scroll the carousel, it's like the kids on the floor, like Giannis is shooting and the boys are out there. Giannis is at the free throw line and the boys are out there. It shows her walking with the kids behind Giannis. It's, to me, this is sports people doing too much. This is just a post about, hey, win or lose, like this is your team right here.
Okay, I'll just ask the question because it looks a little farewellish to me.
Yeah, how come you're not facing the camera?
I think that's too much. Well, because you're showing off the attire.
I'm sure they got Giannis on the front.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wouldn't know because I can't see it.
Exactly.
Well, those are the way those outfits are made.
So you think Giannis is on the front of this too?
Yeah,
that's too much Giannis.
There's not five of them on the back.
That's how those outfits are made.
Oh, that's terrible. First of all, the outfit is terrible.
Oh no, that's fire.
That is not fire.
Yeah, that's fire.
No, it's not.
You would wear that, Casey?
Yeah, absolutely.
You would?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd wear Giannis. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I'd wear Giannis because he's a current player. But like, if it was Jordan or something like that, or Kobe, hell yeah.
Really? Yeah, no, I couldn't. No.
Realistically, probably means nothing. But I mean,
the way I read, and I don't read this as a goodbye. I read
if
this,
he's leaving, she already knows.
I read this as a this is your team right here. That's how I read it. And whether you choose to take that as it's not the Bucks, it's nothing that happens in your professional life can top what this is.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the first look at this life you created. And that's why all the kids are in it. Nah, I think y'all doing too much. Y'all doing too much.
No, well, I don't know.
If he gets traded, it means something. Then
it's got. I just
like I said,
I don't know how I feel about it. I'm not making a declaration, but it does.
Dame is probably right.
It does have goodbye vibes.
You want it to have you already feel the vibes. Like you think the goodbye vibes are already there, so you're reading into it. Maybe there are, maybe there aren't. That's not how I'm taking that post at all.
Regardless of what happens, where you're at, this is your team.
Well, that wasn't the caption. That's what I said. That's what I'm interpreting.
But I'm saying, even if you're saying that, it doesn't matter where you're at. This is your team.
You're a Buck for life.
Yeah,
whether you're a Laker tomorrow or
no,
it doesn't matter if it's Milwaukee,
maybe
LA, New York.
But that's not. But I'm taking it as like you just lost a gut wrenching series. That doesn't matter. This is your team right here. This is the life you created. This right here.
Absolutely. I don't know. I know it doesn't mean
just because you love your free agency more than your kids doesn't mean that Giannis does. Man,
that it doesn't mean. I know it doesn't mean he's
Casey's showing up in an ESPN 1320 shirt, and that's his goodbye. We'll come back. We'll come back. A lot more to talk about. I don't even know what it is. Who knows at this point?
Well, you got to talk about your boy. I mean, maybe Giannis is here. Or
talk about Cat or what?
Well, we can talk about Cat.
I'm
saying maybe Doc is here.
Maybe we'll come back and Casey will find 2 more Louis Vuitton bags in his 2 Louis Vuitton bags. Still on Casey on ESPN 1320.
Forgot that pizza's here. I mean, those cookies are here too.
Oh, yeah.
It's calling my body. It's calling my soul.
You really wanted to sing Your Body's Calling. Yeah, Tony, that's all I think it was. That's all I think it was. Giannis is a Laker. I don't know how they'd pull that off, but obviously they're always going to be in the conversation. They never go away. Well, LA is home. That's what Reese tell everybody. I'm from LA. I had to read this and realize you were talking about Katie Christensen. Yeah, we just can't see. Our view was obstructed. I really miss hearing that repeatedly, over and over and over again. Every time she misses a call. Oh, good question, Terrence. Good question. I don't know how frequently she posts. Might need to pull that up.
Zabo, figure it out, man. Figure it out.
Wow. Man just trying to earn an honest living. And y'all out here punishing him.
Michigan probably.
Punishing that man. Okay, so we'd be able to find this out because she's not a frequent poster. Let's see. Where are we at here? September 5th. Oh, they cruising. Man, Giannis is shredded. Oh, okay, there's a baby. What do we got? That's All-Star Dad. That's February. So we need to go a little bit later. She's working out here. The kids. So this was... They got eliminated in the first round last year, didn't they?
The Bucks?
Yeah.
It's been 3 years in a row, I'm pretty sure.
So she posted something, let's see, April 4th, February. So she didn't post anything in March. She posted something on April 18th last year. It's not a carousel, but it's a single post that said, I promise to always give you your flowers, 34. and it's him and the two boys on the floor.
And even if she didn't post anything, in all seriousness, if she didn't post anything last year, that doesn't mean it means something this year.
But that's pretty. I mean, it's a very similar post. But
yeah,
it's not identical.
I'm just saying in general, like if she didn't post anything last year, that doesn't mean her posting something this year means something.
For sure.
You know what I mean? She
just for fun though. We're gonna go back to season before. See, there's May. They're having kids. I like her style. She's a good dresser. April. So another April post, nearly identical in theme, almost exactly the same. This post is simply dedicated to the man who has made all of my wildest dreams come true. We are far from perfect, but you truly have made my life a fairy tale. Cheers to more adventures together. But for now, it's go time, baby. April 7th, 2023. Pictures of them and the babies at that point. They're kids.
Is she pregnant?
I think she just loves her man. That's all.
Is she pregnant again?
I don't even know that I'd ever seen Giannis's wife before this, but now, there's the front of the show. Oh, the front of that thing is terrible.
Damn,
it's on a different picture.
I'm telling you, Dame, that's
man.
That's the move right now.
I don't, man. That's a lot.
That's the move.
That's a lot.
Shut up. All right. You know, one of the first people. This was like a year ago or so. One of the first people I saw rocking that was our boy Nico.
Oh, I believe that.
Our boy Nico was rocking that about a year ago. That stylish shirt. And I saw it somewhere. I was like, I kind of like that. That's a good look. That's a good look. But yeah, that's the move. That's the move. Somebody, because I don't know if she's pregnant now or she had the baby. But I remember they had a picture of her and Giannis, and she was pregnant at the time. Somebody comment, damn it, Giannis, get off of her already. They didn't have like 4 kids in 4 years or something like that.
Funny.
And Giannis is always talking about, Giannis is funny.
Tyrese's drive to tie the game in regulation was spectacular. He shook a couple of defenders. They switched and all of that. And he just wound up getting a clear lane to the rack and a dunk.
All that superstar
really
stuff.
Impressive.
I don't know if they still say it, but they used to say about him, like, you saw it yesterday. He doesn't do it consistently enough.
Yeah.
He doesn't do it consistently enough to like just be that. But like
if
he was that all the time, then yeah.
That's a superstar ending to me. Like that. Like why don't we just tie it all? Ty's more of a superstar than the dude in Denver.
We'll get to that in a second. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. But I want to give Haliburton his flowers real quick. I saw this tweet. Pacers scoring plays from the 7:58 mark in the fourth quarter when Haliburton subbed in.
Okay.
Haliburton assists the Siakam 2-pointer. Siakam 2-pointer. Haliburton assists the Siakam 2-pointer. Haliburton assists the Nesmith 2-pointer. Turner free throw. Haliburton 2. Haliburton free throw. Haliburton free throw. Haliburton 2. Haliburton 3. Nesmith 3. Nesmith 2. Nembhard 3. Haliburton 2. Haliburton free throw. Haliburton 2. That's taking over the game.
Yeah.
That is putting your fingerprints all over that clutch moment. I mean, I think there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of, I don't know, this is probably about 15 scoring plays that didn't involve him. That's taking over right there.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
He's special, man.
Big ups to him.
He's special. I love that moment for him last night.
Now, to what you were saying, they probably on the same level.
I do not think that at all. I get it, and I just have to sit here and take the L today. I get that's why everyone loves Jamal Murray, because he's going to have a moment like that. But to me, Jamal just has moments.
I'll take Ty over Jamal.
I mean, I'm not going to argue with that because
they're on the board right now. You can pick one for your team.
I mean, there's a lot of context to that, right? Like Jamal Murray has an ACL tear. He's been injured.
Which one you want?
I mean, Ty's been healthier. I think Jamal Murray's a better player.
I don't think Jamal Murray's a better basketball player.
But if I gotta factor those things in.
I don't know what Jamal Murray did to me. I swear I don't. I grow more and more agitated with him, like with each passing game. And I was furious last night. Like, man, what is this? Who is this player? Like, who is Jamal Murray? Like, do you feel like anybody, whether it's phone, text, KC, Jet, can someone explain Jamal Murray to me?
Jamal Murray is a really
De'Aaron Fox, or a little bit
on that
below.
On that.
A little bit below.
He's on that tier. I got them on this.
Fox will get you 26 a game in a season. Has Jamal Murray done that?
Yeah,
genuinely asking.
Yeah, like I think that's got to be close to. I mean, he was 20 something this year for sure. I don't know if he was 26.
He was 21.4.
Okay,
on the season.
He's 24.6 in the postseason.
18 for his career. He's also not the number one option,
right?
You know what I mean? So there's that. Like he's not gonna. I don't think he's gonna.
But he had
43
last night, and that's why everyone talks about him the way that they do. Because he had a moment like this last year. Like this is a tightly contested series. Like this was the best series in the playoffs. Like New York and Detroit might have taken that away from them, but this was the best series in the playoffs. You know, for the first 3-4 games or whatever it was. This was okay. He had another one. He did it again.
He's the reason.
Like I don't know if he's going to do that again this series or this postseason, but he did it.
I don't think they're going to win a championship, but if they win, hear me when I say this. I'm not saying he's anywhere near Jokic, but if they win, it's going to be because of Jamal Murray. If they win,
it means Jamal Murray has, correct me, closer games to what he had last night than the 13 that he had over the weekend.
Right. Like Giannis, or excuse me, Joker is going to be Joker. Right. He's going to be amazing, but he needs somebody, just like everybody else, needs somebody high caliber to have those games, whether it's 43 or 33 or something like that. And Jamal's the one that can give it to him on a consistent basis or has the ability to give it to him. Like, I don't know if he will, but he has the ability. He can. He's a 3-level scorer.
But doesn't it say something about Jamal Murray that it's not a foregone conclusion? It's a if. Yeah. Like you don't talk about, I don't feel like and maybe we did for a minute. Maybe we did when they won a championship, because I'm sure he was brilliant when they won a championship. And it was Jokic and Murray, Jokic and Murray, Jokic and Murray. Now the conversation is Jokic, and you need Murray to be great. Because you don't know. Like, you do not know what you're going to get from Jamal Murray. And that's the point I've been trying to make, is like, I do not know who he is as a basketball player. I do not know what he's capable. Where does that slot him in the, in the 1A, 2 sidekick, second guy? Like, where does that slot him when you genuinely do not know? I don't think the De'Aaron Fox comp is bad.
What about CJ McCollum?
A little
Jamal
better
might
than
be
CJ.
better than CJ.
A little better than CJ. I'm trying to look real quick. I mean, yeah, I guess, because I'm trying to figure out, like, what is it that people want from Jamal as the number 2, and he's actually been pretty damn good. Like in the playoffs when they won a championship last year, he had a couple of up and down. Like his lows, I think, stick out like a sore thumb. You know what I mean? But I'll just go back, like when they played the Lakers last year, 22-20, 22-22, 22-32. Those were his point totals in that first round series where they beat the Lakers. Against Minnesota, 17-8, in the first 2 games, which is tough. They lost those 2 games. Then they go to Minnesota. He's got 24, 19, 16, 10 in a game 6 loss, 35 in a game 7 loss, where he went crazy in the first half, but wasn't able to replicate that in the second half. This year in this series against the Clippers, 21, 23, 23, 13, which sticks out like a sore thumb, and then 43. So
but
do you
what
think
do you
he's
need?
a little
Do you
bit
need
more
the 43 or the 23? I mean, obviously the 43.
I think the 23. I think if he's giving you.
But didn't they lose the games? I mean, they won the game where he scored 13, didn't they? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, they won that game.
Didn't they lose the other two?
Yeah.
All right.
So I mean, I don't even know if it's love. I don't. He's an X factor.
He's definitely that.
He's the X factor.
He's definitely that.
He's also a number 2, and it's like I bring those numbers up too. Be like, or what are you asking the number 2 to do? Because the guy's averaging 21 points per game. We saying like he's got to average 25 as the number 2.
Yeah,
at some point, I think it's more so on the others. You know, you need your Christian Browns to play well. You need Eric Gordon to play well. Who has? But Russ, if Russ is giving you, because you're gonna get your 21 from Jamal Murray, you should get your 29 from Jokic. So I think he's doing his job a lot of the times. Now he can't have the 13s. He can't have the 8 like he had in game 2 last year against Minnesota. Like that's egregious. That's way below what you should be doing. But for the most part, he's a 20-point per game scorer in these situations. I think, and they're on the same tier, so I won't argue with anybody, but I would take him over Tyrese Haliburton. Tyrese Haliburton is a little bit better of a distributor, but maybe it's a ceiling thing. I don't think his ceiling is as high as Jamal Murray's on a game-to-game basis.
You think Jamal, bad question, I guess, because we've seen it. I was going to say, can Jamal do what Tyrese did yesterday? Like kind of close out on Giannis? And I was going to say, like, we've seen in the playoffs.
We've seen him do that.
Yeah, he did it to the Lakers.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've seen him do that.
He beat up the Lakers.
I think the thing with me is I feel like Jamal always knocks. I think Jamal has continuously like knocked on the door of superstardom. But that's all he's doing. He's just outside. What's the password? I don't know. He's just standing outside trying to get in. And he's like right there. Like he's at the front of the line. He's right there at the velvet rope. But he can't get in.
Did injuries take away from that?
He tore his ACL.
Like was he on the verge? And
maybe.
Like because it's not like he just tore the ACL and I was like, all right, Jamal Murray.
When did he tear the ACL? After the bubble?
After the bubble. And the bubble is when he lost his mind.
He's been kind of like off and on injured since.
So here's the timeline. They had the series against Portland that they lost in 7 where CJ went crazy in that game 7 in Denver. His point totals in that one, and I'm sorry I don't have the average for the series in front of me, but 23, 15, 34, 34, 18, 24, 17. Decent. Like, it's good. Then he goes to the bubble, 36, 14, 12, but then 50, 42, 50, 17 in the game 7 win. Against the Clippers, he has a great series. I'm not going to just keep doing this. He played well against the Lakers. Then, if the timeline is right, no, he played when was this? 22, because I'm trying to figure out when he tore his ACL. He tore his ACL when it was outside of the bubble, and because it was at Golden State with no fans. So 21, he tears his ACL, and I guess he comes back, in 23, and he has a great series against Minnesota.
23, really? So he missed all of the 2022 season? God, I could barely remember that.
Yeah, or did it? Yeah, because he didn't.
Well, I guess maybe he came back in the year.
Yeah,
like maybe February, March, something like that.
That series, that playoff series, was the first rounder the Nuggets had against the Warriors, and he didn't play.
Okay. Yeah, he did not play at all in the 21-22 season.
Yeah. So he comes back in 23.
Played 48 games the year he got hurt, 65 games the year he came back.
And he comes back in 23, and they won NBA Finals, and he goes crazy. And then last year was last year, and now here we are this year, where he's been dealing with issues again this year. So maybe, to Jesse's point, the injuries have halted him a little bit. Like the reason why he keeps to you it feels like he's knocking on the doorstep.
Yeah,
is because he's up at the door and then something happens.
What series were you asking about? How many he averaged that game? The Lakers
series,
32
Western
and a half.
Finals.
32 and a half.
Mm.
Yeah, 27.2 in the first round, 24.8 in the second, 32 and a half in that series versus the Lakers, the 4-0 sweep, and then 21.4 against Miami.
With all respect, and I think they're on the same tier. So once again, not arguing. Tyrese ain't never done this consistently. Like he hasn't done this.
Jamal's 28 years old. Like, Ty's just starting this.
The first playoff series, he was going crazy. The first two times he was in the playoffs, he lost his mind. Jamal Murray did.
Well, in the Utah series, he averaged 31.6 points per game. I think that's what you're thinking about. That was his second year in the playoffs. He played well. He played well against San Antonio and Portland.
Yeah,
his first playoff run. He played well. I wouldn't say he lost his mind. He lost his mind against Utah. That's where he averaged 31.6 points per game. He was good against the Clippers. He was good against. I'm not suggesting he's bad, but they're different players. I don't know. I feel like I would trust Tyrese more than Jamal Murray right now. Look up Tyrese. I know Tyrese's numbers are always different though.
They're hit or miss because remember in the losses he was nowhere to be found in the Knicks series last year. Like he had been awful in the losses.
Where's Ty? Playoffs.
Last year.
Yeah, Ty versus the Knicks. Well, I can't break it down to wins and losses, but he averaged 21 points per game in that. 7 assists in that series against the Knicks. Wrapping up this series against Milwaukee, he averaged 17 and 11. His first playoff series was against Milwaukee. 16 points, 9 assists. The Knicks series, 21.7 assists. The Boston series, 17.5 points, 9 assists. And then 17 and some change and 11.6 is his numbers against Milwaukee this year. Those are all of those are Ty's 4 playoff series right there.
I think they're on the same tier, which is a good tier. Like
it's a good tier.
Those guys can really play.
It's a good tier. I don't know why. I was festering watching Jamal Murray last night.
No, like you really don't like him, huh?
It's not that.
Like you almost seemed like you were getting agitated or something when you were talking about him at first.
It's not that.
Damn it, Jamal Murray went for 30 yesterday.
Well, my boy was playing well too. Everybody had their Russell Westbrook jokes. My boy was playing well yesterday.
He did play well.
He had like 16 in the first half. Wound up finishing with 21. But that game was a blowout. Like I don't feel like that the game was ever close.
The Clippers,
Denver,
they may have messed up their chance to win this series.
Yeah, because Harden's feelings are hurt now, so he's curling up in his little shell.
Oh, so now it's Harden, huh?
Well, I'm just saying but man shot the ball 9 times yesterday.
How was his feelings hurt?
Well, clearly he's pouting. This is what he does. This is what James does.
James Harden decided to pout yesterday.
Yep. That's how I'm telling the story. He saw Zubac going crazy and was like, "Man, this is trash, bro."
Our Lord and Savior Kawhi Leonard hasn't had the best.
I thought our Lord and Savior was Mason Plumlee.
Okay, well, Jesus, Kawhi Leonard has not had the best. Ever since he went crazy, he hasn't gone crazy again.
Yeah, he had 21.
He's played okay. Like
yeah,
he's played good.
He had 21 and a win. He had 21 and 11 and a win. 24 in the 2-point loss. And these numbers don't mean anything because they lost by 16, but he had 29 and 11 last night.
They needed a 30-point performance last night. And they needed James
to get his head out of
They needed James to play better as well. But yeah, these guys, I'm worried for them. They might have lost their opportunity. Man.
Were we wrong about either team?
James had
about Denver
or the Clippers. I mean, some like.
No, hold on.
I don't know.
No, hold on.
Just
hold
asking.
on.
Wait, I'm just asking.
No, 1 second, because I think you're going to appreciate this.
Okay.
You talking about were we wrong about either team? Remember when somebody came in here talking about apologize and say you're sorry? You remember that? James Harden had 32 points.
Oh yeah, I do remember that actually.
In that game.
Uh-huh.
I think they lost that game. Since then, 18 they won, 20 they won, 15 they lost.
Oh,
11,
brother, yeah,
they lost.
Does anybody want to apologize to us for asking us to apologize to them?
What? No, not at all. He's got to step his game up. And this is always going to be what his defining issue is. What does he do in the postseason?
Yeah.
That's what always going to be. I just think he's a great basketball player. But the story that's written on James Harden is always going to be, all right, well, what you going to do in the playoffs?
Is Doc Rivers a great basketball coach?
Yes.
He is, for real?
Yeah. If he's good. He's got a ring. He's got a ring, and he's gone to the he's in the playoffs.
He's got the ring, Jesse.
And bump to.
He's got the greatest ring of the modern era of basketball.
Hey, pal, you said it, not
it's
me.
the one ring that no one will stop talking about.
That's not true. Hey, you guys talk about it more than they do at this point.
You hear the defensive-ness in his voice?
Not defense. Yeah, it is defense, actually. I'm tired of it. He's always, this ring, that ring. Yeah, because you bring it up all the time.
And bump to. I think, but
somebody give me some oranges.
Oh, hey, look, we can talk. We can have a conversation.
This man said, no, let me tell you what he said yesterday. And I would have absolutely have let this happen. I said, what a great story it would be if Doc came back from a 3-1 deficit. In case he said, if he does that, I'm going to do all of Monday's show as Doc Rivers. And I immediately said, yes, that's exactly what we're going to do. Well, 10 minutes later, the Pacers had won the series, and Giannis was fighting all of Indiana. But
I guess it's something that we'll never experience. We'll never have to deal with because I'm not coming back from 3-1. Matter of fact, I'm not winning when I'm up 3-1. It's just it's one of those things where I'm not going to win, period. And now we can put the rest. I know Bet Online.
Darvin Ham standing next to me with his goddamn hands in his pockets.
No, hey, Doc was getting loose yesterday during the game show. Doc
was throwing oranges at the studio wall.
Doc was talking that talk, man. He was letting everybody have it. But notice what I said, though. You asked, is Doc a great coach?
Mm-hmm.
He's a good coach. He's a good coach. He's not a great coach.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. I
James
guess.
Harden is a great player. Mm-hmm. But Doc Rivers is just a good coach.
James Harden, and maybe this is a contradiction. James
are
Harden
they both Hall of Famers? Well, James is.
Oh, they are. Yeah, they are.
Okay, yeah.
So James is a great player. He is a great player. He is a average postseason performer. He's got way more failures in the postseason than successes.
Fascinating about that. Let me look this up to make sure I'm not talking sideways. We just did this with Jamal a second ago and Tyrese. There's going to be a lot more James Harden series.
James probably actually, like, his numbers in the postseason are probably pretty good.
That's the thing.
But
and I wonder. Oh.
The moments.
The
bad moments are bad.
He has some insane numbers in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. He has a 34.8 points per game series against the Golden State Warriors. Now, this is the thing, though. We live this.
Mm-hmm. We were there.
When Reese and my unborn son do a show together in 20 years.
Gunner.
Nope. No, I don't know why that. No.
I like it.
Why?
This is the cool name.
Gunner. No, we're not. No. When they do a show and they pull up Basketball Reference, they're going to look at these James Harden numbers and think that he was crazy in the postseason because they didn't live it. The one that will stand out, the one that I mean, it is glaring. It jumps off the page. Is the Bucks series with Brooklyn. And to me, that's his shining moment. It was a 7-game series. His hamstring was in 2 pieces, and he played. Well, I wonder what his minutes came out to per game. Minutes per game came out. Is it 40? Where is it? I just lost it. My bad. There it is. Wound up being 34.8. But still,
in the playoffs or in that series?
In that series, in that single series. But but again, we lived it. He played 48 minutes in that series. They won, I think, game 6 because James was out there, and game 5, and everyone was like, "Nah, man, if James wasn't out there, like, I don't know what we would have done. Like, just him being out there was a big deal. Like his teammates gassed that up and made it a big deal. So I saluted him for that.
Yeah.
But that's the series he scores 10 points per game, and if you don't know what happened that series, you don't know, in my mind, how good he truly was.
All right, man. These numbers, because I got some.
The numbers are crazy.
The numbers are crazy.
The numbers are crazy,
especially if you look in his prime, like prime James Harden.
Crazy. They are absolutely nuts.
I'll read them off when we get back.
But it doesn't tell the story. You can't read all those off.
Just the points per game.
You gonna read all those numbers off?
Yeah, it's like 7.
Oh, okay, yeah, because it kind of fades.
I'm just thinking prime James Harden.
It's a decline. We'll come back. Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, I got a story when we come back on the air too. No, this is good. This is good.
Hey, remember when we were playing the No Name music game on Monday? I think I was being conspired against by my own teammate.
Because you did say the answer like 3 times.
And you heard me, right?
Yeah. I was like, oh yeah, Jesse's got it.
And I said the artist name a bunch of times too. I was thinking about it. I was like, huh.
Oh, Jesse's got what?
I'll
unplug.
Go ahead, say it again, Jesse.
No, I think I was conspired against when we were playing the No Name music game on Monday. By my own teammate.
Who, the one reading the name?
Yes.
Or they're doing the clues?
This guy's a bad teammate.
Yeah, might be. Sorry, pal.
I kept saying the name. I was like, wait, what am I saying right now?
he took his hate for me out on you.
And I was like, how can Kenny hear me, but you can't?
I was like, Jesse's saying the right answer.
Oh, I got something for you actually.
No, yeah, we got some more. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
But not the window.
No, you're good.
The Benzo.
Thank you. Oh, wow.
Crazy. Oh, shout out D-Lo. Come Pete. You know what I mean? Shout out.
Come Pete.
Shout out.
Ran into D-Lo ran into my boy Jesus at the public game recently. Had good things to say about y'all. Oh, okay. Okay. Good stuff right there, Cousin Pete. The Reese and Gunner show is crazy. That is absolutely crazy.
Gunner's a fire name.
Perfect name for Katie's little computer baby she made. Oh, right on, Cousin Pete. That's good stuff. Every time Cousin Pete comes up, he acts like we don't know who he is. It's my favorite thing. Cousin Pete. Okay. All right, let's get to the Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Remember, coming up right around the top of the 3 o'clock hour, we'll have that keyword you need to enter over at ESPN1320.com for your chance to win Casey's Pocket Change, a $500 e-Visa gift card that he just found in his seat. He's just going to give it away to one of you. Again, that keyword coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. Let's talk to TC, though. 916-909-1320. TC, what's happening, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
TC, what's good, bro?
Hey, what's up, man? You know what I mean? Just, trying to vibe and, come up with a situation. Ran into a pickle this morning, bro. But I text y'all about that.
No, you can't bring it up on the air, man. What's the pickle?
Nah, it ain't even really a pickle. Your boy had to get at your boy.
Yeah,
no. On some BS, bro.
Hey,
yeah,
no,
no.
Yeah, no.
I'm tired of it, bro.
Yeah, TC. Yeah, TC. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so look, check it out. Check it out. Not KC for real. Hey, look, D-Lo, seriously.
Y'all are talking
names,
like
right?
in code. I don't even know what y'all talking about.
Kenny will tell you.
Yeah,
hey,
I'll let him know.
Four names, bro, and we ain't even got to get rid of Domas unless he absolutely want to leave and we can find a spot. Bobby Crazy Eye, Bobby Portis, Nas Reed, Bam, or what was the other? Oh, Triple J. What y'all think about those?
No, okay.
I think we can.
Wait, you want to trade Domas for Jaren Jackson Jr.?
No. I said we don't even got to. We don't have to get rid of Domas, right?
Okay.
If you don't want to leave, we don't have to get rid of him. I just said if we can't add two of those, bro, add one of them because either one of those guys can play the stretch 4. You get me? And then we can move Keegan back to the 3, Keon at the 2. The defense would be crazy, bro, with either one of those dudes playing the 5.
Is this what you was arguing with Carmichael Dave about this morning? Is that what we're
for like 5 minutes? For like 5 minutes. But no, TC was talking that talk. I understand what TC was saying. I do understand what he was saying.
So fill the rest of us in.
So
apparently I'm the only one who doesn't wake up and listen to Dave. Sorry, Dave. I'll do better. Man.
I thought you guys were talking about Butcher Boy or something at first.
No. So
get Kenny and I'm from Carmichael t-shirt. Man.
Yeah, you seem pretty tapped in when he brought it up.
Yeah.
Well, no, I just heard my boy TC. I was like, oh, okay. So I was paying attention when I heard TC. But CD, he's in the let's just tank and be as bad as possible camp.
Still, really?
Yeah. He's like, we've never done it.
Get Dave on the show.
I'm on it.
He's just like, we've never done it. Let's just tank and be as bad as possible. And that's the best way to go about things. And TC was like, nah, bro, you tripping. You keep having this he didn't say propaganda, but you keep saying this.
It sounds like a word TC would use, though.
Ain't nobody trying to go through this, man. Ain't nobody trying to go through this. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And then they just went back and forth.
I'm surprised Dave's still on that. I mean, I get it if you were there like last year. You really want to throw away a whole year, 2, 3? Man.
Here's the thing about the tank crowd, which I understand the logic.
I understand the idea the other way is not working too. Like, right. I understand.
I understand all of that. Here's the issue that I have with how people talk about that. They talk about it as it's a certainty that will work.
Sure.
And it is just as much of a crapshoot as like trying to build while still being competitive.
Right.
You talk about tank, you don't know how long you're going to be dealing with that. You have no idea.
Utah. You think Utah is anywhere near turning this thing around? It does not look like it.
Utah, right? Sorry, Jesse. Utah has been bad for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
If they get Cooper or they get Ace Bailey or they get Dylan Harper Jr. this year, I'm conceding you get the guy you've been looking for 3 years. You get him in this draft. We're probably still talking another 3 years before you make the playoffs. Look at Portland, for instance. They got Scoot Henderson. They were bad for 2 years, got Scoot Henderson, Shaedon Sharp. They still ain't made the playoffs yet. They might make it next year, but look what the West is doing. Like maybe they'll make it next year. So that's just my whole thing is they're like, oh yeah, just tank and you'll be good in 3 years. Maybe.
Well,
I don't know.
Philly tanked and they ended up back to where they already were. It's like you get those picks.
Right.
You could take Jahlil Okafor, you could take Embiid.
They did all that and got back to the exact place they were before they started that process. The exact same place.
And you can, I understand having the assets that would help out as well. You look at a team like Houston; they've done it 3-4 years, and look where they're at. They're back in the playoffs. And all
but again, there's a caveat to that, though.
Go ahead, yeah.
It's you have a massive piece to move that is not in you have a massive piece to move that is still coveted around the league. Domas is a big contract. I do, and me and James don't agree on this, and that's perfectly fine. I do not believe Domas is coveted throughout the league. Certainly not the level that James Harden was when he left Houston. You also, you did swaps with Russell Westbrook. Like, you did a lot there to accumulate, draft picks. Houston, Oklahoma City, they're all of the same story with them. You had highly valued assets to help you stockpile picks and all of these different things. And that's most teams don't have that. It's one of the reasons Milwaukee's next step is so fascinating, because they got one and it's not too late to do something with it. Now you're committing to you're committing to two things. We got some lean years ahead, and this is the most important. We absolutely, unapologetically trust our front office. If you're comfortable with those two things, go ahead. And that's what the Bucks were talking about for the last 2 months. That's what they're going to talk about right now. That's what they're meeting about today. They're going over the pros and cons of trying to make this thing work with Giannis Antetokounmpo. How can we can't trade Dame now? We certainly can't do it this year. Or, do we do the unthinkable? Do we try to take advantage of Giannis's value around the league the way Houston did with James, the way Oklahoma City did in their situation with the Clippers and Paul George? Can we do that? The way the Oklahoma City did with Russell Westbrook? Can we do that? And you got to trust your front office.
You got to trust the front office, and everybody's got to be on the same page. And, DYL brings up a good point. And I'm not saying, like, just because you tank, this is how it's going to be. But in the chat, he says, look at Charlotte. They haven't had a 40-plus win season in 10 years. They've had 1, 2 for sure. I don't know if I'm missing any, but 2 top 3 picks in that time span with LaMelo and Brandon Miller. And they might have had some more. I don't know. I can't think about it right now. But you could be Charlotte. And just they did a tank, and now they're looking at it like we're asking a question with them. Should they just tank again? Just like reset, trade LaMelo, trade Brandon Miller or whatever, and just tank from the tank. So that's my only thing. I understand the premise of all of it. Like, I get it. Just I hate when people talk about it as it's an absolute.
No, I hear you.
You know what I mean? Like, this is what's going to work.
It's a strategy.
This is how it works.
It's a strategy, and it might fail. I'm not up for that.
No, I'm not interested in that.
I'm not up for
that. And then you could do all of that, and like you could do all this tanking, and it's cool. Like I get it. Once again, I understand it, and be right back where you don't want to be right now with the Kings, and that's just a first round team. Like, you could do all this tanking be Orlando,
right, and that's what Philadelphia did. They did years and years of process to only wind up getting eliminated in the same spot they got before they started the process. I see Leezy over here, 916-909-1320. What's up, Leezy?
Yo, D-Lo KC, what's popping, guys?
Hey, Leezy, what's up, man? What a coincidence he calls on today when his team is playing.
Who's my team?
Yeah.
Once again, I mean, are you seeing what we seeing now, Dave? We've been saying it. Are you seeing it?
Hey, he's a Jimmy guy, though. I'm gonna stall him out. He's a Jimmy Butler guy.
Thank you.
Jimmy Butler
appreciate
guy.
you, D-Lo.
I got you.
Appreciate.
Now, hold on now.
Oh,
Hold on now.
okay.
Let's chill with the beanies and the t-shirts and the and the blue and yellow hearts.
Yeah,
but
man, come on,
I
man.
get it. I get it. That's your mind.
D-Lo, in the words of Mr. Haliburton, I can guarantee you that's over. I took back the beat.
All right.
Got my money back.
Okay.
Hey, guys. Hey, appreciate you. I just wanted to call in. At first I was going to ask a Haliburton question, but you guys got to talking about tanking and players and things like that. With tanking, the first thing is you got to have the right GM to make the picks.
Right.
It depends if you got Sam Hinkie or Sam Presti. It's a big difference. We've seen here in Sacramento, even if you're not taking, you got to get your picks right. We missed out on Dalton Connect, Jalen Wells, Shingun, you name it. We missed a lot of guys. But the reason I called was I wanted to ask, what do you guys think about Stephon Castle getting Rookie of the Year? And what do you think the impact he could have had on the Kings if Monty was able to get him, even though we know San Antonio didn't want to give him up, which doesn't make sense because you got Fox and Castle. That's 2 point guards. But anyways, what do you guys think about Castle getting Rookie of the Year?
Shout out to him. Shout out to him for getting Rookie of the Year.
Two Spurs in a row.
Yeah, I think he would have been a great pickup for the Kings. If
no one would have said we need a point guard.
Right.
No one would have said that.
He would have been a great pickup. But So
do you think he would have won Rookie of the Year if he spent the last few months in Sacramento?
Yeah, because I don't think the class was that strong. Like Rookie of the Year worthy.
Yeah.
It wasn't that strong. Like they had a lot of good rookies, but two of the top guys were Jared McCain before he got hurt.
That's right.
And then Jalen Wells got hurt later. Ricochet and Sarr, they came on a little later, in the year. They started to play better. So I think he still could have got it because he was probably the most impressive rookie all year long.
Okay.
But so there was the video floating around. I don't know if it was yesterday or before, and I've heard James say it before. He said there was a moment when Castle was available, and I don't know. He might know better than I would. I don't think there was ever a real moment when Castle was available in that trade. And if he was, San Antonio, you would be telling me San Antonio's stupid. Because that would be dumb to put Castle in that situation. So if you're telling me, everybody says they're the best front office in the country. If you're telling me that they are stupid or had a stupid moment where they're like, let's offer him Castle, then okay. But let's be clear, that would be unbelievably dumb considering the situation that the Kings were in with Fox and, him only wanting to go to San Antonio and all this other stuff to include Castle. That would be so stupid on San Antonio's part. So that's why I don't believe he was ever really available.
Yeah, I don't think that he was either.
So here's securing a Bagley starting a mess. So James is lying. I'm not saying James is lying. James could have heard whatever he heard.
Wait, what'd James say?
James said there was a moment where Castle was available for the Kings. And James could have heard whatever he would have heard. I'm telling you, I don't think he was ever really available. That would be dumb.
Yeah, I don't know. I asked directly and was flat out told they're not offering, trading, or entertaining anything involving Stephon Castle. So I don't know, but James and I do not talk to the same people. That's why when we hear the same thing and we start talking to each other, it's like, oh, we got something. That's what happened with the De'Aaron stuff. I know nothing. Everything I was told from the moment I inquired was they are not trading Stephon Castle.
And once again, this ain't got nothing to do with James. This is me looking on the outside, looking at San Antonio. If you were offering Stephon Castle in any deal with the Kings, when De'Aaron Fox has said, I only want to go to San Antonio, I'm sure he got it to the people that, hey, I want to be part of playing with this guy in Wemby. You would be foolish to offer him in a trade for the Sacramento Kings. You'd be like, offer him and not offer Devin Vassell. Like there are a bunch of guys that I would go down the list on that Spurs roster that I would offer before I got to Stephon Castle. And if they're inquiring about him, I'd be like, you can inquire all you want. He's not available to you guys or pretty much anybody else in the league. And that's where my thought comes from. It's not from information. I would just be saying San Antonio would be dumb to offer Stephon Castle in a Fox deal.
And since Leezy called, Leezy, this for you. You're a bum. And I've been busting your ass for years.
What?
You think so? I know so, brother. You're weak. That's Jimmy Butler talking to Dillon Brooks. Shout out Legends. Back at work. Back at work. Best account on the internet right there is Legends. And y'all know I hate the internet. I love
that.
Legends,
That's
though.
a great account.
I love Legends.
They are awesome. They are awesome. Jimmy saying that to Dillon was pretty funny. Jimmy is kind of.
I love Dillon's response. I've been busting your ass for years. You think so? I know. All right.
And he goes, "You weak." Dillon goes, "Ha."
See that shows that Dillon Brooks is only kind of fake crazy. He knew, oh no. I have encountered someone who is crazier than me. I'm going to tone it down.
Man, I'm telling. See, people got it twisted in the NBA. How crazy are you, Jimmy? How crazy? I'm telling you. Once again, I'm not talking to these people like I'm a super tough guy. I just read the scenario. You're not gonna punch me in the playoffs. I'm gonna say whatever I want.
Do that.
So in that case, I don't care how crazy Jimmy thinks he. How crazy are you, Jimmy? You a bleepity bleep. How crazy are you? You gonna hit me? No, you not. So I'm gonna say whatever I want to say because you ain't gonna do nothing.
Jimmy's gonna give you 30.
Yeah, I think that's more what it's about.
Yeah.
You give me 30 and don't pass the ball to Steph. Cool.
Well, that's worked.
Brother, we're down 3-1 now.
It worked the other. No,
we're down 3-1.
It worked except for the fact that they decided not to guard pods and Buddy wanted to hit shots.
Man, you need to stop talking about Buddy Hield.
Buddy out here hooping in the playoffs, man. I gotta salute him, man. He hooping.
Okay, calm down.
No, he
had
hooping,
a
man.
couple of good games.
He hooping. He had two big time games.
He had 2 good games.
Yeah, they needed it too. I gotta salute him for that.
That's 50% of the games that they played. It's still an F.
Buddy Hield's
We're grading on this Buddy Hield curve.
Yeah, Buddy Hield's the
What are
kid
we
in
doing?
coach pitch who's gotten 2 hits out of like 13.
What are we doing?
Like, it's fine. Yeah, you got a couple of hits, fine, but like, let's not make a big deal out of it.
Oh, real quick, can I tell you this story that I had?
Yeah.
This is a true story. This is a true story.
Prove it to me, pal.
So I go out during the break to get the pizza. Shout out Motorhead Pizza, man.
Yeah.
Bomb as
Fire.
always.
Crazy cookies. Too.
Yeah. So I go out there to go get the pizza. And Pamela Love, she goes, "Oh, KC, we got some cookies for you in there." I was like, "Oh, good looking. I'm about to get a slice or two." And she's like, "Okay, yeah, help yourself. And she goes, "Are you just getting for you or are you getting it for Dame too?" I was like, "I don't think he wants any." She's like, "You're right. Let him know we have salad and Brussels sprouts out here."
Damn.
Man, it's that Morton's dinner all
This
over.
is a true story.
That Morton's dinner.
You all right, bro? I know you probably have flashbacks.
Verbatim. I didn't even know they had Brussels sprouts.
Is it good, D-Lo? Do you like your food? Do you like? Oh, that looks good, D-Lo. Wow, your Brussels sprouts look good. Wow. I'm just sitting there, just like, please stop. Wow, that looks delicious.
That's cold game. That's cold game. She could have left it at salad, but when she said the Brussels sprouts, I said, "All right, I got to tell my people about this."
That's crazy.
Oh
hilarious.
man!
So the pizza place has Brussels sprouts, huh?
I guess so.
Shout out Motorhead. That's pretty crazy.
They got everything.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna make some Brussels sprouts.
And I'm gonna actually get some myself. I love me
Oh,
some
I
Brussels
bet.
sprouts.
I bet they're fire though. Like, because Brussels sprouts are all about how you cook them. If you don't cook them right, they are not good. But if you get that little char on it,
yeah. Wife does a good. You know where the wife makes them? Well, she does it. She fries them on the stove as well. But you know what she's done as of late? Put them things in the air fryer.
See, now you know this. Jesse knows this. Chatty House does not know new air fryer has been secured.
Ooh, yeah.
The new air fryer has been secured. We'll make a video where we make.
You gonna make the steak?
We'll make the steak.
Oh, let's go!
But
I'm not gonna lie. Like, the worst thing that could happen is the steak ends up being good, and we're all just air frying steaks forever.
Well,
after that.
it's not impossible. I realized we need a new one because like this one's got like the glass doors on it. You could see inside of it. The other one had like the tub where you put whatever in it and you shut it. And I realized I really needed to push for this new air fryer one morning because I knew like, all right, we'll go ahead and get one. I was like, all right, I'm gonna clean this old one out and my mom can have it. Like it's a good air fryer. It's just we want to step the game up a little bit. I opened it, and I kid you not, there was an entire bag of like little chicken nuggets that had been air fried and forgot about. So because it's just a black door with it, like she forgot she put the chicken nuggets in the air fryer.
In the new air fryer?
The old one.
Oh.
The
Wait,
old one.
hold on. You said there was a bag of chicken nuggets, not just chicken nuggets.
Yeah,
it was like the entire bag had been emptied into the air fryer.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah.
No, not a
Wait,
bag.
what? Yeah, I was
Like
confused.
the entire bag had been emptied into the air fryer.
Okay, I had to clear that up.
Air fried and left there for probably a minimum of 2 days.
That's not that bad.
Chicken nuggets maybe crawled back at you, or
it might have. It's like, all right. Said, well, we're gonna get this new air fryer with the clear door, so you don't forget that you made food for the kids, and we'll clean this one out and give it to my mom. They actually used it for the first time last night. They made fried pickles. Oh, they came out spectacular. Okay. Absolutely spectacular. They did a great job with it, but they learned how to use it. We messed them. It's like, all right. Gonna put a ribeye in there, see what happens.
Man, these big time air fryers are the truth, bro. They are the truth.
Now we're trying to get the soft serve. You remember what the soft serve was called?
Yeah, what was the name of that, Casey? No.
You
say the name of it. You say it. You were asking everyone on Monday. Hey, Kevin, what's the name of that ice cream machine? Hey, Kevin, what's the name of it?
And the great part was Kevin kept saying it. Like, what's the problem?
I'll hit you guys with that. You tell me. You tell me.
Kevin is funny.
Let's call Kevin right now.
Look, Soren knows what it is. Soren knows what it is.
What? It's 2 words though, right?
Ninja.
Oh my goodness. Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh
man.
Ninja.
Well, and Kevin just gleefully saying it over and over and over again. So great.
Our show's different, man. You can't just be saying anything, man.
Bro, the amount of pausable moments that happened every day on the wake up call are incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Oh man.
You imagine having an ice cream machine in your house?
That's rich.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. That's
rich.
It's not. No, it's a.
No, it is. It is.
That's rich.
It is. Like yesterday, I was like, "Damn, I wish I had some ice cream in the house." And Chris was like, "Yeah, it's just the way it goes, pal."
You're gonna go to McDonald's.
Yeah, like not all of us can do that, dude.
Yo, you got a wedding coming up. Put it on the registry.
That's a good point.
That's a good point. Yeah, I don't think we have that on there.
We'll get you a little ninja.
What kind?
The one that makes the soft serve.
Well, because they got the thing that like cuts up vegetables. That's called a ninja too.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't want to get that. You want to get what?
I'm gonna get the ice cream machine. That's what I'm gonna get. I'm gonna put ice cream machine on the registry. You say the name. Tell me. You say the name.
You say.
Yeah, tough guy.
Yeah.
Come on, tough guy. Say the name.
Go ahead. Pick up your third personal foul of the game.
I don't want to sit out the rest of the half.
Yeah, man. We're gonna come out in uniform like Jameis did.
Oh man. Hey, speaking of, man, I got some disrespectful texts out of nowhere last night, man. I was on call for.
Who?
Oh, Dave?
No. I was on call for, man. In the group, I'm minding my business, going to the Reese's little baseball game, and just got some uncalled for text yesterday.
Read the text. What did it say?
What is it?
I'll read the text right now. Hold on. Let's see. Cat with a C.
Oh,
scoring 17 on 5 of 14 in a potential closeout game. Eye emoji.
What's disrespectful about that?
There's no need. There's no need for that.
And
did I misspell cat, by the way?
No.
Oh, did I put a C instead of a K? Wow.
Yes, you did.
I'm sure he definitely did. He didn't do that on purpose.
I'm not even disrespectful.
It, I guess.
He was just excited to text.
And then after a couple choice words, Game 7 at the Garden, fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji.
What's wrong with that?
I don't understand. I don't see anything disrespectful. I just saw someone who was pretty hyped about
Game 7 at the Garden is going to be a movie.
Pistons
versus the Knicks. Movie status.
I mean, I'm not mad. But you're getting me to the point where I might be mad.
I called Gary Trent Jr. Bill Buckner after that too.
Oh,
damn,
that was tough.
That was a crazy.
That hurt me, low-key. That hurt.
Did you guys hear this? Do you know how old Gary Trent Jr. is? Did you hear this?
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you hear this?
Earlier.
No.
How old do you think he is?
Man, he was a trash 30?
Yeah, you and everyone else.
You're not alone. He's 26.
He is not.
I thought the same thing.
Gary Trent Jr. is not 26.
He is.
I thought the
has he
same
been
thing.
in the league?
The insiders asked me the same question. I was like, yeah, probably about 30. They're like, no. He's been in the league like 8 years.
But he James or Kyle called him 32.
That man is not 26 years old.
The young man in this game.
That was a trip. That was a trip when I heard that.
I just assume you guys are lying with everything you say, so I look it up.
And he came. I think he was a freshman when he came out, so that's why the years don't match up with that.
He also don't look like a 26-year-old.
He looks a little more mature.
You were saying something about your blue and orange team, though.
That's good. Yeah, hold that thought. We'll talk about how much.
We got a break coming up.
Yeah, we'll talk about how bad the Knicks are.
Hey, yo, stop disrespecting.
I just think it's so funny that you take it personally.
Well, no, I'm not taking it personally, but I'm gonna start to.
KC defends his favorite basketball team. We're dealing with
chill,
KC
chill,
return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Jesse, not everybody can play the sorry Magic.
I'll tell you what, that's the best defense the Celtics are going to see all playoffs. I feel pretty good about it. They took the Celtics out of that whole shoot threes game. Like the Celtics couldn't do that all series long until Paolo got his 5th foul yesterday.
Yeah.
Magic are legit. They just need a couple pieces.
It didn't matter for Tatum, though. Oh man, this is 143. I could be talking about it right now, but let's do it. All right. Where we at? 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. And I got to talk about, because we'll spend 2 days. Usually I like to preview things. First of all, shout out to the Dope One. Shout out to Jordan Brand. You know the vibes. Shout out Cola C Moss. You know what it is. Shout out Rampage the Barber. Shout out to my people over there. So usually I like to do this on Friday when we preview this stuff, but it'll be 2 days. It'll be 2 days because that's what the weekend entails. Because we have a major weekend of boxing coming up, and it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the Cinco de Mayo weekend. We'll start on Friday because Fatal Fury, I thought this was a joke when I saw the headline months ago. I thought it was AI. I thought it was fake news. I was like, there's no way this is happening. Well, I got to salute Riot Season because they're making this happen. Riot Season, the Zone, making this happen. Fatal Fury, Times Square, 3 headline fights. This is big time. You got Teofimo Lopez fighting. You got Devin Haney fighting Jose Ramirez, 559, stand up. And then in the main event, you got Ryan Garcia versus Rolly Romero, all at Times Square on Friday evening. This is fire. This is fire. Like I said, I've been critical of those guys a lot, but them actually pulling this off is fire. And the storylines that are involved in this whole card without these fighters fighting each other is great stuff as well. Ryan and Devin, they keep taking shots at each other. Teofimo hops in there taking shots at people. Devin's taking shots at Shakur. And all these guys are talking, and what they're doing essentially is building up their own fight. I do believe Ryan wins, Devin wins. They'll fight each other later this year, and that's going to be a massive pay-per-view. That is going to be a grudge match. Might even be for a title, I don't know. But it's going to be a grudge match that is like Canelo Triple G-esque. It's going to be some real deal stuff. The trash talking is going to be crazy, and that's the one that they're setting up for. And to be honest with you, the winner of that might face Teofimo. And we'll see what happens because I think Ryan will handle business against Rolly, but Devin Haney, he's got to be aware of what Jose Ramirez can do. That's a tough dude. He's tougher than a $2 steak. And then Tiafimo, he's got to be aware as well. I could see him getting clipped up. So I love this card. I love the idea. I like I said, I will criticize the zone and Raya season and his excellency when they do bad. I got to salute him because this is fire. I can't wait for Friday night. That's the 13th round. What you get? What you got on the play? What you got? You go get something?
No, so there actually was a.
You got a Brussels sprout, huh?
They offered you something.
No, I think Paul ate all the Brussels sprouts. No, there was actually a vegan. There was like a veggie pizza, but it just, it was great. It just I had a piece of it. It had a bunch of vegetables and some sauce on it. But the problem was, I opened the other boxes, which was the real pizza, and that's what I wanted to eat. It was like, that's pizza, right? This is salad on bread.
Well, don't sneeze.
Again, it was very good.
Yeah. They even, you know what I kind of like been thinking about a little bit lately? Once again, I don't order it, but if it's there, I'll tap into it, and that's the pineapples on the pizza. If it's there, I'll eat it. Like I said, I'm not ordering it,
bro. Yeah, like
grow up.
Yeah,
That's not even, kids don't even like that. Kids like cheese only.
No, it's dumb.
Pineapple, like, wait, why?
I know
like,
this is such a stupid debate, but don't put fruit on my pizza and don't cook my fruit.
I think that's the only fruit
that goes on pizza.
So point stands. Don't cook my fruit.
That's pretty good. If it was bad, then nobody would do it no more.
Who's cooking fruit? Like, what are you throwing on the grill besides, like, I've seen pineapple, but like, what else?
Pineapple.
Pineapple should be cut.
It's fire in any arena.
Nah, pineapple needs to be cut.
That's why they cook it.
Thrown in
it's still fire.
The fridge for a bit. Take it out. It's perfect.
So hold on. Like the pineapple on the ham. That's not a good look.
I don't even do that. Yeah, we don't throw pineapple on our ham.
I'm not going to eat ham.
What
are we doing?
What do you mean? What are we doing? Ham is what?
What? He's different. He doesn't eat ham and stuff.
Ham is fire. Ham is way better than turkey.
Yeah, that's easy.
Okay, man.
And
but
then
you got a turkey take you want to live by?
When you need that flavor, you throw the pineapples in the ham, let it cook, all this other stuff.
You eat the turkey because you don't want to be rude to your grandmother who made it. Like, turkey's never good.
Well, I wouldn't say never.
Hold on. Let me excuse me. Hold on. All right. Like, the best turkey is not like it's fine. It's like average.
No, then you did it wrong. Like, just because y'all been doing it wrong all these years don't mean that
it's fine. I've had like turkey that wasn't dry, but it's like, oh wow, this is amazing turkey. It's like, yes, turkey, whatever. Like, I'll take more ham, please.
Well, Jesse, I've had some really good turkey for the holidays. It's been. I was like, this is pretty.
I made a fire turkey for my family a couple years ago.
Sure, it was great. Fine.
All right, your tone, bro.
I would have said, can I get some more ham, please?
Well, I didn't make no ham because that's disgusting.
You gotta add that to the repertoire, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, that's mandatory.
You gotta add that, especially around Christmas time too.
No, it isn't.
Come on, man. Once again, put the pineapples on there.
Katrina makes a great point. Be careful with your turkey comments.
A turkey for everyone at that church.
Man, I ain't seen that. I ain't seen that turkey, and it's been over a week now, and I want to keep it that way. Hey, brine the turkey. Talk about it right there. Brine the turkey. That's the move right there. Just sit it in the refrigerator, let it do its deal. Throw that thing on the smoker. You good?
I believe you guys. I'm gonna get more into the cooking. I'm not really a cooker. I'm more of I eat the dinner.
I haven't tried this. Have you tried the deep fried turkey?
Nah, man, I've seen too many.
The videos are hilarious.
We've talked about that before. It was almost my house.
Yeah.
That's
right.
It ended up being really good though. Like, it was bomb. Like, but
was that Jazz? But you didn't do it. Jasmine did.
I slept.
You were sleeping.
Yeah, through the.
And Jazz nearly burned down the house, and you just woke up like, "What's up, everybody?" You slept through all of it.
I slept through all of it, and it was bomb. Like, it was hella good.
And it
was better than regular.
My favorite bit, anytime we talk food, doesn't Jesse eat his eggs plain? Yeah, I do. Whatever.
Isn't it always Ian?
It's everyone. It's not just Ian. I think someone else threw it in there. David Jackson, turkey, eggs, no salt. I'll be the villain. I don't care.
Jesse doesn't eat his eggs plain.
Yeah.
He just doesn't put salt and pepper on them. He puts
We throw some barbecue on there and stuff like that. I have stuff with the eggs as well, like potatoes. Those are seasoned, blah, blah, blah. But
that is kind of psycho behavior.
See, no, you're throwing around those words.
Well, I'm saying
I'm not throwing pineapple on pizza.
I'm not putting it on there either. But if it's on there, I'm not going to shy away from. Like I said, olives, I'll pick those things off. Pineapple, oh yeah, no, stay on.
Yeah, your take on olives lately has been really extreme.
Olives whack.
That's not yours is extreme because you like them.
No, I don't like them. I just think they serve a purpose.
Yeah, to be on the side of the plate.
Yeah, or to go in the trash.
Oh man!
Apparently, they go in martinis.
The dirtiest martinis.
Man, that's just straight olive juice they put in them things with gin.
Yeah, the drinks were good though.
Yeah, at the where were we? The Fat Rabbit.
Yeah, Fat Rabbit.
What did I just see in the chat out? Says, do Casey and Jesse not eat combination pizzas? I take the olives off.
No, I don't eat combination pizza.
See, we go separate there. Combination's fire. I take the olives off though.
Hell no. I take damn near everything off except for the pepperoni. Get all this crap off my pizza.
What's a combination pizza? Like, what's on that?
Basically a salad.
No, it's like bell peppers and stuff like that. There's mushrooms, pepperoni.
Oh, that's I don't want all
sausage.
That. That's basically what I just ate, just without the pepperoni and cheese.
Exactly.
I don't want this.
No, it's not bad though.
No, I want the real pizza that's right here. I want that.
Not my number one choice.
He'd have to do the KSFM show by himself if I ate a piece. Hey, where's D'Lo? Don't ask. Dude ate his first piece of cheese in 15 years, and it's not going well.
Pepperoni and jalapenos have become my go-to.
And here's John Poles. Casey eats like a 4-year-old because I don't want salad on my pizza. I'll eat a salad. I don't want salad on my pizza.
No one's throwing lettuce on the pizza or croutons.
What the hell? No, he eats like a 4-year-old because he doesn't eat combination pizza. Get the hell out of here. Nobody want no combination pizza.
Right, Chad. These dudes are basic with their food.
My bad.
We're not basic. We just have preferences.
Sac State's going to beat Arizona's ass in basketball.
Yeah. When all else fails, take a shot at Arizona.
When Arizona's a 1 seed or whatever, and they get an early exit in the tournament like they always do because of Sac State this time.
Hey, Arizona might be the only one more popular than Sac State. Arizona, that recruiting class they got is crazy.
They are going crazy. Casey Tucker got a great point, though. No palate. He thinks the Cajun ribeye is fire. Yeah, that's a great point there.
Oh, yeah. By the way,
you're bugging.
Great point.
I'm bugging. Team D'Lo, by the way. Like Ruth's Chris, I'm out completely. Like, there's just no, I'm out completely.
Everybody coming on, man.
I'll go,
man.
He was right.
I feel like CM Punk leading the straight edge society. Come on, man. Come on. I got you.
It's I be forgetting what is it, the Australian, what is it called? What I get? The Brazilian
tomahawk.
The Brazilian tomahawk, yeah. Come on, bro. Get you that. You'll be straight.
That steak's fine.
Yeah, it's a $200 steak. You don't screw that up. That's a good call right there. It's a $200 steak. Not all of us can go to restaurants and order $200 steak. I ain't even gotten the tomahawk at Q yet.
That's probably fire too.
I know it ain't no doubt that's
only one of us on this show has gotten a $200 steak and a $300 bottle of wine.
That's one person and one person only.
What are you doing with him?
Man, you started all this by talking about your 2 Louis Vuitton bags and Karosh, get your filthy.
Karosh, you smell like trash. What are you doing?
Audacy.
Like,
oh, you fat.
No, he turned into Luka Doncic. Like, oh, you were picking up trash. Don't look at me, heathen. I have
companies
2 Louis Vuitton bags.
Companies out there saving the world, and Kenny said, "Ew."
Yeah, Kenny's like gross.
Yeah, ew.
What did my boy Rick Rude used to say?
Picking up trash.
It's all the fat, sweaty
Audacy sweat hogs. Keep the noise down while I take my Louis bags into the studio and do my 2 shows.
Oh, Katrina's she's spot on. It has been a while. I got to get back to SR Prime.
Oh man, that's the truth.
I got to get back there ASAP.
That is the truth. We just started talking about the next event at Sky River. I don't know what it's going to be or if we're actually going to do it. I gave him an idea.
Yeah.
I was like, maybe we try something that's not at 12 o'clock. See if they go for it.
Let's try that. Well,
RP says real steak enthusiasts eat steak with just salt and pepper. No, it's actually not the worst take. You grill that thing right.
Yeah, that's
no point.
That's fine. That's fine.
But also, if it's a $200 steak,
you know what? I'm also just not a steak enthusiast as well, so I'll get it the other way too. Then,
what do you order when you go to like a nice restaurant? What kind of steak do you get? Are you a fillet or a prime rib? Or you're a fillet?
Yeah,
prime rib guy. I mean, but I'll mix it up.
I said prime rib. I meant ribeye.
I mean,
ribeye. Yeah.
I'll mix it up though. I'll get a fillet. I ain't got no problem. You know, a little filet mignon. There's ain't nothing wrong with that.
What's the one that's both?
I don't know.
Is it called a porterhouse? Is that what it is?
A porterhouse.
That's
I didn't know that was both, but I'm
okay.
familiar with a porterhouse.
Okay.
You asked me what's the steak usually get at a nice restaurant? Whatever I got last time, I guess the first time.
Actually, now that I think about it, I probably do lean more towards the filet mignon, like if I see that on the menu.
Mm-hmm.
But I like a New York ribeye. You know, I don't have a preference. Just make it good. I mean, like I said, when I go to Morton's, it is the Cajun ribeye, and when I go to Root Chris, I gotta get the Brazilian tomahawk now. So,
what do you do when you go to a good steakhouse?
Whatever they say is good.
It was.
I mean, it is a shot. I mean, they both like I
I'm
said.
the
Brazilian tomahawk is bomb. How are you gonna tell me it's not bomb?
I'm gonna take Jesse and Crystal to Q just for Jesse having my back this whole show.
Nice. That's why I do it.
You fired too. You fired too. Like I said, that Cajun ribeye, I swear by that. To be honest, so to your point, I'm not saying it's trash or nothing, but to your point, I remember I got maybe I don't know, just some random steak, and when I was at Morton's, and I was like, oh, this is cool. Like, it wasn't great. And Jazz got in the Cajun ribeye. And I said, what you got? She's like, here, you want to try it? And that was bomb. So to your point, when I had just something else,
trash,
I was like,
is Roots Chris the top 5 steakhouse for you?
Hey, come on. Just say it.
Well, no, because they have the Cajun ribeye, so it can't be trash.
Say it's a bad steakhouse.
Can it be good if it's hold on. How good can it be if it's only one thing though? You can only get one thing. Like, how good can that be?
You might be able to get other things. I'm just telling you that was bomb. That was fire, so it can't be trash if that's fire. And it's not trash. The vegetables are good. The Brussels sprouts are really good over there too.
Yeah, when I hit them up.
Well, I can't eat Brussels sprouts out in public anymore because of I've been scarred by Kenny's contract signing.
Got the paparazzi on him.
Hey, I think I did. No, Frank, if I'm not mistaken, I think I seen Frank at Q.
Okay.
Just let me know, Frank Martin in the chat. I think it was at Q, and he got the Cajun ribeye at Q. I think that's what he's talking about. Yeah. Shout out to Frank. Man.
Madrid 55 says, where'd he go? Where's Q? There he is. Oh boy, rich folks from Rockland look down on Roots Chris. Yep, because Roots Chris is trash. Kiss that endorsement deal goodbye. Sizzling hot takes brought to you by Morton's. There goes that whole idea. Sorry, Charlie. Gone forever. Have we spent enough time talking about how trash the Knicks are?
Like, we didn't spend any time. Casey just read some private texts.
Yeah, the Knicks are the Mortons of
you two
playoff
teams.
This
is so uncalled for. The Knicks didn't do anything to anybody.
Yeah, they sure didn't do anything.
Well, they got to play again.
They didn't bother
do
anybody.
A damn thing last night.
That was a bad job by them.
Closeout game, yeah, that's tough.
Nobody stepped up. That game didn't go
that game did not go the way that I thought it would. One, I thought New York was going to win. I thought Brunson was going to go crazy. I thought K was going to go crazy. And as a matter of fact, Prize Picks just beat my ass because of that game. And
what about your boy Tibbs, not being able to get his best offensive players in the game, or offensive player?
Tibbs
Sharp wasn't one of them, but.
I don't want to be disrespectful, but how much of the Knicks being up in this series has to do with the fact that the Pistons just haven't been able to just close, I guess? Like, it feels like the Pistons are just right there, and if they want it, like, I think it's going 7. I could see the Pistons still winning the series too. Like, I don't think the Knicks have been like that much better or anything like that.
The Pistons are I think they're a pretty good team. I don't know if they're like good enough to beat Boston or something like that, or even compete against Boston, but I think they're a good team. Like, they're. All jokes aside, like, it's a tough series for the Knicks.
Like,
that's a tough matchup. I joked about it a little bit, but it's like damn, if I was the Knicks, I'd rather play the Magic. No shade, like
no, yeah.
But the Pistons are a tough matchup for anybody.
Yeah, what I'm saying is like basically a couple possessions, a foul call at the end of the game. Pistons could very well have been up the team up 3-1 going into yesterday or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Knicks have
my opinion on the outcome of the series hasn't changed though.
I think it's going 7.
I still think the Knicks are going to win.
Yeah,
I think the Knicks could they could close it out tomorrow. I guess they play tomorrow. I could see that. I wouldn't be surprised by that. But the Knicks are also a team that, like, they're a good team, but they're never going to run away from anybody. Like, they're never just going to beat the hell out of somebody. They're not going to do what the Celtics do.
It's Pacers next, right? Or is it
Pacers Cavs?
Oh, it's Pacers Cavs. Okay.
Yeah, Pacers Cavs.
So it's Celtics
Knicks.
Probably been on a collision course for this for about a year since that cat trade.
It's time, baby.
Since that text.
It's time, baby.
Since that text was sent.
Knicks are the favorites. All right.
It's time, baby. Don't lose to the Knicks. Don't lose.
They're not. Don't
lose to the Knicks. That's all I'm saying. Don't lose to the Knicks.
Don't lose to the Pistons.
Jalen. So if we come in here and, man, what a series. The Knicks beat the Celtics. Jalen probably averaged like 42.
Yeah, they found a way where he was unguardable. And honestly, Cat probably had the series of his life.
Yeah, probably that too.
You know, everybody will have to play 10 times better than they did last night because nobody stepped up last night.
Wasn't good last night. Can you think Detroit could win the next two?
They can for sure.
I don't think they can.
I think.
They're playing. I mean, gosh, man. I mean, I thought last night was a hell of a response for them, given what just happened to them.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's tough. They responded well, which I don't know if winning last night alleviated a little bit of that pain or made it worse. I believe circumstances are important. Like, what would that game have looked like if that foul was called and the Knicks wound up winning that? Excuse me, the Pistons wound up winning that game, and it's 2-2 instead of 3-1. How does that change the mindset of New York? Like, I don't think you could just change that variable and expect what happened last night to be exactly the same. But I got to imagine there's some people on the Detroit Pistons thinking, man, we got them.
Yeah, I think they absolutely believe that they can win the next two games and essentially win 3 games in a row in this series. Maybe because of what Jesse brought to the table just a second ago. They probably look at it like, we're not being overwhelmed by the Knicks. 2 of these losses are our doing as far as not being able to close out games, get stops. If we shore things up, we could absolutely take care of business and win the next 2 games and win this series.
Mm-hmm.
So they absolutely believe. They absolutely believe. And it's going to be up to the Knicks to kind of they're going to have to go win this series. I don't think the Pistons are going to hand it to them at this point.
Cat and Brunson, I don't know if it's Brunson so much, but like those two are just going to have to like prove some people wrong, I guess. Because like Cat like putting up those points like Brunson.
I don't think Brunson has anything.
That's why I like that. I'm being fair because Brunson didn't really show up yesterday either.
Sure.
But like you're gonna have it's gonna have to be them. There's been questions about one of them at least.
Yeah, and that's a little. I think that's a little unfair to Cat. Outside of game 2, he's been fine. Like yesterday, he wasn't great. I ain't saying that, but
I'll give you game 2, and game 5 now though. For what he was brought there for, that's not going to cut it.
Game 5.
Cat's in a tough spot.
It's almost, but okay. So hold on. It's almost like we just talked about with Kawhi. Like we talked. I was like, Kawhi hadn't been that since then, and they were like, well, hold on. He had 20, 11, and 9. Cat had 17 and 11.
Well, I did say that wasn't worth it. Like you lost by 16.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 20, 11, 9 and a 16-point loss is.
If Cat,
I'm not gonna fudge that to make it mean something.
If and I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying if Brunson had even closer to the type of performance that we expect from him in that situation, they win that game. They lost by 3. He had 16 points.
Sure.
So if he would have had 26, I'm not even saying he got to go crazy.
Jalen been 30 a night?
Probably so.
Hasn't Jalen been 30 a night?
Yeah. So Cat, I think Cat gets a little bit of an unfair rep. Like he's looked at he gets the blame of a guy that is supposed to be a number one and a franchise guy, and we all agree he's not that. So if we all agree he's not a franchise guy, why do we keep holding him to the standards of a franchise guy?
He's a number two.
Does everyone think he's not a franchise guy, or is that just us?
I think it's pretty common
belief.
Yeah.
Okay.
That he's a number two. And as a number two, I said number two, you're 17. I don't want to say 17 because he had 17 last night, but like you're 18 to 24 points a night.
Can I go coffee boy on you for a second?
Never.
Oh,
You
no.
say coffee boy.
No.
Yeah, never go coffee boy.
It's true. Is Jalen Brunson what people think Jamal Murray is?
No,
but
I
he's really it.
I think people think Brunson's better than Jamal. I think.
Okay, they do.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't think. I think you have a, maybe because you hate him so much, you have a jaded view of what people think Jamal Murray is.
I do.
I don't think anybody looks at him as a franchise guy. Nobody's like, he's a number one.
Okay.
He's somebody. He's a high level.
Jalen a one?
With the right people?
Now you get into the minutia of it all because it's very, very, very difficult for a player.
We've been over
that
that.
size
Yep,
to be a
we've been
number
over
one.
that. But this is a 26 point per game scorer, 30 in the playoff. I mean, he dropped below 30 points per game last night because of that 17 point outing. But he also, he also, and last night is definitely the anomaly. He has huge playoff performances.
He does.
I feel like he's a little more consistent.
He is money in the postseason. I think people look at Jalen Brunson as better than Jamal Murray. I don't think there's any debate from people about that.
All right. I'll leave it alone.
I think Jamal he's a guy, and once again, you understood what I was saying when I said it earlier, where if he's not on, they can't win a title. If he is on, they can go all the way to the championship. And the reason why he's not looked at as a franchise guy is because you can't rely on that. He's always going to be there. He's always going to give you a series where he averages 27. Sometimes he don't do that. Sometimes it's 20. So Jalen,
I'm not going to take any more shots at Jamal Murray today.
Jalen is a number one type player, but now you get into a different conversation of, can a guy at that size lead a team to a championship?
Which if you're calling Cat a number two, he's a really high end number two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say that about him.
Cat's he has all the talent in the world. It's just a matter of consistently doing it every night.
Mm-hmm.
I think in the big moments too.
Nick's problem is they have two number threes. That's their problem. They have two number threes.
That's where Giannis
comes
comes
how to
into
make that
play.
work. Well, then you got a clear number one. Yes, a clear number one if you pull that off.
Yeah. Cat and Michael call it a day.
I just don't see Jalen having a game like that again. And Cat, I mean, I don't mean this in a negative way towards Jamal. Like, you could probably say the Knicks will go as far as Karl Anthony Towns.
Mm.
You talk about, like the Denver Nuggets can win a championship if you got Jamal Murray doing, something similar, or closer to what you saw last night than what you might have saw earlier in the series. Same could be said for Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah.
Like if you're getting, I mean, everyone went crazy when Cat went for, was it 30 something earlier this series? All right. I'm not saying you got to do that on a night to night basis, but you're getting 26, 27 from Karl Anthony Towns. The Pistons aren't going to be able to stop the Knicks. They're going to be tough against Boston.
Yeah. I'm going to
because Cat's points could come in 50 different ways.
I'm going to tell you, as much as I maybe softened the criticism a little bit, Cat, I need more than 17 from you, bro. I need a, in a closeout situation, and especially if you're going through the game and you're seeing Brunson's not killing the way he was. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to get to 25.
That's also why Cat's there too. Like if Brunson's not having the best night, like Cat, you're there to like clean it up.
Yeah, I need in that situation. Read the room, read the situation. All right, it's time to turn up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I got to turn up. You have the ability to do it, and like Jesse said, that's one of the reasons why you were brought there, to be able to do something like that. So. Yeah, he's got to perform better. Did you see that clip of the newscast in Detroit treating what happened in Game 4 like a crime scene?
No, no.
Like it's I don't know. I actually have Twitter up. Maybe because we got Chris Biderman coming up, so maybe I'll show you later. But they treated it like a and they reported on it like a crime scene. Ironically, not like we're having a joke about it. Like they were really. It was like, all right, settle down.
Okay, I want to see this. I'm sorry. Does Domas have to be what Cat is for this Kings team? Domas ain't that. Domas ain't that.
He can't do that.
We'll come back. Chris Biderman joins us. We'll talk a little bit about the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk Scott Perry, Doug Christie, and our man covers pretty in-depthly the San Francisco 49ers as well. We'll talk about the draft that the 49ers have and what might be ahead for them as we settle in here to this offseason now with the draft behind us. Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
We just hijacking somebody else's party.
What do you mean?
Are you talking about across the street?
Yeah. We just got a message. We got a message, and with the flyer said, "There's a Cinco de Mayo party with a great free lunch across the street. If anybody would like to join a few of us over there tomorrow." We're just going into somebody else's dorm room.
We're
This ain't even in the building. It's
literally across the street. Yeah, how do you know?
That's hilarious. Love that we're celebrating Cinco de Mayo tomorrow.
Well, nobody gonna be here Friday or Monday.
Or Monday. Man, Chris Biderman. Biderman, what's happening, baby?
What's up, boys? How are you guys?
Good, man. How are you?
Chris, what's up, man?
Fantastic.
Boy, you're looking extra sharp now that you're married. Boy, you got that fresh soccer player haircut. Man, you looking good over there.
Thanks. I'm literally just came from the barber, to be honest. I saw I was coming on today. I was like, man, I need to freshen up a little bit.
There you go. There you go.
How are you guys?
Good. We are great.
I feel like I didn't talk to you enough at the after party, so I apologize for that.
Bro, you were the I didn't even meet your wife. That was the funny part. It still haven't met her. Still haven't met her. But you were the busiest man at the party, man. I wasn't gonna bother you.
All right.
It looked like
we'll have to. Yeah, it was cool.
But it looked like a good time.
It was a good time. My buddy works in entertainment, and they pulled out all the stops. It was pretty sick.
Very good.
Yeah,
that was good stuff, man.
Real quick, Kyle Renetta tagged us in the Detroit video. Like, she's going point, be like it's a crime scene. Like, yeah, like the body was here and the shooter was right here. Like, that's the kind of vibes they're on.
It is hilarious.
That's great. I have to watch that. Man, look at this Photoshop from Dr. David. Got KC with Louis Vuitton luggage, the strap bag, and man.
Come on. I like the strap bag though. I do like that. I'm in the market for one. I'm in the market
to go get one.
I'm in the market for one. I ain't gonna lie to you. I gotta figure out some things, man. I gotta get Roof Chris on board here with this endorsement.
That'd be a tough one to walk back. I'm not a big fan of Ruth's Chris. It'd be a tough one to walk back if they ever. Hey, we really love sports. How can we get on your sports station? No.
We really love sports and hip hop. How do we get involved?
The Insiders would be a great show for you. Kyle Madsen, sports and hip hop. Oh man.
Oh brother.
We'll start. Here we go, Chris. We're coming back here.
All right.
Happy to bring in our brother. First time as a married man, Chris Biderman, back here with us. Let's actually get some air horns for him. Yes, sir. Got the fresh haircut, looking great here on the live stream, man. Lots to talk about. Let's start with the 49ers. We'll get to the Kings here in just a few minutes. I know you have been doing some great work covering the 49ers over at the Candlestick Chronicles podcast with our man Kyle Madsen. I felt like Kyle was kind of on the draft. How do you feel like the 49ers did last weekend?
I think pretty good. I think what they did was they addressed a lot of their needs, and they did it early and often, particularly on the defensive line, which I think was smart. It didn't feel like, there was no Jake Moody, Cam Latu kind of screw ups, right? Like there was, when you look at all the picks, I think you can say, yeah, maybe they reached a little bit for Nick Martin, the third round linebacker, or Upton Stout, third round nickel corner. But if they have belief that those guys are going to have contributing roles, it's like, it doesn't matter if they're third round or fifth round picks. Like if they're starters, they're starters. So I think you can quibble, I guess, with the value of some of their picks, but they didn't draft any guys with the exception of the quarterback they took from Indiana in the 7th round. They didn't draft anybody coming in with injuries. They didn't draft anybody with like serious character concerns or red flags. It seemed like they were just hitting a bunch of singles and doubles. And they just need as much depth on the roster as they can get. And it feels like at minimum they did that. And, there's a chance with Michael Williams, with Alfred Collins, that those guys can pop and potentially be long-term starters. I do believe in their upside. And if they get coached up, I think the Niners defense could potentially be good going forward. So I like a lot of the picks. I don't love every single pick, but as far as like what the bar is for them, it looks a lot better than the Jake Moody, Cam Latu draft for sure.
It's interesting you bring up Nick Martin, because that's one of the guys that stood out to me on the defensive end. I feel like there's a formula that John Lynch is going for with there, and he using a prototype of Dre Greenlaw as that formula. He wants another Dre Greenlaw type next to Fred Warner. Does Nick Martin kind of replicate some of the things that Dre does as far as being an athlete? I think Dre Greenlaw is maybe a harder hitter, but as far as the speed, it feels like that's what he was trying to replicate with Nick Martin.
Yeah, it looked like speed was really a priority on defense. Speed more than size, particularly with Nick Martin and Stout and Siegel, the 5th round safety they got from K-State. You watch him play, and I don't know if it's just an optical illusion because he was wearing the number 4, but the way he runs around, he looks like a DB. And I know he's listed at 220 pounds. I think Fred Warner's like 226 or something like that in his playing weight. So the weight for a linebacker isn't as much of a thing as it was, like a decade ago when Patrick Willis and those dudes were like 240, 250 pounds. But yeah, I think, a question I would have, like, all right, CJ West, you're trying to approximate DJ Jones, right? Nick Martin, you're trying to approximate Dre Greenlaw. Upton Stout, you're trying to approximate K'Wan Williams. I'm not saying that's faulty logic because it obviously worked with those dudes, but are you trying to like replicate templates of dudes, or are you just trying to find good players, right? Like that would be a question I have, and I think that's kind of nitpicking a little bit. But yeah, I think Nick Martin has the potential to be that dude, especially when you watched him in 2023. He was flying around, he made a ton of tackles. There are questions about, does he overrun plays and does he miss too many tackles? And you had the same sort of questions about Quan Alexander back in the day, right? When the Niners added him. So I think it makes sense. It's definitely a big swing. It seemed like he was probably going to be available in the 4th or 5th round. But again, you don't know that. But if they have conviction on the guy that he's a 3rd round pick and potential starter, then I don't really have any problem with that.
You feel like they missed anything over the weekend? Maybe not on a player, but maybe a position.
Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking they need a center all off season. I'm not a big Jake Brendel guy. I don't blame them for not, like the offensive line thing and trying to find a replacement for Trent Williams. You're only going to do that with a real premium pick, right? Like you're not going to find a Trent Williams replacement in the 3rd round, or if you do, you're going to get extremely lucky. So I think kind of what they did with the defensive line in this year's draft, they're probably likely to do with the offensive line in next year's draft. And yeah, could they have used a guard? For sure. Could they have used a potential swing tackle? For sure. You saw him get DJ Humphries yesterday, 31 years old, didn't play a lot of football last year, only played 2 games for the Chiefs. But has played good football in his career. But at this point, it's probably a stretch to, like, if Trent Williams does have to miss significant time, do you feel great about DJ Humphries as a backup? I don't know. You might feel better about a developmental, swing tackle type, but you look at the picks they made, they had more pressing needs. Like these guys, Nick Martin could potentially start at weak side linebacker. The defensive linemen, all 3 of those rookies could potentially start and or play a lot their rookie seasons. So if they had drafted a tackle, it might have been a swing tackle and it might have been somebody who doesn't start for you this year. So with that logic, you'd say, they had more pressing needs on defense. But if there is a critique, I would say they could really use an upgrade at center. They could definitely use a developmental tackle, a potential starting guard. But even with 11 picks, it's tough to hit every single need that you have.
2 of the very, very, very few offensive skill players that they took in this draft, because they somebody was joking, they just locked Kyle Shanahan in a closet somewhere and just went all defense. Jordan Watkins, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss, and Jordan James, the running back out of Oregon. Do you think we see either one of these guys get a real shot at being part of the offense? I know Jordan James might get a look because they kind of cleared out the running back room this past offseason. Do you think either one of them might be part of the plans immediately?
Yeah, I think it'll honestly come down to how they are in special teams early on. Because you remember even when Jordan Mason first got his shot at backup linebacker or backup running back, it was because of what he did on special teams. And he was active on game days over Ty Davis Price because of what he was able to do on special teams. So for James and Watkins, that's kind of what I expect. Or at least that's what I expect their avenue to be towards getting playing time. Because it's a steep curve, and they're joining a team with veterans already at their positions. Now, if Christian McCaffrey misses any time, then I would expect James to get a look for sure. I think he was a good pick. Like in another draft where there weren't so many running backs, it wouldn't have surprised me if he would have been a 3rd, 4th round pick. I think he was maybe pushed down the board a little bit because of all the depth at running back in this year's class. Watkins, I don't know. Like there's some serious sort of Danny Gray vibes to me. Obviously, Danny Gray, a 3rd round pick, didn't work out. Maybe it will. Maybe he'll be different with him. Kyle Shanahan's always looking for a field stretching receiver. You remember what Travis Benjamin, what they wanted him to be, just somebody who can stretch the field and create space for everyone else underneath. It feels like that's kind of what they envisioned for him. But even he said it in his conference call after getting drafted, like, it's going to be a steep learning curve, and it always is for rookies, particularly receivers for Kyle Shanahan. So, their way to be active on game days, at least in their rookie year, to me, barring any other injuries, is to stand out on special teams, and that'll ultimately be the deciding factor.
I think I know the answer to this question. We all might know the answer to the question, but like, what now? Like, what's next? The draft is behind us. What are we just waiting for the Schefter Rappaport tweet about a contract extension for Brock Purdy?
Yeah, for sure. That's the whole thing. That's like the biggest thing this offseason, right? It was nailing the draft and then getting the Purdy deal done. And I think getting George Kittle's deal done yesterday was a sign that, all right, this front office is probably tired of all the offseason contract drama that they've had. And I think it's been pretty inarguable that the contract standoffs with Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel and Nick Bosa and Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey to a certain extent have bled into the following seasons. And I think the 49ers, I I would say a priority for them this offseason would be just get these deals done so you don't have to worry about any of this stuff. All your dudes are practicing at training camp. Everyone's on the field. You get done all of the contract work you need to get done so you can focus on the season and not have to deal with these dudes holding out and not practicing until the last week in August, or even, the first week of regular season practice going into the season opener. So yeah, get the Brock Purdy deal done. Like, that's just get it done. It doesn't matter. Like, to me, it doesn't matter if it's $50 million a year, $55 million a year on average. Like, it's the structure of the contract is not going to be what's initially reported. It's going to look crazy initially because that's going to be the maximum value because the agent's going to want, all that money out there. But in reality, Brock Purdy is going to get a big check up front. His cap hit's going to be small, probably for the first 2 years, and they'll probably have huge cap hits at the back end, and then it'll be all worked out. People are going to make a really big deal about the financials of the contract if and when it comes down. And I promise you it won't be that big of a deal because everything's renegotiable, right? You can move around money in these contracts, and the 49ers have been pretty good at that. So get the deal done, have your full team, your full complement of veterans ready for training camp, and then you can hit the ground running.
It's almost like in a video game, whether it's Madden or NCAA football or something like that, where you have a certain amount of time that you can allot to recruiting or negotiating. And the Niners have, over the past 3 years, it feels like they've used all their negotiating time. Like, there's no more negotiations. Just sign. That's all you can do is sign. You don't have time to quabble back and forth. I'm with you. Like, just get this done. Let's move forward. I like the signing of George Kittle and what that kind of represents and could potentially mean as well. And also with George Kittle, do you think that kind of guarantees he retires as a 49er?
It should. He's signed through 2029. Now, it's likely that, I don't know how likely it is, but it's through 2029. It's 5 years from now. He's 31, 32, given what he's put his body through. Like, he's basically needed surgery on his left shoulder since he came into the league. And he's said that he's not going to get that surgery until he retires. And so, he always plays with that brace on it. I couldn't even tell you, I know my guy Eric Branch of the Chronicle is always talking about Kittle's injuries and everything that he's played through. The list is long. He's played through ankles and groins and backs and ribs and all sorts of different shoulders, obviously all sorts of different stuff. So yeah, I would imagine that he's going to retire a 49er. I think that's important to him. I think getting on the 10-year wall is important to him. I think he represents sort of everything the 49ers want from like their core franchise type players in terms of their professionalism, how they take care of their body, the off-season work ethic, coming into training camp in great shape, ready to roll, practicing really hard. Like him, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, like those guys all kind of exemplify that. And so I think the 49ers are rewarding that. And I think that's mutual on Kittle's side from the standpoint of he wants to be on that 10-year wall. He wants to retire a 49er.
Well, let's shift gears here. Our man Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee does a great job covering the San Francisco 49ers over at the Candlestick Chronicles podcast, of course, for the Sacramento Bee as well. Also, spent a great deal of time covering the Sacramento Kings, who have made quite a bit of news over the course of the last couple of weeks. New general manager, Scott Perry. New-ish, officially, head coach, Del Christie. Let's start with the general manager. That all happened very, very quickly. Monty McNair was out. Scott Perry was in. How did you feel when all of that transpired following the ass whooping at the hands of the Dallas Mavericks?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty standard Kings move, I guess. Like, I don't know. How do you guys feel about it? Because, like, if the expectation is, do you want somebody that gets along with the owner, then you check that box, right? If the expectation is we want to be a perennial top 4 seed or at least top 6 seed in the Western Conference, I just don't know. I don't have a ton of confidence that Scott Perry's the guy, and that's not necessarily a knock on Scott Perry. It's a knock on what's been a decision-making process within the Kings organization that's been questionable for a long time now. Obviously, it's the fact that you look at Scott Perry as a GM with the Knicks. In first year, 29 wins, 17 wins, 21 wins. They had 141 wins in 2020 and 2021. Won only one playoff game, lost in the first round to the Hawks. 37 and 45 the next year. They bring in Rick Brunson and Leon Rose. Then you bring in Jalen Brunson, and then you make your run in the playoffs and beat the Cavs. Scott Perry's not retained. I just it doesn't seem to me that the Scott Perry thing inspires a ton of confidence in terms of is he going to be somebody that overrules Vivek when he needs to be overruled? And I don't know if any GM is going to be that guy until Vivek decides to relent some of that power, frankly. So I don't know if Vivek does what he did when Mike Brown was first hired and kind of takes his hands off the wheel and lets Monty McNair and Mike Brown run the ship, when they were the 3 seed in 22-23, then I think Scott Perry has a much better chance at success. If Vivek is going to be the one really making all these decisions, then it's hard for me to have a lot of confidence in that because of what recent history tells us, and that Vivek is not great at making these basketball decisions. So we'll have to see. I will say, I think retaining Doug without a real exhaustive search indicates to me that Vivek is still making these decisions. And so that doesn't inspire a ton of confidence, and that's nothing against Doug. But, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it all works out. We'll have to see what roster changes are made. They obviously need to make a bunch of roster changes. And if they don't, then, it's hard to go into next season with any real expectations aside from being a fringe, playoff play-in type team. And if that's what they want, then they can achieve that goal. But if they want to be a perennial top six team, then they do need to make some significant changes.
I always ask these questions, and it always comes off as I'm the Vivek apologist or whatever.
But
I'll ask you, Chris, what decisions did Vivek Ranadive make that he overruled the general manager?
It sounds like firing Mike and trading for Zach LaVine.
Okay, that's 2. And
pretty big ones.
Yeah, but that's also after not doing that for 2 years. According to everything we heard, he's wanted Zach LaVine for a long time. They said no. Monty McNair said no. We're not going after him. He'll be back. All right, fall back. Listen to you, Monty. I think the story goes, we don't have a clear indication on this, is Vivek. I don't know if he wanted to fire Mike Brown, but he didn't want to give him the extension over the summer. And Monty and all these, no, this is what we need to do. Da-da-da-da. All right, fine. Go ahead. And when they were wrong, dead ass wrong, that's when he came in and said, all right, man, these last 2 years, we've regressed under your leadership. I'm probably going to fire you. So I'm going to do what I need to do. And the thing about it is, like, if he was doing this with a good GM, it'd be one thing. But Monty, and I defended Monty a lot, and I understand some of the reasons why things didn't happen. But the reality is he was bad at his job. I'd step in too for somebody that was bad at their job. He didn't improve that roster. And every decision he made to not go get somebody or to keep somebody around failed. So
I think sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, I would say I would probably put DeMar DeRozan under the Vivek umbrella. It doesn't seem like a Monty move, and it's been reported.
But I wish you'd tell the whole story. Was it don't look at anybody else, get DeMar DeRozan at all costs, or it was, hey, if you can't close these deals that you tell me they're out here, at the very least, you need to go get this guy.
Yeah,
we know there was at least one
where he couldn't get the deal done.
Well, there was no deal to get done.
Well, he couldn't.
There was no deal to get done in terms
he
of Lauri
couldn't
Markkanen.
get a deal done. I'm not saying.
I hear you.
It wasn't so.
It was a fictitious deal. Like that wasn't. Danny Ainge wasn't going to do a deal with Sacramento. They wasn't going to do a deal. Period.
For sure. But what I'm saying is, we get to July 3rd, and Monty hasn't done anything. He said, "All right, man, you haven't done anything. Like, go get this guy."
Mm-hmm.
We've been out of the playoffs since mid-April. You've had since mid-April to July 1st to figure something out, and we have nothing. Yeah, go get this guy. I don't think, like, I don't want to say like he should do it. I wouldn't advise him to do that. But bro, you hadn't done nothing. You didn't do nothing at the trade deadline. We didn't improve this team at all. Like,
yeah,
I'm sick of you.
That's all fair. That's definitely all fair. I would just say
you is a wild thing for Vivek to say to Monty. I'm sick of you.
I would just say, look, given the history of the Kings, there's been one constant, right, through all this, and it's the ownership, right? So you can have, we can quibble about Monty's moves and Mike's coaching and stuff. Like, to me, it never felt like Mike got the guys that Mike wanted to get. So, and there's a bunch of other stuff to that. And that's, we could talk about that for hours and hours and hours. So I'm sure
we can, but all I'm saying is, did Vivek keep Mike from getting the guys that he wanted? That's my whole thing.
I've heard some things. I mean, you guys have probably heard the same things. Like, I think it's pretty clear now that there are limitations, particularly defensively, when you're paying Domantas Sabonis what you're paying him, right? So, like, yes, if you're all in on Domantas Sabonis, you need to have your roster a certain way. And I think there are people within the organization that knew that. And I think there are people in the organization that push back on that idea. And I think the disagreements ultimately is the reason why the Kings are where they are. So, if the Kings I think the Kings need to make a big swing. Like, I think where they're at now, like, can you get a distressed asset? Like, can you buy low on John Morant? Can you buy low on Zion Williamson? I know Giannis is the guy that we're all going to be talking about this offseason around the NBA.
You're not buying low on him, though.
No, you're not buying low on him. And I don't know if the Kings have the assets to get him even. But, like, to me, they got to make a big swing. And I think everybody has to be on the table. But, yeah, like the revisionist history stuff, like, I'm of the opinion that they never should have fired Mike. Like, yeah, it was a 5-game losing streak. And yeah, like, the team was underperforming, but I think that was a roster issue more than a Mike Brown issue, if I'm being honest. And ultimately the decision to fire Mike led to De'Aaron officially wanting out. So that's just my opinion, but water under the bridge at this point. Scott Perry's got Zach LaVine on a big contract. He's got Domantas Sabonis on a big contract. He's got a team that just lost in the play-in at home to a decimated Mavericks team. And we'll see, what type of foundation that is to work with. But I think they definitely got their work cut out for them if they want to build this into something that, is a top 6 seed year in and year out going forward.
You think Scott Perry will have the freedom to conduct business the way he sees fit?
Maybe initially. Maybe initially. I don't know. I mean, there's not a ton of history that says Vivek is willing to let someone else take full control of the wheel for longer than a year. So we'll see. But yeah, I don't have a ton of confidence that he's going to allow that to happen. And again, like, we've heard that, like, Doug Christie's been in the building for a long time. We know he's been a favorite of the organization for a long time. The fact that he was hired without a real exhaustive search and looking at, throughout the league for potential high-level assistants or anyone else would indicate to me that Vivek still very much has his hand on the wheel.
Well, I definitely think they're doing that. Like, I think they're searching for high-level assistants. I actually don't have a problem that they didn't do an exhaustive search. Like what were you going to do? You going to bring Taylor Jenkins in here? Were you going to try to mend fences with Michael Malone? Like, I don't know who the hot coaching prospect is. Like, if Doug is ever going to get a shot at being a head coach, like, it's here. He's earned it, and to me, he's like earned it. Sure. I'm okay that they didn't do the exhaustive search. I do hope that there was a level of truth to what Scott Perry said, though, when he was like, no, there's a few people who've called, I've talked to a few people around the league about this job, and I'm going to continue to talk to them. I hope that that's true and that he did have conversations with other people. And, the way I've always framed it, Chris, or the way I've always wondered is if it was like, hey, Scott, you have full autonomy to do whatever you want. Like, you are in charge of the coaching search. We really like Doug. We would like to be Doug. We would like to see Doug at the top of your list. Now, if you have someone who you feel like is a better fit for Sacramento, who can take us where we want to go, by all means, let's talk about it. But going into this, we'd like for you to have a strong consideration for Doug Christie.
And real quick, the other aspect of that is it's always assumed that Scott Perry doesn't like Doug Christie and doesn't want him as the coach.
Right.
And Vivek made him, and that's unfair.
Right.
I don't know.
It's unfair to Doug and Scott Perry.
Yeah, that's unfair.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at
sure.
all.
Yeah,
And
just,
like, yeah, and Doug, Doug started out 19-10. Like it was amid all of the circumstances, you can't
started
take
out
away
like
from
11-1.
right. Yeah, and amid all the circumstances, you can't take away from the fact that Doug did have a winning record. I would, so it's just when you have a coaching search, like I refuse to believe that there aren't some high level assistants somewhere that we don't know about that you can't even bring in for interviews. Like I haven't seen reports of any interviews for head coaching jobs. You know what I mean? Like,
no.
And like, there's no harm in interviewing, casting a wide net, interviewing people. And if it was, we cast a wide net, we looked at all the high level assistants from the best staffs in Miami and OKC and, all these well-coached teams, and then you'd settle on Doug Christie, it's like, okay, I'd feel pretty good about that. But it seems like, and the reporting was even when Monty was fired, was that Doug Christie's in the driver's seat for the head coaching job. It seems like they were just settled on Doug without casting that wide net. And so, if Doug, maybe Doug's a great coach and maybe Doug ends up being what Rick Adelman was. But I would just say, like, I think they did themselves a little bit of disservice by not at least casting a wide net to see how Doug stacked up against the rest of this, the rest of these candidates, rather than just hiring him on the spot.
I understand. Chris, we appreciate you, man. Great to catch up. As always, I know we'll be touching base a lot as these two off seasons move along here, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me.
You got it. That's a man, Chris Biderman, right there. The Sacramento Bee and Candlestick Chronicles. Check out his great work all year long covering the San Francisco 49ers and all things. Didn't get a chance to talk about the A's. Shoot.
Damn.
Maybe next time. Too. You said something that I had to write down.
Uh-oh.
For two reasons. One, I thought it was funny. But two, I think we'll talk about it.
Okay.
You're not going to like it.
Okay.
I got to go with your uncle here.
Well, I mean, that ain't my problem.
It's dealing with KC. It's dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I made the funniest spontaneous decision today. They're at the house, finishing the backyards, like landscaping stuff after like tearing up the, for the pool and everything. And the guy goes, shout out my man Jordan. He's like, hey, are we doing anything on the front? I was like, no. Do you want to? He was like, well, what are you thinking? And he was like, well, we got to fill this part. It needs bark because it's this. There's parts of it's messed up from. And I was like, you know what? Tear it up.
Oh.
Just tear it all off and just start over.
Bro, how rich is that?
I don't know if that's rich as much as it was stupid. And now now I'm looking at my door cam and I'm just watching this dude just dig up the whole fucking front yard. Like, I'm a fucking idiot. Like, come on, man. It's like, what do you want us to do here? I was like, man, I just want it to be more colorful up here. Oh man, bump it and dump it. God damn it, Soren, you're right. Shoot. I forgot it. Man, what were we talking about at the time for bump it or dump it?
Nothing. A whole lot of nothing, I'm sure.
We were probably talking about steak.
Yeah, honestly, I think we were.
Man, I can't believe it.
That's right, Donovan. Me too. It's like motivating almost. Like, I wish one day I could just tear up my front yard, bro. I don't care.
But
you're gonna be living in Cancun and Brooklyn.
That is not what this is gonna be. I was like looking, I was like, I want it to look like that. And like our neighbors have like all these beautiful, like, it's just like colorful and ours is so dull. Just tear it up. Start over. Looked at me like, all right, bro, fucking whatever. Now the whole front yard is gone. Now I'm looking like all the plants are gone. My neighbors must think I'm crazy. That's hilarious. It looked like crap too. It hadn't been like well kept since the pool stuff started because it shut so much stuff off. Yeah, well, can't tell him to stop now. All right, settle down, John Bull. Nah, you good, Scooter. Whenever, Scooter, you damn near live at the house now. You come over whenever you want to deal with that. Don't worry about that. I don't know how long they'll even be back there working, to be honest with you. I kept checking the cameras. Like, I can't wait to see what's done. Like, I don't think anything is done yet. I think there was a bunch of stuff they had to fix from like cut sprinkler lines and all of this stuff. Because the pool place is like, oh yeah, we don't fix that. Someone will do it for you. It worked before you got here. What do you mean? Oh, there you go, Brian, the garden guy. Love that. Love that. There is stuff that I feel like, oh, this would be fun, like to plant and do all of that stuff myself. And then I realized, like, when am I going to do that? Like, when am I going to plant? I don't even know how to do it. We got like a drip line. I don't know how to do any of this. Buy all these plants and then they just wind up dying because I'm an idiot.
A little bit of water, a little bit of sun, a little bit of soil. That's it, right?
I guess. Like, don't you gotta plant them? Don't like certain plants you have to like plant like a certain depth? Don't need certain types of soil. You got to put the drip line in the right place.
I'm probably wrong.
Wind up screwing the whole thing up. John Poles, you ain't got to tell me how expensive fence material is. Man, God bless Scooter. Helping your boy out. No, you got to sing classical music to them. That's cool. Man, I thought I was late coming back from the 13th round because I was talking to Paul. KC still ain't back. I built this whole next block around KC.
I don't even know where he's at, to be honest. Not in the kitchen.
He's going to walk back in just like looking at his phone, kicking it.
Yeah, just having a good old time.
I wish I lived with the relaxed nature that Kenny Caraway lives with. Like, I really do. Because like when I was coming back to the studio talking to Paul Marshall, and I was like, "Yo, I gotta run to the restroom, man. Like, I'm not gonna wait."
Look,
like
he's just
30 minutes.
smiling on.
Yeah, come in happy. He's hanging out with Sonja like it was nothing.
Blah.
Meanwhile, I run to the bathroom and I'm trying to like hurry up and handle business, and then I come running back in, and he's still doing the 13th round.
We've been back for 10 minutes, by the way.
Like, I didn't bring my keys.
Oh, you
got locked out.
You got locked out.
That's why Sonja had to come get me.
Nice of Sonja to come get you.
Very nice of her.
She over there working. I see she got some Sac State logos up on Sonja working.
Oh, man, Sac State had
my
another
girl
signing
right there.
today.
Another one?
Yeah, high schooler. I just seen him. What's the name, man?
We got to get Mike on. Ryan, if you're listening. I got to text Ryan. We got to get Mike on, man.
They got hold on. Let me make sure. Ramari Robinson out of Miami.
Okay.
So we getting kids all over the country now, bro. All over the country. And Shaq made the shade room.
For what?
For being general manager of Sac State.
Okay.
Sac State is on the shade room, bro.
Yeah, Sac State. We did it. We did it. We did it. Shade room, baby. We here. What a moment. What a moment for Sac State.
Yeah.
Tyler says, D-Lo, we had a turkey in the front yard a couple of days ago. I think your friend was lost.
Oh.
Tyler, you can keep it. I'm begging you. Keep that turkey.
Once again, Jesse, this is rich people problems. I don't have no turkeys where I'm at.
Okay.
I'm not rich.
Really?
Tyler and dang, that's a different story.
Word. Should I remind you how this show started?
That doesn't mean I'm rich.
Or that we went to a baby shower on the lake.
Bro, that was the clubhouse. That wasn't my house.
Whatever
What are you
say,
talking
bro.
about?
I don't know why. Like you deflect. And
No,
two, I don't
I'm
know
giving
why
facts. That wasn't my house.
You're embarrassed to be like a 1%er. I don't know why.
Are we
It's
sponsored
bizarre.
by LV, Louis Vuitton?
Good question.
I don't know. Why don't you move to the right?
I don't.
I'm talking to you, Casey.
can only see one back. I was going. Oh no! If you look. Like,
Hey! What the hell's going on here?
Like you got food right there. Like I can't. If I lift the camera too high,
dirty workstation. Wow.
Yeah, but it's right. See
hold on.
See,
let me put it on the table, man. Hold on. Let me put it on the table.
The man's so rich, he just puts his pizza.
Put it on the table.
Pizza.
You know what I mean? Put it on.
Oh yeah, D'Lo just snitching on KC now.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell Giannis on you,
bro.
Giannis said,
"Can I? Can I point something out?
Get stitches.
The people who instituted that rule don't work here anymore."
That was a crazy rule too. Just because
some jackass in San Francisco spilled their coffee on a board. All of a sudden, nobody can drink in the studio anymore.
Had an old school open mug right on top. All right, who does that anymore?
Idiot. Someone in San Francisco. Ain't nobody done that here. We had a jackass down the hallway who was what's that stuff called that you spit the tobacco?
Yeah.
Who was spitting in cups doing his show, and they didn't say nothing.
Come on.
Now all of a sudden we gotta put your beverages on a side table. Get that stupid ass table out of this.
Yeah, if you're gonna eat lunch, make sure you go do it outside. Sure, I'll just go leave the guy's show.
That's what I'll do.
Get the table out of here. Devon, get the table.
Oh man, the stupid stuff we dealt with in this building for so many years. That's why I think the name I had for the building was the best one.
Which was again?
Well,
the complex.
The Memorial.
That was funny. That was funny. That was funny. Could I? Oh man, yeah, Kings. So you want to stay Kings, or it doesn't have to be bumper or done. This could just because I know you.
I know we messed.
No. Don't worry about it. I know you'd want to.
He wants
me to read this one. So it's just the singular one.
You're treading on thin ice, pal.
This isn't a bump it or dump it.
Yep.
Do you want that or you want to go Kings?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Because James is going to join us in a minute. We'll also have that keyword for your chance to win $500. I can bring up what you said to James. We can have a round table here.
ESPN predicts John Cena's final matches.
Oh, okay.
Have you seen this?
I haven't.
Jesse, you seen this?
Yeah, I saw it this morning.
Okay.
So John Cena defeats Randy Orton at Backlash in May.
Okay. I definitely thought they were fighting in Saudi Arabia, but go ahead.
Jey Uso. No, because remember we realized it was in St. Louis.
Oh, that's right. You're right. You're right.
Jey Uso defeats John Cena to retain the heavyweight championship at Money in the Bank.
John Cena putting Jey over. That'd be big. Okay.
Cena defeats Punk at Saturday night's main event in July.
Oh. Okay.
Cena and Travis Scott defeat Cody Rhodes and Bad Bunny at SummerSlam.
It gets worse, I think.
That's New York.
Yeah,
and that's Cardi B.
Okay. That would. Okay. I'm not gonna say be fire wrestling wise, but
Bad
that'd be a
Bunny,
big deal.
Travis and Cardi B.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be a big deal.
All right.
Joe Hendry.
I need to see Travis. Oh.
Defeats John Cena via disqualification.
No.
At TNA Victory Road in September.
What? Absolutely effing not.
John Cena defeats Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns at Crown Jewel in November.
No.
Crown Jewel.
No. What is Roman, a scrub?
I know. And then finally, Cody Rhodes defeats John Cena to become undisputed champion at Saturday Night Main Event in December.
Saturday night's main event is John Cena's last match.
They have those two Saturday Night Main events. Maybe they're assuming they're going to make them be really big deal. Because the two,
I'm sure
probably the two biggest matches on this list is Saturday Night Main Event, Cena versus Punk in July, and Cody.
There's
versus
one in May that I think they just dropped the cover art for.
Is that Netflix?
John was on. No, Saturday night's main event.
Is
I
it
feel
back
like
to
it's
Peacock?
NBC.
Okay.
Okay,
sounds
that's
right.
a
That
good
sounds
question.
right.
I don't know if it's Peacock or NBC.
It seems like
it's got to be NBC.
I'm pretty sure it's on Peacock, or NBC.
So it seems like they're trying to make those.
Yeah, those
really
are that's network television.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, and it's Roman all over again.
Uh-huh.
Who's the one who does it?
Better not be Cody.
I don't know that Cody's the right move. I don't know if this version of Cody is the right move.
Should be Roman.
Okay. Should you use this opportunity? I don't know who it is, but should you use this opportunity to catapult somebody else?
You don't want to put Braun Breaker over?
Oh, Joe Hendry. What'd you say his name was?
Joe Hendry.
No, man.
Or Seth.
TNA. Get out of here, TNA.
Seth.
No, Seth doesn't need it. No.
Cody and Roman, that's just even Roman,
No.
that's my boy, but it's like, really? You ain't got nobody else on the roster that you could hype up and you can catapult. We got to go back to Cody and Roman again. We've been doing this for 3 years.
They don't follow through it. Well, yeah, but Hulkamania lasted a decade.
It's 2025.
Well, what I'm saying is that those storylines, like DX lasted for years. That stuff lasts a long time. You have to find a way to freshen it up. Maybe this is Cody's heel turn. Maybe that's how you do it. Maybe you do the double switch. Maybe you do the WrestleMania 13 joint where you turn John babyface in his final match and turn Cody heel. Maybe that's how you do it.
Maybe
you do it on that. Maybe there's an evil twin. It's on NBC. Bring the evil twin referee back.
Could do that.
I don't think either one of the Hebners are
Could
alive,
always
but
bring it back.
Yeah, give me a double turn on Saturday night's main event. Like freshen up Cody a little bit. Have him drop hints along the way. Like I'm fine with that. Then you could start. We're talking a handful of months away. A Roman babyface chase.
I would even be happy with Punk. I know that sounds crazy.
And Punk's the other one. Yeah, Punk. Like at some point, there's a point relatively soon where you got to decide. Like, are we going to go all the way with Punk or not?
I guess it comes down.
And maybe you got to make the same decision with Seth.
I'm not interested in Cody or Roman beating Cena.
I'm not interested.
And Roman's my boy, obviously.
But what about a heel Cody? I think you're wrong there.
And you know what I've said in the past. I'd take a Punk beating Cena or Seth. Seth seems a little far fetched because of the heel stuff now. I think Punk probably should be the move. Now that I talk through this, it should be Punk.
Punk a babyface?
Yeah.
In this scenario?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He is. I mean, because and I understand why you're not gonna do the Jacob Fatu or something like that. You're not gonna do that.
See, that's the other thing with that stuff. Like, remember what John did for Solo? Yeah. John made Solo look like $1 million, and it went nowhere.
Yeah.
Solo just got buried.
Solo, yeah.
I mean, he didn't get buried. He just got beat by Roman. And I thought they were setting Roman up, and they didn't.
Yeah.
It was just a match.
Solo
for Netflix.
Solo not the one though.
He's not.
He's not the one.
Jacob's the one. Yeah, Jacob's the one.
But I don't know. Like if you don't have the right storyline, or
it's all storytelling.
If you don't handle that right, you could do Jacob Fatu like you did The Fiend.
True.
So you got to make sure it's handled right.
I think there's a lot you could do. I think Jay, you've got to the move now. It's probably not Punk. This is where your Seth comes into play. Seth can take out Jay. Mm-hmm. Then you give Seth that title. I don't want to see Braun Breaker with it. Like I'm not there with Braun Breaker.
Not there.
Then you have Seth as the heel, Punk as the babyface, doing stuff for that title. Mm-hmm. I don't know what you're doing with Roman right now. And then somewhere along the line, there's already enough breadcrumbs. There's already enough breadcrumbs in the Cody John storyline to where if that Saturday night main event is indeed his final match, it's the 27th appearance or whatever that number he was giving out on Raw. Mm-hmm. Call Brett, call Stone Cold, and say, shoot, you just inducted that match at the Hall of Fame at WrestleMania. Use that as part of the storyline. Make that the turn. Make John whole by turning him back.
Yeah.
And send Cody off into a new stratosphere as a bad guy.
I saw something yesterday, I think, where they said Roman's not going to be on TV till June.
You know what? That's probably a good thing.
I'd push it even further back and make.
I was going to say. I was just going to say
SummerSlam.
it's actually May, so it doesn't. He's off for a month.
This is true.
Yeah, I'm
thinking
good.
It's April.
Yeah, no, I'm good with that. Like I don't think they know what to do with him. Let him chill.
I'd push that back to Money in the Bank or SummerSlam.
I go Money in the Bank. Yeah, I'm with you.
Or
I don't know
if you
when
want to
Money
do
in
the
Bank
Saturday
is,
night
but-
main event because that's a big deal, I guess. In July.
Yeah.
Not the
They
May
probably
one. Not
will,
the May
yeah.
one, probably July. But yeah, just let him go. The other thing, real quick, did you see the trailer for the Rock's movie?
I'm gonna be honest. As we welcome in James Hand, we've got this keyword to give to you in just a second. No, hang on. I didn't watch it out of spite. I'm so goddamn done with Dwayne Johnson.
I didn't even realize it was him till
However,
halfway through.
I have read accompanying articles about where people are just going crazy for this.
They're a lot of people think it's going to be
talking
a
about
fantastic
an
movie.
Oscar.
Yeah,
this is the MMA movies coming out with.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying it's going to be fantastic.
If
I've read that
Dwayne
too.
Johnson wins an Oscar, the year I have turned my back on him, I'll be floored. I was with that man when he was Rocky Maivia, but I've had enough of him.
Yeah, I've heard it's going to be great.
All right. I don't know. It was weird. When I first saw it, I was like, what?
Half the time I was like, wait a minute. Is that Dwayne?
It's
It is Dwayne.
It's Dwayne. We welcome in our man, James Ham. James, before we talk Sacramento Kings basketball, let's make someone $500 richer.
Hey.
Kenny found some chump change. Well, chump change for him. Great money for the rest of us in the seat of his car, and he's offered to give it to you. It's a $500 e-Visa gift card. It's actually courtesy of Folsom Lake, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Bloom. It is the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway, and the keyword you need for today is dribble. What does Buddy Hield love to do? Dribble.
James Harden?
Enter the
Dribble.
James Harden. Dribble. Enter the keyword over at ESPN1320.com for your chance to win this $500 e-Visa gift card. Again, enter the keyword dribble over at ESPN1320.com as part of the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway, courtesy of Folsom Lake, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Again, we welcome in our insider from the Insiders. It's James Ham here. James, we were talking to Chris Biderman a couple of minutes ago. KC said something that caught my attention. And we've long discussed, obviously the conversation regarding Doug and Scott Perry. Are these Vivek? Well, obviously Scott Perry is, but Doug Christie, and then you could throw DeMar DeRozan in there and Zach LaVine. And are these Vivek Ranadive moves versus front office, Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox moves? Is Doug Christie a Scott Perry move, or is it a Vivek Ranadive move? And Kenny acted out this scenario where Vivek gets frustrated with Monty McNair and says, "You're bad at your job. I'm taking over." And that's where Zach LaVine comes into play. Perhaps that's where DeMar DeRozan comes into play.
Did he do voices? Kenny?
No voices. No voices on this one.
No.
And I don't even think I have a question with this, more of just a statement. Just because Monty McNair is bad at his job doesn't mean Vivek Ranadive can do it better.
100%.
And
you're right.
That might be what we're looking at, is maybe Monty wasn't doing a good job, and maybe in fact Vivek didn't do a better job. We've just got the Kings in a position now where you've got Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis, and you're trying to figure out how to put this team together to do something this upcoming season to keep their fan base interested.
No, real quick, James. This is to a certain degree. Two wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah, right.
Like
That's
if
how
Monty was bad and Vivek is bad, like you're in a bad place. Like you're not gonna make it right.
Welcome to Kings basketball.
The thing about it is the only argument that I have with all this all the time is it's just always getting placed on Vivek, which comes with the territory. That's fine. No need to defend for him or anything else like that. But if the other people weren't bad, Vivek wouldn't be involved. That's kind of what I get to. How we always during the season it was a big deal of like, well, how did the Kings aren't any good and they had to fire? How did we get here? Because Monty didn't do this. Like, yeah, you guys are right. If those guys weren't bad, none of this stuff would happen. And that's just my outlook on it. If Scott Perry is doing a good job, this is what I'm saying. Scott Perry's doing a good job. You probably never hear about Vivek interfering. Do your job well. Should be all right.
I was really hoping I would be playing the role of Monty McNair here, and you would do Vivek voices and stuff, and we'd get in all kinds of trouble. No, that's not happening.
I don't think you've heard Vivek talk enough to be able to figure out what his voice sounds like, other than it's soft spoken.
Here's my biggest issue is, I mean, I think we understood that this thing was going south like super early, right? Like even last summer, it was going south last summer. And like you had players coming in and saying they didn't want Mike Brown. You had your star player coming in and saying he would only play for Mike Brown. And you set this collision course for a totally dysfunctional, disastrous season. My issue is, like, look, these things happen. Like there are times where coaches lose the locker room, or they just get tuned out, or the team's just not performing well, and you need a different voice. But I kind of felt like early on, and even before the season started, that if things didn't go well, that Mike would lose his job, that it was possible De'Aaron would ask out. It's possible Demonis would ask out, but also that Monty and West would be totally cooked. I mean, that's kind of like how we walked into this season. Like, well, if things go well, they should be a 50-win team. If things don't go well, what does that look like? And what does that mean moving forward? And there was this snowball scenario that we set forth, which is pretty much all worked out as we thought it might. My question has always been, like, when you started to know that this thing wasn't going to work out, and you knew that De'Aaron Fox was going to want out and all that stuff, why would you have the guys that you also knew you're likely going to fire, like, make the decisions that are like franchise altering? Like, trading De'Aaron Fox is franchise altering. I heard our good friend Jerry Reynolds say it the other day. Like, the Kings don't have a player as good on their roster today as good as De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox was the best player coming into this season on that roster, and he would still be the best player on that roster today. And he's no longer there, and bad contracts and other things are. And that's not to bash on Zach LaVine or anyone else, but again, if you were going to go for a reset, unless you really thought that somehow, like, you were going to make this catastrophic move in the middle of the season and everything was going to go spectacular and you were going to elevate your team to championship level, like, why would you have two guys that you clearly had been losing faith in so much that you stepped in and played a huge role in the actual trade itself of De'Aaron Fox? Why would you let these guys be the ones that made those decisions, that did all of the final details on the deal? Like, the Fox situation did not have to be addressed until after the season at all. And I just don't get it. And so that's where my problem is always going to lie. It's like, look, it's one thing to, like, kind of get in the middle of stuff and start pushing buttons and start saying, hey, like, we need to change everything. But it's a whole other thing if you're just going to make a mess for the next guy. Like that, like, Scott Perry is walking in with a clean slate as far as draft picks goes after this draft. And so that's a good thing. At least Scott Perry has that. He's got 9 first-round picks and a bunch of second-round picks and all that stuff. But he also inherited, 2 years and $95 million of Zach LaVine, and he inherited, like, whatever DeMar DeRozan's contract is at this point, like $25 million and a $10 million third-year buyout. I just think that if you were going to make such a dramatic move, such a catastrophic move, that you made one during the season, which totally changed the direction of the season, you should have waited and allowed whoever was going to make the next one to make that second move.
Do you think so? There's a couple questions I have just because I don't know if I've ever really talked with Ham about this on the air. But I'll start with this one real quick. Do you feel like they were blindsided at all by De'Aaron?
Blindsided that he wanted out?
Yeah. I know what he said in the summer. But from everything that we could gather, well, no, hold on. No, I know what he said in the summer, but from everything that we can gather, everything seemed to be going cool until they got to Brooklyn. And then somebody found out that somebody was talking to somebody, and then it was all hell broke loose. That was a month after Mike Brown had been fired. They were playing well. Fox was playing well. And remember, they get to Brooklyn, and De'Aaron gets pissed off.
We're talking about weeks. No.
Right. So for weeks, so my point is, it wasn't Mike Brown was fired on Friday. On Saturday, representation is talking to the Kings like, hey, you already know what it is. Get me out of here now. We had gone weeks where things were cool. They were playing good basketball.
Pretty close to a month.
Things were cool. We were playing good basketball. Something happened on the way to Brooklyn. And then all of a sudden it was like, get me out of here now. Do you think they were blindsided in that respect?
I'm trying to remember when Rich Paul came to Sacramento and sat courtside.
It was
that
Mike
the
was
Lakers? I feel like it was the Lakers because I thought everyone was being ridiculous about this when LeBron James, Anthony Davis are here.
You're right. It was a Thursday. They had the 2 games against the Lakers. That was a Thursday night. They played on a Saturday against the Lakers. He was here for the Thursday
it was
game.
the 103-99 loss, which was in the middle of the losing streak.
Which is like December 20th.
So it was either December 19th or December 21st. I don't remember which one of those 2 games it was, but those are 2 Laker games that were at the Golden One Center.
Yeah. No, look, I mean, at that point, like, I think a lot of the cards were on the table. Like, I think mostly, like, people understood what direction this was going. If they were going to fire Mike, like, Rich Paul
Mike
was there.
hadn't been fired yet, but I know Rich didn't ask for a trade that night. I know Rich was saying stuff that night.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was asking for help.
He okay.
Well, let me ask both of you guys this, Rook, while you think about that.
Well, no, I'm not thinking about it. He didn't say it to me, so I can't. But I don't think he was. I don't think he was like, no, De'Aaron loves Sacramento. I think it might have been, a 5 purple and gold jersey might look nice.
So let me ask both of you guys this. Why was there this unbelievable, that's what you're doing? Get me out of here then. That's what was happening. Whatever West did that week, they went to Brooklyn. That's when everything got set off.
Mm-hmm.
Am I off on that?
I don't think so, no.
So
at least not based on what I know.
When I talk about being blindsided, we're going a month where I guess everybody thought it was cool. And then West does something, takes a phone call, and it gets back to De'Aaron. And then it's, get me out of here if that's what you're trying to do. So that's what I mean when I say, were they blindsided by that? Probably by their own doing. Like maybe if West didn't do that, maybe we never even have that conversation.
Yeah, like, look, I think everybody, they weren't on the same page. What they were is on their own individual pages, understanding where they wanted to go as people. And so what I mean by that is I think the front office, they were put on notice. They were told, like, hey, your roster sucks. Why are you not addressing the roster issues? And if you don't want to address the roster issues, then De'Aaron's not going to want to be here long term. And like, we've asked you specifically to address things with the roster, and you have repeatedly not addressed those things. And we need to know what the direction is of this franchise, or if our client is wasting his time here in Sacramento. And I think at that point we had already seen the beginnings of the fraying of a relationship between the front office and Mike Brown. Clearly they had they had their agenda and who they thought would be the fall guy, and to delay whatever was going to happen. And that's kind of how they acted. I mean, this isn't the first time this has happened. You've seen it happen a bunch of times where a general manager, assistant GM, they know that they're on the hot seat, and to deflect from that hot seat, they fire a coach. But they knew going into it that when they fired Mike Brown, that meant De'Aaron Fox was going to instantly want out, and they acted accordingly. They did not wait around for Fox to sit there and tell them. After that, they knew exactly what direction Fox had told them in the summer, and they believed that was the way it was going to go. And this is what Monty said when we finally did get him, that look, we knew exactly where, I talked to Wes right after the firing, and he said very clearly, we know exactly where each of the players stand on this situation. We did not make any move they did not go to the players and address them individually beforehand, but they knew where every player stood before they actually made the move to let go of Mike.
So 2 things. I'm sorry, Dave. 2 things, because I need clarity on what the hell's going on here.
Oh, clarity. God damn it.
So there's one situation, one statement that I think I wonder. I don't know how this played out, but this was the fault of Monty, Wes, and I'll even put Vivek on here. And I don't think they ever had a reset with De'Aaron Fox after they fired Mike Brown. I think they he told us in the summer if we fired him, he wanted to be gone. So we'll just trade him. No, you sit down and you talk to him at the very least and say, is this still how you feel? Is this still what you want to do? Because if you've changed or you see the circumstances have changed and you want to stay here, I want to know that so we can keep working with you. I don't think they ever had that conversation. And that, once again, Monty, West, Vivek, that is a fail on all 3 of their parts. Number 2, if the whole thing of we know where everybody stands is what they went by, was the whole, maybe you guys don't have an answer to this, but the whole thing that week on the way to Brooklyn, was that just performative? Was that fake outrage of, oh, I can't believe you're calling somebody. Well, then trade me now. Because was that performative? Because if you already told them and everybody's already under the impression of if you get rid of I don't want to play for another coach, you get rid of Mike Brown, I want to be traded, then there should be no surprise that they're taking phone calls.
So
does that make sense?
It does. I might be able to answer it. I might not. All I can do is go off of the man's word and what he said to us. Mm-hmm. De'Aaron said, I thought I was going to be traded in the offseason. That's what he said. Mm-hmm. He's like, I was like, they knew where I stood. I knew I was like, they knew. I just thought it was going to happen in the offseason. I didn't think it was going to happen during the season.
So because of that, he was blindsided. Fox was blindsided by the fact that they were trying to get a deal done during the season.
So
and that's why he maybe reacted.
What I believe happened, and James, maybe you have more on this than I do, is that calls came in, they took them to Rich, and De'Aaron was like, well, if this is what we're doing, I'm going to San Antonio.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything spun out pretty quickly. Once it got to a certain point, I think everybody understood that De'Aaron wasn't happy with what happened. But again, you have to remember we have the next step in that process, and this is why you're saying was it performative. De'Aaron Fox went out to dinner with Mike Brown, and that was very clear a sign that we're in Team Mike Brown. And you have to understand the component of this, that by choosing not to have a press conference when they fired Mike Brown, the blame nationally got heaped on De'Aaron Fox, because he was the one that Mike Brown called out the night before he got fired. And so
real quick, James, whose fault was that now that we know some stuff?
Whose fault was what?
Sounds like it was Monty. And when the report, Monty refused to have a press conference?
Correct.
Well, yeah, but why did Monty refuse to have a press conference?
Why did he refuse? So the fact that he didn't have a press conference and it was blamed on De'Aaron Fox sounds to me, tell me if I'm wrong, sounds to be Monty McNair's fault. He refused to have the press conference to clear the air.
Yeah, but you didn't answer the question.
Because he didn't want to fire him. So what? That's your job. You handle your job. Your job, just like Vivek's job or his responsibility, is to get up and have a press conference to introduce the new general manager, or whatever. Monty, your job is to go up there and have a press conference after you trade the star player or you fire the head coach. That's your goddamn job. And that's the problem. People think they don't have to do their job because they can put the blame on somebody else.
I don't think that it was putting the blame on someone else. I think he refused to do the press conference.
He should have been fired at that point.
Well, no, you're right. He should have fired. It should have been fired, or he should have quit. Like, in all honesty, if you felt that strongly that you did not want to fire Mike Brown, like straight up, if you felt if Monty McNair felt that it was not his decision and he was not behind it and he did not want to fire Mike Brown, all of those things, then you tell your owner, like, look, yeah, I'm like, if you want to fire me, that's fine. Go ahead and fire me. Like, because that's what I know it's tough.
You could have saved yourself some money. Fire him for cause. But can we bring this all back to today? Because we just laid out the season and the most climactic points of the season, which brings me to the point that James brought up. And how could you have lasted to the end of the season under these circumstances to allow Scott Perry or future general manager to deal with this De'Aaron Fox trade? Like, I understand it, and maybe hindsight, it doesn't matter. The Kings season sucked. Mm-hmm. Like, everything went to hell. They didn't make the playoff. It doesn't matter. But I don't know how. Like, I understand the idea of trying to salvage it and figure it out later. Like, I understand that. Now, you could clearly, you can argue whether it was the right move or the wrong move. It certainly nothing good came about of it. I just don't know how you, under these circumstances, get to the end of the season and go, okay, De'Aaron, no, hang on. We got to fire Monty, and then we got to hire Scott Perry. Scott Perry's going to have to deal with the coach. Don't worry, little fella, we'll get to you. I just don't know how you do that, especially. And James, like that's Rich Paul, like, especially how powerful agents are. It's not just Rich Paul, but how powerful agents are in this league.
I'm just going to take it to they had an out with Fox the whole time. They had an out. So if they didn't want to trade Fox right then, but they wanted to trade Fox by the end of the season, if they were going to wait until the offseason to trade him, they could have just said, go ahead and shut it down and go get your finger surgery. Like, they could have just waited. And that's the problem. Like, I live by again, to reference my friend Jerry Reynolds, like,
we're not allowed to be friends with Jerry. I thought you were aware of it.
I still am.
We're contractually forbidden from being friends with Jerry Reynolds.
But if you have a 5-year plan in the NBA, you have no plan at all. That's the NBA. You have to live and die in the moment, and you've got to be able to have a long-term and a short-term and a medium-term plan, knowing that all of those plans can change on a dime, right? And so for me, like, they're easily, I would have pushed off this decision until the summer, and I would have hoped that, again, we had players only meetings, we had starters only meetings, we had coaches only meetings, we had everybody only meetings, like, whatever. We had all these meetings all throughout the year. I would have had to sit down with De'Aaron Fox and said, look, we want to prove to you that we still love you and we still want you here. And if by the end of the season you don't want to be here, that's fine. But we're going to go a different direction because, we think we need a new voice in the room, and Doug is that voice. And we know that you've had a good relationship with Doug. We would like to see what you guys look like together. And if you feel like at any point that, you just need to shut it down, that it's not working, that's fine. You can shut it down with the finger issue and go get your surgery. And we are totally fine with that. But we're going to address this after the season. And the problem that you have here is this is an adult conversation that is not a general manager having that discussion, because a general manager in this situation, you're being honest with a player and saying, hey, we may or may not have this managerial group making the decision. And we would prefer that whoever is going to be making that decision this summer is someone who's going to be here long term. And that didn't happen. And so instead, you had a haphazard trade for a player who, we already knew wouldn't fit next to DeMar DeRozan, but who you just tied $96 million in contract up into. And it's tough, but, again, you guys know my opinion on Zach LaVine. I think he's a gifted offensive player, but there are too many question marks, and there are going to be too many question marks, during his time here in Sacramento. And so I would have just, again, if Scott Perry was going to be the guy, do the other thing. You could have just fired the GM and the assistant GM and had Scott Perry do the deal in February, or not do the deal and sit there and get his advice. If that's what you were going to do, if you knew that what firing Mike Brown would trigger, then you should have known what the next steps were going to come out.
And Denver Nuggets.
But someone could say like, hey, we didn't know what was going to happen. It's like, okay, 2015, what happened? Your team fell apart. You fired a head coach. You fired your head coach 24 games into a season. You were 11-13. You thought you were going to make the playoffs. The next guy went 7-21, and the next guy was an absolute disaster in George Karl. That's what happened. I mean, that's typically what happens in these situations. And so, like, know your history, learn from it, move forward. But that's not what happened.
We'll come back because this is fun. This team is.
I didn't know we were doing this today. What are we doing today?
Well, I don't know. What else do you want to talk about?
How about the new head coach, the new general manager?
Well, let's talk Doug Christie and Scott Perry when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I'm clear. Oh, man.
I mean, I see it in the chat. Like, you can blame Monty, you can blame Wes, but just remember that we've done this all before. Like, this is like, if I were writing chapters in a book, I would choose one of them not to write because they're the same exact chapter. Like, what are we doing? So
they're all wrong.
People forget that Vlade Divac was hired in like February while Pete D'Alessandro was a general manager, and they just had him hanging out there as a dude that Pete had to clear anything with. Like, we've seen all of this before. So the only thing that's different is that this time Pete D'Alessandro isn't around to do draft prospect workouts and then steal the iPads and not let you have any of your draft prospect stuff.
The other thing that's different is, in hindsight, it feels like you got a guy that's in some ways qualified for the job. So hopefully he can do a good job. Pete D'Alessandro clearly wasn't qualified. I don't know why he had the job. Vlade Divac clearly was the least qualified person ever for the job. He was awful. And Monty McNair, once again, I guess you could say his time spent with Daryl Morey makes him qualified, but he wasn't good enough. Like, he'll never be a general manager again. You keep hiring these wrong guys and taking a chance on these first-time guys and these randoms, and it bit you in the ass. Like, you haven't had success to show for it. At the very least, Scott Perry has a long line of being respected in this league and might be able to get stuff done. I don't know. Maybe he can't. Maybe this is just unsalvageable here in Sacramento. That's a possibility too. But at least you got somebody in there that's qualified.
Kenny, that's why I'm A-okay with how they handled their business here, which is hiring Scott the next morning. Like, was it weird? Yeah, it was weird. Again, we can make whatever metaphor here we want. Damian didn't like the last one I made. So, like, it's like, I don't know what to say. It's like I'll just stop there. Like, you don't typically do things that way. The only other time I remember something that was very strange like this was when the Timberwolves fired their head coach and then negotiated to hire somebody else's assistant coach within like a 6-hour period with Chris Finch going.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
You know what? Ron Ultra says Scott Perry is no magician. No, but Scott Perry is a bright guy, and I don't think that this, if we all thought it was a 50-win roster last summer, like how far away are they now? And clearly they're further away, I believe. Than, but that doesn't mean that they're completely so far away that they're not going to be able to figure this out.
He's no magician, but you don't have to be David Blaine to be better than these two guys. They did a bad job. They did a really bad job.
They built a 48-win team. It's tough.
Where did they stumble into a 48-win team?
I think they had a really good initial plan.
We're coming back, James. No, we are back. No, we're coming back. We are back. We're here. We're live, pal. Radio show. A professional one at that. James Ham with us. We're tired of arguing, especially about the same stuff we've been fighting about for like 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
James doesn't even want to make the metaphors that make me laugh anymore. You said, hey, let's talk about the new general manager. Let's talk about the new head coach. Doug Christie officially named the head coach earlier this week of the Sacramento Kings. It's something we kind of felt would be the case. And now, of course, as soon as that tweet went out, speculation began about how that speculation went about as to who actually made that hire. How do you think, because I've given my feelings on how I think this process went with Scott Perry, Doug Christie, and almost certainly Vivek Ranadive, how do you think this process went that landed Doug Christie his first head coaching gig in the NBA?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Doug got the job last week, and we're just waiting for the official announcement. I think the one thing Scott told us that he was going to wait a week. He's going to have conversations. He's going to have a ton of conversations. I continue to hear that, this dude's having conversations with everybody in the building. Like, he wants to talk to locker room attendants. He wants to talk to ball boys. He wants to talk to everybody. He's having a top-down conversation with everybody to make sure that he understands what the situation is, how we got here, how do you get out of this situation, how do you move forward, how do you make things better? And to me, that's the biggest thing with him, with Scott Perry. He's like the biggest professional in the room. And that was the impression I got from him 8 years ago when he walked in the door and like instantly wowed you. Now, again, we can analyze his first draft and his first free agency and all that stuff, but it comes with the idea that at that point, Vlade Divac is still the general manager and he's not. There's a lot of things that are happening. All I know is that there was so much enthusiasm for the fresh voice in the room and the direction that the team was going out of nowhere, and somebody who had a very strong grasp on how to run a front office. Now, when it comes to Doug, look, I personally, again, I can bring up 2015 again and Michael Malone getting fired, Tyrone Corbin getting absolutely overwhelmed, George Karl, stumbling to the finish line, all of that stuff, right? Yeah, maybe it was 2014. I'm not sure. But either way, what Doug Christie did to me was remarkable because, again, Tyrone Corbin had a ton of head coaching experience. He was a head coach of the Utah Jazz before that. And he went 7-21. If Doug Christie would have gone 15-36, then I think we'd have a different understanding of what happened today. If he would have gone 20-31, whatever it is, again, it would have been okay, let's have a couple more candidates in here. But to put somebody with a coaching staff that's not his, a shorthanded coaching staff that's not his, traded the best player on the team 3 weeks into his tenure, bring in a bunch of new players, deal with injuries, deal with the Malik Monk starting, not starting, deal with all of the chaos that happened this season. And you were to tell me that anyone, I don't care what his name is, could have done a better job than 27-24, I wouldn't agree with you. This was chaos. It was wild. It was out of control. Did Doug make mistakes? Sure he did. But he's a first-time head coach. playing with a short deck, playing with a coaching staff that, again, isn't his, doesn't know him all that well, and a coaching staff that started to leave. He was already short. One assistant got down 2 assistants. So I personally think that Doug deserved another shot. If they didn't go that way, I could understand that as well. But look around the league. I mean, again, JJ Redick was a podcaster and got a job, a podcaster and a television analyst, right? He got a head coaching job. And another analyst, Chauncey Billups, got a head coaching job. Like, Doug Christie has every bit of the credentials that a lot of these head coaches, and a lot more than some of these head coaches. Right now, not only does he have 3.5 years as an assistant coach, he's got 51 games as an interim head coach. He's got 15 years play as a player. He's got analyst experience. Like, I know people are saying, oh, well, you could have had this coach or you could have had that coach. But, like, okay, like, everyone keeps giving Mike Budenholzer money, and he keeps taking it because he should. And then he works 1 or 2 years, and then he's out the door. Frank Vogel is getting paid like $5, $6, $7 million a year to sit at home.
Neither one of those guys are more appealing than Doug Christie is. Not even close.
Yeah. So, at what point do you just keep going after the same retreads, or do you try something different? And again, Doug put in the time. He did the 3.5 years as an assistant coach. And
the funny thing is, like, people always want the new hotness unless it's your new hotness. We talked about this the other day. Kings fans were so agitated when when this long coaching list that leaked got narrowed down to, I think it was Mark Jackson, Steve Clifford, and Mike Brown, and the Will Hardys were gone, and the Darvin Hams were gone, and I'm leaving one. Charles Lee was off the list. And it's like, you ain't seen none of them coach a game. Darvin Ham is a goddamn punchline now. Charles Lee is fine. Will Hardy is just rotting away in Utah, waiting for them to figure out their plan. And you got a guy who you love in Doug Christie, who coached 50 games last year. Oh no, this is what we can bring in something different. It's like people want something different. They just so they can be mad about it. If oh man, we need an established coach. Great, we got Mike Brown. No, we needed it. We needed Will Hardy. Oh God, Will Hardy's such a great coach. Oh, based on what? The hell you know about Will Hardy to coach? You didn't even see Will Hardy coach his first game until this past year, a year ago. You've seen Doug coach.
Right.
You know Doug. You saw Doug give that speech, at the Beam. Mm-hmm. Oh, no, we should have called Adrian Griffin. That's what we need. What?
Well, Dame, and you said something there that I want to circle and kind of draw out. You said everyone loves Doug, right? The flip side of it is, just so everyone is clear on this, Doug Christie loves everyone else. He loves Sacramento. He loves the Sacramento Kings. He loves Sacramento Kings fans. He is embarrassed that the product that the guy before him put on the floor had a sub 500 record at home. Like, that was an emphasis to put on a show for your home crowd, that this group deserves more. He has unfinished business. And I know all of that can sound like it's some sort of catchphrase from Doug, but again, why do Kings fans embrace players who say, I love Sacramento, I want to be there? Everyone thinks Malik Monk is the best thing ever because he says, I love Sacramento, I want to be there. I don't want to leave. I don't want to go anywhere. They love Trey Lyles when they said it. They absolutely adore when Keegan Murray says, yeah, I want to talk extension this summer. Okay, well, Doug is also saying it. Not only that, but Doug spent a bunch of time as a coach.
Levine said, I love Sacramento. How they respond.
Well, yeah, but look at Doug spent like 4.5 years as a player here. Mm-hmm. Then he came back and he did all of the necessary steps to be a broadcaster, to be good at his job. He's brought in to be an analyst part-time, splitting with Bobby Jackson. That goes into a full-time job. Next thing you know, they move him into the lead analyst job. And like every step of the way, those things happen because Doug worked his ass off, because he's good people, because people trust him, and because he was good at his job. He kept moving up the ranks. Then when it comes to being, he gambled on himself. He threw away an afternoon radio show. He threw away, the lead analyst job on the broadcast, making plenty of money to be an assistant coach. And I told Doug this years ago. The problem with being an assistant coach is this. As soon as the head coach gets fired, there's a good chance that you're out of a job. And can you go get, number one, your radio job back? Can you go get your television job back? The answer is no and no. And also, by the way, are you going to be able to be an assistant coach somewhere else outside of Sacramento? And there's a good chance the answer to that is no as well. Players who stick around and be coaches for a franchise they played for, it's usually a tie that binds them to that franchise. Bobby Jackson is now in Philadelphia, but for years, Bobby Jackson was only an assistant here. He went to Minnesota for a little bit, came back, so look, I think Doug has done everything you could possibly do. He said everything that you could possibly say. And in all honesty, he's meant every word of it. He loves to be here. He wants to coach his team. He wants to lead this team to a championship. And he hopes that he's the guy that delivers. And I would much prefer that than paying some dude $10 million a year who did it somewhere else, but isn't fully committed to the community or doesn't have deep ties to the organization or anything else. So
real quick, Casey, the two things that are absolutely true. One, Doug believes that the Sacramento Kings can win a championship. He absolutely believes this team can do what no one believes is possible. He absolutely believes that. But you said something there a second ago, Hammer, that I really hadn't thought about before, but it really points to the type of person Doug is. Doug did come back here and he wanted to coach. That's why he came back. The radio opportunity was there for him and he took it. That man had never done radio before. He didn't know how to do radio. He wasn't really sure what to do. And he's working with one of the most difficult personalities to work with, not just in the market, but in radio, period. And he had to learn to find his voice with that voice. Then he got married to him because they started doing the television broadcast together. Another thing he had never done before. And he's replacing arguably the most beloved Kings figure in the entire fan base. Yeah, ever. And he did it. And he attacked it the way he attacks everything. He poured himself into it. He learned. He studied. He asked questions. He would ask me about preparing for shows, not knowing what Grant's going to talk about, not knowing how much hockey he should watch versus how much football he should watch. And he would just prepare and prepare and prepare. And he would ask questions. And there was a difficult time, in 2016 where he'd tell me, I don't know how to approach this on the radio. And I told him how I felt. And he was like, okay. And when he didn't understand something, when he didn't know something, he asked, he just wanted to get better. He wanted to get better at radio. He wanted to get better at being a television analyst. And now he wants to be a great coach. Give me that guy 10 times out of 10. Give me that guy 10 times out of 10. That's who Doug Christie is.
Yeah, the motivation is 100% pure. That's it. His goal is to deliver a championship to Sacramento. And this isn't where he grew up. I mean, we all know he grew up in Seattle. I mean, this is where he's made his home in his life. And he wants nothing more but to see this thing through. And I mean, it's noble. And I'll be honest with you, it might not work out. I'm just being real because that's the way this job is. It's tough. It might not work out. But at the end of the day, I do think that you chose the right guy who has the right motivations. Now you have to support him the right way. And I'll just keep saying that, let him bring in the coaching staff that you've never spent money on before. And I saw someone earlier say, let's be honest, this is because it's a financial situation. How does anyone know that? Because last time I checked, Doug Christie's contract isn't out there. We don't know what Doug made yet. And to say that this was a purely financial decision, that's just, number one, is ignorant because you have no idea what Doug Christie's getting paid. I don't know how much Doug Christie's getting paid. So that's number one. Number two, like this team has to open its pocketbook and go get really, really high-end assistant coaches. We're starting to hear names here and there, but like Doug should have a group of people that he's very comfortable with, number one, but also that supports him in the right way. He needs one or two assistant coaches on the staff that have head coaching experience and are NBA lifers and know exactly what it is that they need to do. You know, guys like Jay Triano, whether it's Jay or it's someone else, that's what Doug needs. He needs support, and hopefully he's the right guy.
I just chuckle, James, because people who don't know the person that lives next door to them. They know everything about the ins and outs of basketball and all this other stuff. And the difference between me, Dane, James, and some of the people that comment like that is, I'll tell you, I don't know everything. Some of the things are my opinion. Some of the things I'm talking to people and I hear things. It's not that's just, but even then, that's just one side of the situation. I'm not sitting in the rooms. I don't know anything. But at the end of the day, you'll have all these people that just know everything. They know everything, and they know exactly how they would handle every situation in this fictitious world they live in. And it's cool. Everybody can have an opinion. It's just interesting to me when I see that kind of stuff. But I think
his agent is Rich Paul. If you think Rich Paul is just going to get pushed around by the Sacramento Kings because they paid some other coach and still have to pay them, you're wrong.
I think Doug Christie deserves this opportunity, and once again, I don't know what the outcome is going to be and what the production is going to be. But like you've laid out a number of different times, James, he's gone through the proper steps, the proper channels. Damian, you talked about it as well. He dedicates himself to being successful at whatever he does. And once again, that doesn't guarantee that he's going to be, an NBA championship coach. But one of the things you can't necessarily control those type of things. That's how I feel. You can't control whether or not you win, especially as a coach, when you're not out there on the floor and all this other stuff. What you can control is your approach and how you treat people and how you try to galvanize the guys that you're supposed to be leading. And those are things that I believe Doug Christie does as good as anybody else in the league. Like that's his special talent. You know what I mean? That's his elite attribute, is how he's able to galvanize others and how he's able to bring people together. And yeah, I'm just like you guys. I'll take a chance with that, combined with what he's already done to be deserving of this opportunity.
Yeah, and for me, like, look, the biggest thing is, like, I watched the struggles of this season bear down on him, and him get surly, whether it was with me or Matt George or Sean Cunningham. Like, there were moments. Jeremiah, he got surly with Jeremiah quite a few times. Shout out Jeremiah. He got hollered at a couple of times. But what I was watching was somebody who was overworked, wasn't sleeping, and all of these were symptoms of one thing. They were symptoms of an underlying issue, was that he was working with a group of coaches that weren't his coaches, and he was understaffed, and he felt like he had to have his finger on the pulse of every single thing that was happening. And you quickly learn that that's nearly impossible as an NBA head coach. You've got to have people that you trust. And that's why, losing Jordi Fernandez after year one was a horrible situation or was it year one, year two for Mike Brown? That didn't help Mike at all. And that's a seasoned veteran NBA coach who lost one of his lead assistants. Like, there was a way in which, this thing could have been different, but I just don't think that, Doug needed some more people that he felt comfortable with and trusted 100%. And it's not easy to just create that out of nowhere when you're taking someone else's job midseason. And everybody, that's what this is. One guy gets fired, another guy takes his job, and all of a sudden he's the boss. And there are people in that room who are like, why is he the boss? Why am I not the boss? Why isn't this guy next to me not the boss? There's a lot of dissension. And there's also the guys in the room who are like, well, we don't agree with the other guy being gone. And so it's just a really difficult situation. And again, I think he handled it with grace and elegance as best he could. until he got so exhausted that it was like, oh boy, like this is tough.
James, I've retired from reporting. I've pissed off too many people in the last few months. Do you have any names that you're comfortable sharing that you're hearing potential Doug Christie assistants?
I've heard like just I don't know if any of this is real, but we heard Dave Yeager's name mentioned a couple of times down the stretch of the season. Of course, the Milwaukee Bucks just flamed out in the playoffs for the third straight year, and Dave is on Doc Rivers' staff, and I think we have to figure out what's going to happen with
Doc
that
would
staff.
make a great assistant.
Yeah,
well,
there you go.
Yeah, I would actually. I would. I'd be pretty good at it.
There it is, Doc. So the other name I've heard surface a little bit here and there is Mike Woodson. Again, like whether any of these things actually, come to fruition. Mike Woodson has been a longtime NBA head coach. He was at Indiana coaching the Hoosiers the last couple of years. If I'm not mistaken, he's a former Sacramento King from the early 80s. From the 80s when the team first moved here. Look, there are going to be guys out there, and some people can say, oh, I don't want that guy. I don't want that guy. Like, it doesn't matter what anyone thinks of those people as head coaches. It's what Doug Christie thinks of them as support players for him, as offensive coordinators, defensive coordinators, as a voice in his ear. It's just experience. That's what the Kings need. They need experience behind Doug to support him in the right way.
How are you going to say hell no to an assistant coach? Like, come on, man. Y'all got to check yourselves a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, man. Relax. One thing that I do hope returns, I don't know if it's Mike Woodson or not, but B Money. B Money will be back next year. Unfortunately, the show must go on. And I got B Money popping off tonight. Anthony Edwards, points, rebounds, assists.
I would say, fortunately, the show must go on, given the fact that.
B Money.
Oh,
that the show gonna go on.
Okay,
but without B Money, it's sad. It's sad. Anthony Edwards, points, rebounds, assists, 40.5. I'm going more. Jalen Green, 15.5 points. I'm going more. He gets 25 tonight.
Boy,
LeBron James,
yep,
1 dunk. I'm going more.
Okay.
I got Buddy Hield, 1.5 3-pointers made. I'm going more. And Aaron Judge, got baseball in here. It's a demon. 0.5 singles. Going more.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going more. Go download the Prize Picks app. Put in the promo code KIFM. You get $50 with your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks. Run your game.
Oh, wow. Filthy McNasty. My God. What a joke.
Filthy is on the board.
What a
Filthy
joke.
is on the board.
What a joke this show has become. Filthy McNasty getting on the board. Man. Well, great stuff as always, James. Who you got, James? Timberwolves or Lakers tonight?
I'm going to go Timberwolves. I think this thing ends.
Wow. My goodness. All right. Well, you can catch that game.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, is it crazier than if the Warriors get rid of the Rockets in 5?
No. I picked the Timberwolves to win that series, and I'd be shocked if they won in 5. That'd be crazy.
Timberwolves and Lakers, that's coming up at 6:30 here on ESPN 1320. In the meantime, we're going to head over to 102.5 if you want to come hang out with us there. We got tickets to the Wu-Tang Clan to give away. If not, make sure you're back here at 10 a.m. with James Ham, Kyle Matz, and the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Alex Rodriguez. So there's a discrepancy.
Did the Giants win?
No, the Buns lost. So they got swept in a two-game series to the Padres. That's tough. Johnny G went back, reviewed. I saw that you were there. This is what I'm going to do.
Wow.
This is what I'm going to do.
Yep.
You both get a point today. Filthy and Johnny.
Wow.
Both
what
get
a
point
travesty
today.
This whole fiasco has become. Can't even keep track of like who wins and loses. Like, what a joke.
Filthy and Johnny both get a point today. And Zay, don't worry. You're still in the lead, although Johnny now has 3. He's 4 games back. Be careful.
Wow.
These guys said no to an assistant Come on.
I know people just freaking out. They just keep saying, "Oh, I hate that idea." It's like, why do you hate that idea? He's an assistant coach.
People just need something to be angry
about.
Like,
I hate that idea. They should go get Joe Mazzulla.
Right. That's the move right there.
Yeah.
You think Michael Malone would want to join his staff?
I really
sign me up for that.
This is cute. Warriors have ruled out Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh,
like he was gonna play anyways.
What is the reason?
Said he's ill.
Sick of Steve Kerr.
It's possible his ass hurts from sitting on the bench.
Well,
just saying, he got a splinter right on his left glute.
All right, we're gonna switch over.
All right, you guys have fun.
All right, man. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Forgot. You got it.